everyone, and welcome to HubSpot's First Gens in Tech event. My name is Becky McCullough. I'm HubSpot's VP of Talent Acquisition and Mobility, and I am so glad you are here. Because being in first generation, whether it's in education, whether it's in your family or in this industry, it really takes courage. It means charting your own path, often without a roadmap, and that's something we deeply admire. At HubSpot, we believe that first-gen professionals bring exactly the kind of grit, creativity, and fresh perspective that our industry needs to keep growing and innovating. Now, over the course of today, you'll hear stories, you'll join workshops, and you'll connect with people who have walked similar paths. My encouragement to you is to lean in, ask questions, share your experiences, and take what you learn to help shape your own career journey going forward. Tech is not a one-size-fits-all path, and the perspectives you bring are not only valid, they're vital. And most importantly, I want you to know that you belong here. You belong in this virtual room, you belong in this industry, and you have the potential to help shape the future of tech. So thank you so much for being here, and I'm so excited for all of the connections and conversations that we'll have of today.
Thank you, Becky, for kicking us off, and thank you everyone for tuning in to our First Gen in Tech 2025 edition. We hope you are as excited as we are for a day of connection, community, and learning. This year, we are celebrating a huge milestone. It's a decade of First Gens in Tech at HubSpot, and we've put together an incredible lineup of sessions designed to inspire you and give you practical tools for your career journey in tech. So let me give you a quick preview of what you can expect from the sessions today. We'll kick things off with keynote speaker Cam Ward from Black Men in Tech, a thoughtful and inspirational conversation that will set the tone for the day, exploring ideas about growth, leadership, and carving out your space in tech. We'll take a 10-minute break and be back right away at 11:40 Eastern Time with the next keynote speakers, Jen and Sylvia, Kura co-founders. Their presentation will reflect on how self-doubt shows up and, more importantly, how to build the confidence and resilience you need to push through. A short 5 minutes break, and at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll start with our first round of breakout sessions. We'll have 2 sessions to choose from. The first one, HubSpot ERG leaders will host a belonging panel, an honest conversation about identity, culture, and inclusion. You'll hear powerful personal stories from first-gen professionals navigating the industry and getting their advice for thriving while staying true to yourself. Now, if you are curious about how technology is shaping our work right now, head to the HubSpot AI workshop. The speakers will show some AI tools being used internally at HubSpot and also give you some tips on how to leverage AI to level up your job search. Next, we have the networking session where you'll be able to connect with other attendees, HubSpotters, and if you're lucky, some of our speakers. We are then back at 2:25 p.m. Eastern Time for the second round of breakout sessions. If you're looking for practical tips for CVs, interviewing, personal branding, and LinkedIn networking, head to the recruiting workshop. This session was designed with a fun video game theme and tailored specifically for the First Gen in Tech experience. For those looking for an extra motivation, the Building Resilience panel will highlight the challenges, setbacks, and imposter syndrome that First Gen leaders faced in the past, and they will share strategies that help them keep moving forward. And finally, we'll have Ripple Match presenting a strategy to stand out. This session will dive into what employers are really looking for today, covering resumes, interviews, AI, and how you can stand out in a competitive market. No matter which session you choose today, you'll walk away with insights, inspiration, and actionable strategies for your career. Thank you all again for being here and for being part of the First Gen in Tech community. Let's dive in and make this an unforgettable day together. We still have a few minutes, so grab a coffee, make yourself comfortable, and head to the stage for Cam's fireside chat, which will start at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time sharp. I'll see you there.
Hola.
Hello. Ciao a tutti, ciao.
Привіт!
你好，
你好啊。
Конnichiwa!
Buena.
Hola.
Всем привет.
Namaste. Hey, hey.
Bonjour.
Hi, I'm Melissa, and I am one of the original founders of First Gens in Tech. I cannot believe it was 10 years ago that we put this event together, and I am so wonderfully delighted that it's still going on today. So to all of the attendees who are at the event, congratulations, you made it. That's incredible. Way to do something for yourself and for your growth. This is an incredible opportunity to hear the stories and experiences of so many people, to better understand what a career or a role in tech may look like for you, and also to connect with folks. So I'm hoping, and I know that by the end of First Gens in Tech, you will have gained a lot of knowledge and information and hopefully connections and people to add to your personal networks. Because these people, if we play our cards right, these people will be in your lives and in your professional networks for many years to come. I think the coolest thing about First Gens in Tech is that it started 10 years ago, and I stopped working at HubSpot 2 years ago, and I stopped being on the DIMB team 5 years ago. And this program is still running. It's still impacting people. A cool little story about First Gens in Tech and its impact on my personal life is that when I was job hunting and looking for a new role and having a bunch of networking and coffee chats, somebody reached out to me. It was a name I kind of recognized, but I have so many LinkedIn connections, I won't lie to you. This is someone, when I was like, how do we actually know each other? She told me that when she was in college and I was 10 years younger, she attended First Gens in Tech and actually started working in tech at some pretty cool companies, won't lie. And when she saw my call to action to grab coffee with me on LinkedIn, she was like, I absolutely want to talk to Melissa. And that was such an awesome honor to know that an event that me and my colleagues put on actually did have an impact on her career trajectory. I would love to see First Gens in Tech continue for another decade, another quarter of a century, until the end of time. I think it's really important for us to continue to bring in new talent, new people, new voices into the tech space. And I think it's also really important for us to continually broaden the definition of who's first gen and also be scanning to see like who's not in these spaces. Who can we include who isn't here right now? What information do we already collectively have as people in tech that we want to share with other people? So I think that always sort of iterating on the event series is something that I think will be great to have this around for the next decade. Everyone at First Gens in Tech today, you're incredible. You're doing something for yourself and for your career, and way to invest in yourself. High five. And to everyone who's organizing and volunteering, planning, this is a massive effort with massive impact. Shout out to you for, taking time out of your day-to-day job to pay it forward and do what you can to improve the tech landscape. I think it's really huge. I definitely didn't think about what First Gens in Tech would look like 10 years from when I first started it. It was really us just seeing a problem and wanting to diversify and expand the types of people we saw applying for entry-level tech jobs. And honestly, I was young, I was scrappy, I wasn't really thinking too much about the future, but a decade later to see that it's still going strong is such an honor. And I'm really proud of this idea that blossomed into something so much bigger with such bigger impact than me as an individual. I love First Gens in Tech. I hope you have a great time at this event, and thank you so much for letting me be a part of your day.
Being a first gen in tech is something that is extremely meaningful to me. It is a reflection of the hard work that both of my parents did when coming to this country, and absolutely an accomplishment. Honestly, I'd like to say that it was part of the dream that they always had for their kids. In addition to that, it is a reminder that we all come from these different walks of life, and we bring these unique and diverse perspectives, and that is absolutely a superpower and contribution to any space that we walk into. And so while I may not have the typical background or experience for someone in the tech industry, that is absolutely okay, because I am super proud and very grateful to be a first gen in tech.
Bonjour, I am Melanie and I'm happy to celebrate the 10 years of First Gen in Tech. In 2023, I made a presentation on leveraging artificial intelligence. This was very special for me. Gen in Tech is an amazing community. We are the first generations in tech. This means that our families did not work in technology before us. We are the first ones, and First Gen in Tech really gives us a safe space. Here, our different backgrounds are real assets, and we have space to give each other ideas. We work really hard and we want to help people like us. Those 10 past years have shown that different voices really do make tech better. First gen people literally create new things. We work in AI, we build apps, and we basically solve problems. The next 10 years will be super exciting. There's going to be more leaders like us, and communities like First Gen in Tech will definitely help their growth. We're not just working in tech, we're changing tech. So thank you, First Gen in Tech, for 10 years. The future looks bright. Let's keep going together.
For me, being first gen in tech, it is about breaking barriers with resilience and self-belief. It is about transforming the imposter syndrome into motivation, facing the unknown and using your unique background as your superpower.
My name is Dominique Steiger, and I have the honor of being on the First Gens in Tech committee. Now, this is year 3 for me, but First Gens in Tech 10 year, wow, what an amazing accomplishment. Congratulations to all who have been involved with this amazing event. One thing that stands out to me the most over my time of being on the committee was probably my first year of being on the committee. We were monitoring the chat during the closing remarks, and someone mentioned like, hey, all the sessions were amazing. Like, I'm inspired. I feel pumped up like right now. But when I leave here, I don't even know if I can implement what I've learned today. I don't know if I can do it. Was essentially the tone of that message. And so we took that moment to speak to that person, because not only were we speaking to that individual, we were likely speaking to past expressions of ourselves and even other people who were there. We've all dealt with imposter syndrome. And the thing that I love about First Gens in Tech is this is not just a community that's for today. This is a community that's going to inspire you long term to accomplish your career goals in tech. And I hope that that person is thriving today.
So, Ashley Sullivan leads CSM in North America. I'm a first generation in college, first gen working at any corporate company, and of course, first gen in tech. To me, being a first gen in tech means many things at once. It's incredibly exciting to walk a new path and fulfilling to be a part of several generations of my family that have pushed for more opportunities for the next generation that came after them. And it also means I regularly fight my own internal battle against imposter syndrome. I cannot tell you how many words and terms I have Googled during meetings. But above all, I've learned that we belong here and we really bring a unique, important value to tech.
Hi, my name is Silva-Lisa To. I am a business systems analyst here at HubSpot. I'm a first-gen immigrant, first-gen college graduate, and the first in my family to work in the corporate world. Until I heard about first-gen in tech, I honestly didn't even know tech was an option for me. When I attended the event in 2019, it was my first time that I saw people from a similar background actually thriving in this industry. And that gave me the confidence to picture myself here. It opened the door that eventually led me to HubSpot 6 years ago. And of course, I have moments of doubts, but I also realized being first gen comes with real strengths, resilience, perspective, and the ability to build our own playbook. First gen in tech reminds me our paths may look different, but they are just as valuable. And being a first gen isn't a limitation, it's a superpower.
Hello, tech community. I'm Caitlin Bazil, Global Team Lead for Emerging Talent Sourcing, Programming, and Operations here at HubSpot. And I'm so excited to celebrate our 10th anniversary with you all. Please drop in the chat where you're tuning in from. We love seeing where our community is joining from. This year's theme is Pioneers of Progress, and we're kicking things off with someone who truly embodies that title. I'm thrilled to welcome Cam Ward, founder and CEO of Black Men in Tech, recognized by Forbes as one of the Culture 50 champions and a rising STEM influencer. Cam, Cam has built a powerful global community dedicated to representation, belonging, and career growth for Black men in tech and beyond. Cam, thank you so much for being here today. I know you have plenty of gems to drop, and we're ready for them. So let's dive right in.
I'm excited. Thank you for the opportunity. Let's get to it.
Absolutely. So I want to jump right into the Black Men in Tech origin story. I personally enjoy kind of hearing that story of how you started out with literally 8 people on a call in 2020. And by the end of the year, it was literally upwards to 600 people. So I'm curious to learn a little bit more about what that moment taught you about the hunger for those types of spaces.
Yeah, so I was at a company at the time working in a space where about 10,000 employees globally, and I realized that we only had 16 black men at the company. And in 2020, it was rough for everyone. Everyone had, things going on. So for black men in particular, I know myself was triggered by a lot of things. I'm like, well, who else needs this help? So I started to call with 8 people. I called some people from around the country and around the world, and I was like, "Is this a global problem, or it's just me, or it's all of us?" And it was a resounding, "It's all of us." And so because of that, I said, "Okay, let's get a call going." Right. And everybody had a call. Everybody was Zooming, calling, and because of the non-contact, so it was just like, "Hey, let's take this call and make it something else," right? It started out and people started coming every week and people started enjoying it. And then I said, okay, what can we do for our community? Because a large part of the conversation was that black men at the time was getting a really bad rep in the country about the way they showed up and what the media was saying. So I said, how can we rewrite the urban legend? And because of that, we started the whole nonprofit arm and the foundation part and making sure we showed up in our community. So it was it was it was evident really quickly that this community was needed, and it's not just for black men, it's for black people, about the black male experience, because sometimes individuals get really caught up in the name and say, oh, it's not for me. It is for you. You're going to learn about the black male experience. So we are now 75,000 people strong all over the globe, and it's I learn something new every day about the organization and the needs, and we try to meet them, and we try to show up for individuals in whole mind, body, and soul.
Mhm. And I think that's such an important part about being able to be mindful of like the spaces in which we're operating and how can we try to seek those opportunities as well. So it's great to see that there was a hunger, you met the need, you're a pioneer of progress there and kind of really driving and leading the charge there. But I'm curious, like for those that maybe don't want to kind of drive that, but want to actually seek these spaces, what recommendations would you give to them or advice that you give to people that, especially first jobs in tech, of seeking spaces where they feel supported?
Yeah, I would say find like-minded people. Find people that have similar experience or look like you. Everyone doesn't have to necessarily start an organization. That's not everybody's thing. But find the thing that makes you comfortable and do it. Like for me, one of my jobs, it was very few people that look like me. So like some of the people I talk to every day at the company were individuals that were cleaning up or cooking, right? And I found people that look like me, that understand me, not the job, so that I can have a moment to be able to breathe, right? Because first, even being a first gen, I realized during this process that I was a first gen in tech, and I was like, "You're right. I had no clue how to do any of this, right?" But we kind of figure it out and find our own blueprint. So I would say immediately find people that have like-minded or like-minded like you, or have similar experiences, and then connect at the human level first, and then grow from there. Everybody's not going to start an org. Everyone isn't going to do these major things, and it's not everybody's goal. That's perfect. But as long as you have people that's like you, you'll build community.
Absolutely. And community is such an important perspective. One thing and you just kind of reminded me of something, and I love calling it the laptop moment, especially for you. I know you have mentioned in the past that you went to school and you didn't have a laptop when you started college. And for a lot of first gens in tech, it may not be a laptop, it may be a resource that is so important to them, that is critical to their journey, that kind of will help them get to the next level. So can you talk a little
Right.
bit more about like how you were able to navigate that, and just advice for first gens in tech who don't have that laptop per se?
Right. Right. You know, so my laptop moment is a very interesting one, but one that taught me grit, determination, and helped me succeed. It made me who the person I am today. When I went to college, I didn't have I had the necessary things, but the laptop was in my opinion a luxury at that point. I like
Mhm.
went to school with like a desktop that we drug in, and AOL still was going in the system. We had to plug it in. But in that moment, I realized that I needed resources. I needed things to be successful. I found people that I wanted to be like or learn from, and then they helped me. When I got to college, I didn't know how to study transparently.
Mhm.
I was an athlete, and I kind of coasted through high school. Please don't look up my high school because it's very rigorous on the education piece. But I'm talking about from the CAM perspective. But it taught me. I found people first. So first gens, I would tell you, first gens in whatever tech, especially, find people that you want to emulate in a positive way and drive towards that. So those individuals helped me go to school. Helped me go to the library, taught me how to study, taught me the rigors of college. And in those moments, you got to just find the thing that makes you who you are. And if you want to succeed, you will succeed. A laptop wasn't going to stop me from graduating college. I was going to stop me from graduating from college. Right. So I used that just to make sure that when I did get the money to get a laptop, I didn't buy the laptop at first, transparently. I bought other stuff. But eventually I got a laptop
Yeah.
that I needed, and it helped just propel what I was already doing.
Mhm.
So I would say build your determination and build your grit off the fact of not what you don't have, but what you can do once you get it.
I think that's so important to remember too, because I think we often see the things that we don't have in front of us instead of
Yeah.
the resources that we do have in front of us, even though it may feel like it's much smaller. But how do you
Right.
maximize the usage of those resources to then get you to what you would like to have down the line? So I
And
really appreciated that.
And I would also say for first gen and anything, right? You got a different skill set. You got a different blood rolling through your veins. Like, when people were handed things, you had to figure it out.
Mhm.
So you're already twice as good as most people like to say as other people
Mhm.
because you made it to where they are with less resources and less opportunity. One thing about Black men in tech we pride ourselves on is creating access and opportunity. That's information. Like, how would you know what you can be and how you can be, or what opportunities are there for you if you don't even have access to them? So once you get access and you're making it and you're doing it, like, pat yourself on the back and big up yourself and make sure that you understand that, hey, I'm in the same space as you with probably less resource but more grit and determination to have better outcomes.
I love that. And I think that kind of bridges the gap to like my next question around like mental health and identity. Because you
Mm,
mentioned a lot about like gaining the grit, gaining the self resilience. So I'm not gonna lie, it's tough. It's tough pushing
yeah,
through those moments. I think when you're on the other side of it, it's easy to,
yes.
not easy, but it's a lot easier to say, you know what? Yes, you got to push through. But
Yeah,
what advice would you give to folks that like are going through it right now and they're like, I don't see the end of the tunnel right now, but I'm gonna believe you.
right. Hey, listen, hey, listen. I tell people, I would say immediately, like my second semester in college, I went into a deep depression. I stopped playing sports. I stopped going to class. It was really bad. I think that semester I was on academic probation even because I didn't wait. First of all, I don't know why I was in a depression. So I didn't even know what to call it. Like my roommates was like, Cam, you're getting up to class today? I'm like, no, I don't want to go. Right. Until I went to go talk to someone. So I say that to say sometimes in life it get really hard. You carry the weight of the world, you carry the weight of your family, and I'm talking about, your both sides, all parts of family. Like you are the first to do something, right? So
Mm.
that comes with a lot of pressure. Talk to someone, whoever it is, talk to someone, because sometimes you don't know what you need to know until it hits you in the face and you are reacting to it. All right. Get proactive. If you're currently in a good spot, just go talk to somebody now. Because when it get bad, because it will get bad, when it get bad, then you have the strategies to be successful. So talk to someone early, make it a routine, make it a habit, make it a part of your self care, if you will. Because mental health is really, really important. My second semester, I think we was talking before. That's the semester I took anatomy, and we talked about that. And I went to that. I thought I wanted to be an orthopedic surgeon. Anatomy was at 6:50 in the morning, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I made it to that class maybe 3 times the entire semester. so, so you want to make sure that you have the support both professionally and in your friend groups and in a professional setting to be able to be successful.
Absolutely. Community is everything, especially in this space, seeking that community. And I love the point that you mentioned of like being proactive about it. Because I think sometimes we are in the hustle and bustle of things that we wait for something to happen to us for us to get ahead of it. So I love the point that you made about being proactive and seeking that. And it also makes me think about the importance of like mentorship and sponsorship. Like you mentioned, like the goal of your organization is to give an excess of opportunity and access to resources.
Mhm.
What advice would you give to people seeking? I know we spoke about this a little bit briefly before too, but what advice would you give to people around mentorship and sponsorship,
Mhm.
especially as a first gens in tech?
Yeah, I would say make it organic. Like you'll probably hear me say multiple times, like don't ask people to be your mentor or your sponsor. Don't make it weird, right? And what that, what that means to me is that have organic relationships. If you develop an organic relationship, it will develop over time, and you will never have to say it, right?
Mhm.
Perfect example for me, we talked about one of my biggest sponsors. Honestly, came from a job that I worked overnight when I worked at FedEx. His
Mhm.
name is Brandon. He was the manager. I worked overnight at FedEx. I had multiple degrees, but probably one of my favorite jobs too. I will always say that. I always give FedEx that free shout out. But I was loading planes that night, and Brandon, my manager, who was a military vet, we had a conversation, and he said, "Hey Cam, why are you here? Like, what are you doing?" I was like, "I need a job." And he was like, "But you got multiple degrees. Like, you're probably the smartest person in the building." He realized then that I didn't know what diversity looked like. He didn't know what diversity was, right?
Mhm.
I didn't know what diversity looked like in a corporate space because I
Mhm.
was working in higher education at the time. And he instantly became my sponsor because he said, "You know what? I'm gonna introduce you to the office in FedEx that does this work." And I was like, "Wait, corporate does this work?" And he was like, "Yeah, I think so. Like we got an office that say diversity." Next day, he introduced me to the diversity team. Fast forward a couple weeks later, I got an offer from Indeed and moved to Austin, Texas. And it's in those moments like you think, well, you can't learn anything. Why are you here? You're here for a purpose, and that purpose is sometimes that you're going to get that sponsor that you're not looking for, that you don't even that your sponsor might not know what they're looking for either. And that is a true pedagogy moment because we learn from each other. He asked me what I do. I told him. He connected it to the FedEx opportunity, and then now I moved into the corporate space. So I tell you that quick story to tell you to be organic, understand the difference between a sponsor and a mentor, and then make sure that you are giving back to each individual in the same way they're pouring into you.
Absolutely. I always think those types of relationships are two-way streets. Like people think
Yes.
you just take, 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 but there's a lot to learn as being a mentee and someone being sponsored as well.
Yes.
So that's a great point. You mentioned about your job at FedEx. I want
Yeah.
to double down on that because Kim wasn't only just working at FedEx, he had 5
No.
jobs at the same time
Yes.
working at FedEx. So I always wanna call that out because I think that's a story that resonates with a lot of people in first gens in tech of, like, you're grinding, like, to be
Yeah.
able to get you do what you need to do so you can do what you want to do, and I think a lot of people are in that space, and I'm curious, like, what non-traditional or hidden skills you felt like you gained through that experience that got you to where you are right now?
Yeah, so I will explain this really quickly because it's kind of wild. I did have like 4 or 5 jobs at one point at the same time. The reason why, because the initial goal was to leave my leave my full-time job, and I wanted to go to school full-time for a PhD. Now, I'll be completely honest with you. I done did like 3 PhD programs, ain't finished one yet because I realized in that moment that I'm not interested necessarily in the PhD. The PhD were for just to have it, right? And you can't do a program like that just to have it because it's never gonna work, right? So at the time, I was a graduate assistant at a university. I worked at UPS, I worked at FedEx, and I was a consultant at another university doing diversity and inclusion work. So that's 4 jobs. Um, and I consulted with another university. So that was the 5th job. So I was working 5 jobs and going to school full time. Sorry, forgot that. And going to school full time. So what I learned is that don't do that, first of all, because that is way too much to get done. But what I did learn is that I was willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that everything was in order, meaning my house, my family, that sort of thing. And then outside of that, I learned the skill set of uh just I was trying to put it really nicely, but just being able to make your focus. Whatever needs to happen was going to happen, so I can make it happen. Now I had to learn how to somewhat be organized. I learned how to juggle. I learned how to write at night, which is rough. I taught myself so many different skill sets, unorthodox. I learned how to read the label on packages, so I can tell you where the label came from, where the package came from, that sort of thing, because that's FedEx and UPS stuff. But I learned that. I learned how to load planes, which I absolutely love. Um, and it was a different set of muscles and skills that I was using to be successful in a space because I was able to put my pride aside. Whatever it needs to be done if the goal was to get a degree, right? So many life lessons, so many friends, and so many opportunities to learn from other people because I wasn't using my brain to figure out problems. I was using like physical labor to figure out problems, and it was rough. I remember one night at UPS really quickly. It was around holiday time. We used to have call times, and my call time it kept getting earlier, and I knew it was going to get bad because it was Christmas. We went in one time at 8 p.m. And when you go to UPS, you can't take your phone. You're in the warehouse. It's real work. I had to load 3 trucks, that sort of thing. One conveyor belt. So if you mess up, it's like, Kim, I'm like, oh man, I don't miss my package. But I went in at 7 p.m. and we left at 9 a.m. the next day. I didn't see the sun at all.
Oh, wow.
And I realized in that moment, this is next level work, and I appreciate every time that package come. Because you understand the work someone do. You click Amazon, you click whatever, and you get it in 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. the same day. You don't know what an individual did to make that package. So for me, the best lesson I've learned in all of that is the greater appreciation for people that make our life easy.
Absolutely. And you brought up a really great point about pride because, like I mentioned before, we do what we need to do so we can do what we want to do. And
Yes.
I think oftentimes we get caught up in the moment where we're doing certain work where we feel like it may not be as impactful or helpful to our longer term goal, but it does, almost like Mr. Miyagi wax on, wax off. Trying to figure that out. But I think it's so important for people to realize that, like, to minimize pride and to be
Yeah.
able to take in as much opportunities because you never know what you'll gain or who you'll meet. Like you
Yes.
mentioned, you had a huge sponsor at FedEx, and that's such a great opportunity that kind of led your career. So that's awesome to hear as well. So one thing I also wanted to highlight is around building connections,
Yep.
right? Because I do think that sometimes it is difficult when you're the first or the only in a space to really build those connections.
Mhm.
How have you been able to do that in an organic way? Because you mentioned like, don't be weird seeking mentors, sponsors. Don't be weird. That should be the quote. Don't be weird.
Yeah.
But how do you authentically pursue those connections
Yeah.
in an organic way?
So, I would say immediately to first gens, connections get you further than the resume will. Like most times people like people and hire people that they like working with. You can have the skill set or not, but if you coachable and if you're able to learn, you can get any opportunity. But it's really, I promise you, it's really based on the ability to build connections. How you build connections organically is that you allow grace and space for people to operate. And as a diversity officer, and where I work with CEOs and people that might not necessarily agree with all parts of diversity. When you hit them at the human level, when you become human to them and let them become human, when you give it space and grace to operate in a space where you're learning and teaching at the same time, and they're doing the same, people are drawn to that. So my biggest way to build authentic connections is put yourself in places where you're willing to grow and provide space and grace for others to learn. And once you do that, the connection happen. And you might make a connection right now that you might not even understand why. And 10 years later, you all will be able to connect where they're hiring you or you hiring them for an executive role or the next director role. So always keep your connections and always keep it clean so that you're able to go back. Don't burn bridges, right? And that's one of the things that's really important. Don't burn bridges with individuals. I mean, sometimes okay. Sometimes you might have to say, okay, okay, but seriously, you never know when you'll double back on something or someone to double back on you for an experience that will change your life.
I agree. And Frasians in Tech community, you hear that? This is the perfect space to kick that off as well with the networking sessions later today and the breakout sessions, exactly to your point, Cam, about intentionally putting yourself in spaces to allow you to get that access. I want to ask one question before we open it up for Q&A. So Frisians and Tech community, if you are tuned in, please feel free to start dropping questions in the chat. One question I did want to ask before we open it up to Q&A is around difficult decisions and tough lessons. We know that it's not always ponies and rainbows in
Yeah.
this space, and maybe there's times where you had to pivot, like you mentioned, like you didn't want to finish the PhD program because you felt like it actually wasn't for me. And I
Mhm.
think personally for me, my personal experience, I've always been afraid to pivot because I have very, very strict Haitian parents, and they're like, you got to go to school, you got to do this, you got to get this done. And if you don't, then so it's like it's very difficult, especially being the first in a space, to go on a path that is uncharted.
Right.
So how would you recommend people navigating having to make pivots that feel like the end of the world now, but actually maybe serving them in a positive way down the line?
I'll give you two examples. First example for me, I changed my major in undergrad like at least 5 times. And it's because I thought I wanted to do things that I really didn't want to do. At one point I was an orthopedic surgeon, but I never went to anatomy, so that couldn't work. I was a sports agent, sports management major, but really didn't like the math. And I think it was the one math class, something like that I failed. Like I was like, I just can't do this. I wanted to do like three other things, and it was just like I can't do it. I remember when I found my major, I was walking in Publix and I was running from my major because I'm like, man, they don't make no money doing this. And I called my mom. I said, "Hey, I'm gonna change my major again." She said, "Again?" And I said, "Yeah, and here's why." She said, "Okay, cool." Knowing I probably was gonna change it another time, but what I did, I found what I needed to do in me and my calling to be able to be successful, right? Then I went on and went and got my master's degree. Then I went in higher education. Then I doubled back to the things that I'm doing now. So my major in undergrad is the work that I'm doing now. I thought I did everything else all over the globe, set global strategy, da da da, whatever. Like this is what I was designed to do. So when you walk in your purpose, you understand what you're designed to do. That's the first thing. Second thing about the pivot is like or hard, difficult decisions, it's always going to be difficult. Some of the toughest decisions I've made in life has been around my friend group and friend circles. Friends gonna let you down at times. All right. They're not gonna always be there. They're not gonna be always be there in the same way. So I just wanted to call that out as you navigate, realize that everyone is not gonna go with you into this place that you're going to. Realize sometimes people are going to drop off and it's okay. Realize the dynamics are going to change and that's fine, right? You just got to stay on the path that is charted for you.
Right.
And I don't know why I went there, but I just felt like that was important to say out loud as a difficult decision that, you're going to make them, you have to make them, but make sure that you stay on your path.
Absolutely. And I know we have some Q&A questions, but I just really wanted to double down on that point of like leaning into your purpose. I always say like purpose over price tag because a lot of people feel like they pursue careers for the money and we get it. Like it's important. Life is
Oh,
expensive.
for
You
real.
want to pay for
No,
things.
I agree.
You have a lifestyle you want to maintain. I get it. But I also think it's so important that people recognize that once you follow your purpose, money comes, right? So purpose over price tag and the money will come regardless in any space. So I think it's so important for us. So thank you so much for sharing that. Now I want to head over to the Q&A. We're getting a lot of great questions in
Okay.
the Q&A. So I'd love for us to kick us off. The first question's around, have you faced a moment of implicit bias? Of bias, implicit or explicit in your career? And how did you overcome and what did you take away from
So
it?
I love this question because I work in diversity, so of course it happens to me too, right? Really quickly, I was a diversity officer at a company, and it happened to me directly, meaning that the guy that is designed to help diversity and move the company forward is the same guy that literally is everyone is taking. I call them jabs, taking jabs at me, right?
Mm.
How did I overcome it? I was shocked. I was in my feelings for a while about it. Um, but I seeked out the right individuals at the company to rectify the situation. So went to my HRBP, say, hey, this is happening. And of course, bias is a bit different at every company, right? So it's just like, is this really happening? Is it do you what does that mean, right? And I'm like, hey, listen, these are clear examples. These are I built the case, meaning that I documented, always document your stuff. I documented it, had times and they had people in the room, da da da. And then from there, they was able to investigate the situations. And this, I say S because it's been more than one time this happened to me. But it happens to everyone. And I say, take care of yourself. Don't go quiet. Just make sure that you hold people accountable for the way they treat you at work. And if not, always DM me on LinkedIn and I'll help you navigate the situation because we need support. And if you don't feel like you could talk to someone through the support, you know, how would you ever get on the other side? So yeah, so document your stuff, talk to your HRBP, run it up the chain. I wouldn't take it on myself, especially if it's someone that is at a higher level than you or a leader, because then you will find yourself in a situation where you become the issue, right? And it's probably not the case. So yeah, so do go through the right chains of command for your job, and then let them investigate it and let them figure out how to make you comfortable in the workspace.
Absolutely. I think it's so important, like you mentioned, of like being mindful. It's not like a one size fits all approach.
Right.
You really need to understand
Gotta
how to
figure,
like
yeah.
navigate
Yeah.
it. That's a really great question. Next question. Oh, I love this. What's one habit or mindset that helped you stay resilient early in your journey?
Um, I cannot fail. That
Mm.
that is the thing that drove me early on. I cannot fail. People depend on me. Like I cannot fail. I have to do whatever it takes to make sure that that I am successful. And it wasn't even a self like gratitude thing. It's like, hey, I got a wife, I got an early baby. Like we got to figure this out. So I
Mhm.
cannot fail was my thing, my one habit early on that really pushed me to whatever it is today. Like that really kept me going.
Did you have it like written down somewhere or?
No, I just woke up every day and know, hey, I gotta do this thing. Like I gotta make it happen.
I love that. I think there's another question that just popped up is, Kim, how do you deal with rejection to achieve success?
How do I deal with rejection? I don't think nobody deal with rejection. We're good. All right. Um, so here's the thing. I have my moment. Like, let's be clear about it. Like when rejection happened, you feel something emotionally.
Mhm.
So I have my moment. I'm able to process my moment. I give myself 24 hours. I say, give yourself 24 hours to feel how you want to feel. All
Yes.
right. Like, don't cheat yourself on that.
Mhm.
Give yourself 24 hours. Once those 24 hours, we got to move on. Move on may mean a different thing. Come up with a different plan. Figure something out. Again, lean on people that you trust to be able to help you through any situation, because it's easier when you could talk to somebody about something that you're going through that can balance what you're already thinking, because most times individuals think I'm the only one, and you're not.
Mhm.
You're far from being the only one. But if you're in a situation dealing with it by yourself, you're going to think it's the hardest thing in life. And to you, that may be true. At the same time, you may have 4 or 5 people or 3 friends that you can call and say, hey, I'm going through this thing. Like, oh, we did that last week. Here's what
Yeah.
we did. Or help you with the blueprint to figure it out. Okay, we're going to rally. We're going to figure it out together. Right. So
Mhm.
I would say immediately, give yourself 24 hours. Feel how you want to feel, then get to work. Get to work meaning come up with a new plan or come up with a new area to get it done first.
Yeah, I love that point about waiting the 24 hours because I think sometimes we like to push back our feelings and we think
Yeah,
resilience, just because we're resilient means that we can't feel how we
right.
feel. So I'm definitely a big believer in like, let's process it out and push it forward. So that's a great piece of advice. So the next question is, as a first gen professional, what's one piece of advice you wish you had earlier in your career that helped you?
So many, right?
Well,
I,
give us one.
yeah, yeah, right. So I was trying to think of the best one.
Hmm.
Um, I would say in meetings, don't shy away if you know the answer.
Yeah.
Because in meetings early on, I was on a global project where I led training for diversity at the global scale in all the countries. And now we went to all of the countries and I taught diversity. But early on in meetings, I didn't speak up when I knew the answer. And the reason why I didn't speak up is because I didn't want to talk too much. I was
Mm.
afraid because remind you now, I am the only black man in the room. I am the biggest black man in the room,
Mhm.
right? And sometimes when we're in the spaces, we are cognizant of the people in the room around us, and I didn't want to take up space. So I would know the answer. I will have, the point of view, and I honestly was the subject matter expert in the space, but I would shy away from speaking about the thing that I knew the answer to because of I didn't want to take up space, and it was subconscious, right? So I would say, life lesson for me early on. I wish I knew, hey, if I know the answers, talk up, speak up, because people need to hear you.
That's such a powerful point about speaking up when you do know the answer. I think sometimes we're afraid to do that because we probably might get shot down
Yeah,
or someone might think that it's not a good idea, but you'd be very surprised. And I think this is also a space where you can get your sponsors too of like, wow, Kim has really great insight,
right.
really great recommendations. Like maybe we should tap him for this project or something that's coming down the line. So yeah, definitely agree with being the loudest and not the loudest in the room always, but
Just finding your voice, right? Find your voice in your lane, yeah, in a space, because again, and then looking back, I'm like, but they hired me to do that, and I,
right.
and I did not do it because for fear of self consciousness around being the person that talks all the time.
Absolutely. Let's look into some next questions. How do you create genuine connections with people to expand your network and mentor circle?
Yeah, find like-minded people, find like-minded groups, and then make sure you are in these groups and you're adding value to these groups, right? You'll be surprised how many professionals are in a space that are willing to give up their time and energy to individuals that want to learn. At the same time, individuals that are giving up their time and energy also need some form of help in some way, and they might not identify or say it to you, but you may see it and help out. So, building genuine connections with individuals is be who you are, find groups of people that are like-minded and organically have conversations with them. There's nothing wrong with being intentional and saying, "Hey, could I get 10 minutes on a coffee chat to be able to explore, the things that make you who you are?" One thing about people, they like talking about themselves. Right? So you get them talking about themselves, and you add value through true connection. You can build out your circle rather quickly.
Absolutely. And I think that's actually a great segue to a question. Sorry, Q&A. We're going to get back to y'all, but I want to ask about Thrive because it's an upcoming
Yes.
conference that Black Men in Tech is running. So I want for you to talk
Yes.
a little bit more about that because I think that's also a great example of, seeking that community
Yeah.
and mentorship as well.
So we talked about building Black Men in Tech, and then in 2021 we had our first virtual conference called Thrive. And our conference was a virtual space in the beginning. It was free to everyone. We had some really cool speakers come and be a part. And at the first conference, 7,000 people showed up because it was
Wow.
free. It was virtual, of course, right? We had like 2 Chainz, Tristan Walker, and a bunch of other really cool people come share 30 minutes. So why not, right? If you didn't know who we were, now you know.
Yeah.
Fast forward 25, this is our 5th year we're celebrating of Thrive in person, October 2nd through the 5th in Fort Lauderdale on the beach. We're the only tech conference on the beach.
Okay.
Um, and we call it the tech reunion. So basically, we do programs all year long that drive to this conference. We have over 50 speakers that's ready and willing and excited. We have speakers in the past, CEOs, Grammy Award winning artists. We had some of the most amazing minds touch our stage, and we're excited about our 5th year, October 2nd through the 5th. And because of that, I have a 30% discount code for you all to use. I think it's pinned up at the top. If you're interested in coming, please check out the website. Please attend. We will sell out. So we're a conference that carries under 1,000 people, and the reason why is because we want to make sure you have a unique experience. So we have everyone from high school students to our collegiate chapters, students from Penn State come. We have an official chapter at Penn State University, Penn State, Harvard, Yale, FAMU, uh, A&T, a bunch of students from all over the country coming. UCLA are coming, as well as professionals at all different levels. The reason why we're different in our experience is because no one walks around with a title at this conference. Everyone connects it and it's genuine, and you networking is absolutely amazing. So if you have time, check it out. If you're a student on this call, please reach out to me some type of way. I'm gonna find out in a second.
Yeah.
I know my team is about to text me because I'm about to put my foot in my mouth and tell them so. But
Your
no,
LinkedIn's gonna be flooded right now.
right? It sounds like some type of no, but reach out, especially students. Students reach out to us. We would love to for you to experience conference in some way because again, access and resources are our main thing. So we want to make sure we keep the main thing our main thing.
Awesome. I love that. And like you heard,
LinkedIn. Reach out to me on LinkedIn. I saw somebody in the chat. That's a perfect
Yes, and as you know, the discount code it is linked in the chat, so please take advantage of it. I think it's a really great opportunity, like you mentioned. I do want to call out though. Don't you have like a sneaker check?
Oh yeah, so it's called the Kit Cam.
Oh, Kit Cam. Okay.
Yeah. So it's called the Kit Cam. Every year we put like the freshest, the dopest shoes that you have on daily at the conference because again, we want people to be who they are and who they can be. So why not? I'm going to say this too. We're going to figure it out. The first 10 people to email me or hit me on LinkedIn and you're a student at a university, I'll give you a free ticket to the conference. So the first 10 people. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But the first 10 students, you have to be a student though. Reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'll give you a free pass to conference. But yeah, Kit Cam, come in, Kit Cam. We want you to be who you are. We want you to learn. We want you to come and experience it, right? And experience it, and then have life changing moments.
That's amazing. So 10 passes better go head over to Cam's LinkedIn, and that's what you could do when you're the boss, right? You could just
Yeah, hey, listen, I can make now. I'm here later, so y'all don't got me in trouble now. Yeah, but no, but it's all good. Yeah, like I really want students to be a part. It's just it's very important for them to be exposed to executive C-suite individuals, that sort of thing, so they can start making those genuine connections.
amazing. Well, thank you so much for your generosity. And I think this is a great example of utilizing, like pulling people up above,
Yeah.
while you're kind of working your way up and getting to the top. So it's awesome to see that.
Yep.
So next question we have here is being a first gen and from a minority background, how do you handle doubts about being chosen for diversity rather than ability?
That's not my problem. That's their problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't own that. That's and I can be more direct in that. You cannot own that. You're there for a skill set.
Mhm.
Now, if you happen to be a minority, individual who has the skill set to be successful, then that's a plus to any team, right? But they got this thing called diversity of thought that they meaning individuals, hiring man, really try to key in on, right? So if we don't have this diversity of thought and everyone's the same person, then your team is stagnant and will never be great. So you can't own that. Like, and I know it's tough not to own it because sometimes being a minority, you're the only person that look like you. So it's intrinsic in us to understand that and be well aware that, oh, it's only me, right? And that self-doubt does happen. But if you find your community, if you find people outside of your meeting room, right, that do look like you, then you find balance, then you find confidence, then you find the ability to go in these spaces, in these rooms, and own it, and not cower or like minimize yourself, right, to stay under the radar. So I would tell you immediately, don't own it. You in that room for a reason, and be able to shine bright like a diamond. See what I did there? In that space, and be successful.
Absolutely. I love that. Like pushing through those doubts.
Yes.
What advice would you give? Hold on, let me pull it up because it's cutting off for me. What advice would you give to people who are naturally shy, introverted, and find it hard to make connections?
Yeah, you got to find other shy people like you. Because no, honestly, you have to find people like you to be successful. If you know in nature that you're more of an introvert or shy, or not willing to, find people that will carry you around. What that means is that, okay, I'm shy. I'm going to hang out with Caitlin. I'm going to hang out with Cam. That is comfortable in these
Mm,
spaces, and I'm going to literally ride their coattail until I feel the wave. But you
mm,
got to be friends first before you do that. You just can't just do that to randoms. Like that's weird.
mm,
But you just kind of tag along with them and kind of get introduced and kind of get pulled into a conversation, because when you get pulled into these conversations, it kind of take off on its own when
mhm,
you have the thing that excites you, right? So if you have something that excites you, Caitlin said, "Hey, this is Cam. Cam does X," and I'm playing shy guy, like, and then they talk about diversity. I'm gonna light up. I'm going to show up. I'm going to be myself. So
mhm,
sometimes go in buddy groups. Sometimes have that wing person that's going to push you into a conversation in a social setting, that's going to set you up for success to have the conversation. But you got to go in with a plan first. You got to have a strategy for it. If you can't go to a networking event knowing you shy by yourself, that's a recipe for disaster.
mhm.
But if you have a plan, you say, all right, we're gonna go together, we're gonna figure it out, we're gonna, and then you get pushed into conversations. That's where you will be successful and succeed.
I definitely do agree. I consider myself to be a shy, introverted
Uh,
person. And exactly to your point, I think being able to go to spaces with like-minded individuals really does help. Starting small, you don't need to meet every single person in the room. Really making that connection with maybe a handful. You could start off with like one to two, three people. Maybe that can be a goal going into the session. And I
mhm.
love the point you mentioned, Cam, about the importance of having a plan going into these events if you do feel very shy, because you don't want to go there and then you get overwhelmed. So I love that point of like seeking those individuals, bringing a buddy with you if you have the opportunity, and then also just having a plan going into those spaces.
Yeah.
So absolutely agree. I know it's difficult, but you got it. You
Yeah.
got it. Awesome. Let's see some other questions. Let's see. Looking ahead, what do you envision as the next evolution of DEI in the workplace, and how can organizations prepare for these changes?
Yeah, that's a beautiful question. So DEI is going to evolve, is already starting to evolve in spaces where it's not just the thing, it's not just one thing, it should be the thing. And I've always been a promoter of don't make diversity a singled out process. Make it a part of the processes and the systems of the verticals of the company, right? So diversity should live in our hiring cycle. Diversity should live in our learning and development. Diversity should live in the talent piece. Diversity should live in calibrations or whatever you call how people are moved from one level to the next level. Diversity is going to evolve, in my opinion, into a space where we talk more about community, where we talk about workplace experience, where we talk about culture, right? And it's not a bad thing. It's just the evolution of things. Like things last for time periods and then they move on and it morphs into something else. I believe that because diversity has so much, in my opinion, again, mud on it currently, it's need to evolve for people to embrace, right?
Mhm.
And people will embrace culture, workplace experience, those evolution, those now new buzzwords as you talk about diversity. And once you embed it into the system, then you're better for it. So in my mind, it's already starting to evolve and it should evolve over time. Like I used to say a lot, like I want to be at a place where I work myself out of a job,
Mm.
and the more that people get away from singling out, one sets of individuals, to make it fair, we need to provide space and all in all spaces for there's equal footing for people to be successful. Now we know systemically that's still very tough to get to, but with intentionality, we're able to make strides towards that utopia in that future.
I agree. And having that shared definition, like you said, like there's negative connotations associated with it. How do we have a shared definition of like what it actually means versus what others want us to believe it means? So that's a really great flag.
Right.
Awesome. I have another question in the chat. How do you get more comfortable taking up space, being assertive, and using your voice in a corporate setting, like in meetings and interviews and etc.? It's a great
It,
question.
it's a muscle that I had to grow, right? It's a muscle
Mhm.
that I had to exercise and see happen for me. So I followed this one executive, and I remember seeing him on stage one time, like at a large presentation,
Mhm.
and he had on J's and a hoodie.
Mhm.
And I'm like, "Oh, we don't gotta wear suits no more?" And he gave such a beautiful presentation, right? Clearly, he's the smartest person in the room. So
Mhm.
here we go. Organically, I hit him up I think we first talked on LinkedIn, hit him up and said, "Hey, I saw this presentation you did, blah, blah, blah. I would love to grab some time to chat." He said, "Sure thing." He said, "Text me." I'm like, okay, cool. So we
Mhm.
text, and I'm like, "Yo, I saw this thing, da da da," and we built a rapport over many years now because of that. He helped me with being more assertive in the space because he's a chief officer at a marketing firm doing wonders. Brilliant mind, but he's like, "Yo, I'm gonna be who I am. I'm gonna dress how I want to dress, and I'm gonna say the things that make sense to me." And seeing that, because sometimes you say
Mhm.
gotta be something to see something or whatever way it goes. I sometimes get it mixed up. Me seeing him gave me enough energy and power to be like, I can do that too. And that's what it takes sometimes, like seeing somebody do it and somebody exercises, then someone championing you to do it. It helps you realize, yo, I can do this too. And then that's when I started being like, hey, listen, if I am who I am. And if people don't accept it, then they're not my people.
Agreed. It's definitely a muscle that you continuously
Yeah, but you have to grow it. It don't happen overnight. It's not
Mhm.
a thing that you switch on. You have
Right.
to be comfortable in your own skin to be able to outwardly express it.
Mhm.
And that takes time.
Yeah. And I think also I really want to double down on the point of like being assertive is not always a negative thing. I think people have a negative connotation with it, but it's like you leaning into your expertise and giving a recommendation in a thoughtful way is also a great way to exhibit assertiveness. So it doesn't always have to be a negative thing. It can actually be your superpower. And that can allow for others to recognize like how helpful and insightful you can be. So love that you mentioned that.
Yep.
Awesome. I know we only have a few minutes left, but I want to jump into a few more questions. So, how do we get that confidence and know that we're making the right decision?
I say stick to your guns, stick to your morals, right?
Mm.
Stay grounded, right? If it aligns with your morals and your value system that you either created or what's instilled in you, then stick to it. And if it's the right decision, it's going to be aligned with those things. And you should have confidence in that, right? You should have confidence in knowing that I made the right decision based on my my value system, whatever that value system is. And if you don't understand your value system yet or haven't yet identified it, take some time to do that. Like, what are the things that make you who you are, and what are the things you believe in? And once you figure out your value system, you'll always make the right decision.
Mm. I love that you mentioned that because that was also what led me to like my purpose over price tag kind
Yep.
of philosophy was
Yep.
aligning on what my value system was and kind of sitting back and really understanding like what that is. So that's such a great point of understanding what your value system
Yes.
is and then operating off of that as your foundation as well. Awesome, Cam. Well, I have some rapid fire questions for you to wrap up
Okay, let's do it.
with. So, one question is one book, podcast, or even music, because I love some music, inspires you, gets you motivated when times are challenging.
When times are challenging.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe when
So
you're happy too. We don't always got to be all negative Nancy.
no. Okay. So when times are challenging, I love to not even that. If I want to get excited about something really quickly, it's two
Mhm.
kind of things I do. Is that one is that I listen to PMJ, Pastor Mike McClure.
Mhm.
He had multiple albums, and I picked the one that I really want to listen to at that time, and I'll listen to that. But if I don't want to listen to that, then my other get ready music is anything by Cash Money. So Cash Money records, so Lil Wayne, Juvenile, that sort of thing. That really gets me really hyped in the moment. The book I would say that I would want to share with the group is Why All the Black Kids Sit at the Same Cafeteria Table.
Mm.
That's an amazing book about self-preservation. And as a first gen student, sometimes, or a first gen individual professional, not even student, you find yourself in survival mode. So I would say if you haven't picked up the book yet, consider flipping through the pages and seeing if it's a right read for you. But I think that is a really good book to help navigate multiple things and understand why things happen. Is really important for me.
What is one question to ask a mentor in a first meeting?
Ooh, what can I do for you?
Oh, can you elaborate on that? That's such a great.
So some of the people that I consider mentors are some people that I probably shouldn't even know, right?
Mm.
They're CEOs, they're way out of my price bracket, as far as money, right? But I
Mhm.
add value to them. That's why they keep me around. I add value to them in many different ways. So, and they always hit me up, we talk, we chat, and it's just like, hmm. Like, you wouldn't peg us two together. The reason why is because I add value to them. So the best question you can ask a potential mentor or sponsor is, what can I do for you? because people at that level don't get asked that question often. They always pouring and giving to everyone else. And here's a perfect opportunity for you to stand out and actually be a help to that individual. So that's the most important question.
I love that. What can I do for you? Yeah, I remember this because I think that's such an important thing to your point. Like people are always trying to take. So being able to share your gifts and also displaying how you're able to
Yeah.
share those is a great way.
Yep.
One final question, Cam, for you is finish the statement. First gens in tech are
Powerful people that is doing amazing things and will lead the world and the nation in the next 10 years.
Oh, there you have it, y'all. Cam, you
Yeah.
are truly an illustration of what it means to be a pioneer of progress. Thank you so much for sharing your story and your wisdom, dropping gems with us today. Community, let's flood the chat with appreciation for Cam for joining us today. And like you mentioned before, the Thrive Conference, which is October 2nd to 5th on the beach in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. If you reach out, first 10 students to reach out to Cam.
Yep.
Well, I'm sorry, Cam. Your LinkedIn inbox is going to be flooded right now.
I'll let you know.
That will get free passes, but there is also a discount code for other
Yes.
individuals that aren't able to either not a student or weren't able to be the first 10.
Yep. Excellent.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cam. And thank you so much, everyone. You can start heading over to our next keynote. Thank you so much for joining us today.
All right. You have an amazing day.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Please welcome me in joining Jen Elena Romano and Silvia Bonilla, two first-gen tech founders who are building a career accelerator through a first-gen insights and inclusive lens to help students and younger workers get career ready faster. If you haven't submitted your answer to the prompt, what is your superpower? Please do so now in the chat. But I'm so excited to welcome these two amazing co-founders from Cura, Silvia and Jen. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Can you remember the dinner table conversations you had when you were growing up? What stories were told? What messages did you hear? What stories were not told? My parents were both immigrants. My father Bolivian, my mom Salvadorian, and they came to the country in the 70s. And they taught us a lot. They taught us a lot about work ethic, family values. Immigrants have the best way of sharing wisdom, don't they? My mom would always have this saying in Spanish that would say, un buen cocinero cocina con lo que tiene disponible. A good cook always cooks with the ingredients they already have existing in the kitchen. She would say it a lot of times after I would complain about there not being enough to eat. At our table, there was a lot of fun. There was a lot of stories. There was a lot of love. There was a lot of cousins and a lot of food. And I think back to those early conversations and I think about what stories did we talk about and what stories did we not talk about. We did not talk at our family's table a lot about financial education. We did not talk about mental health. We did not talk a lot about our careers. I'm Jen Elena Romano, and I'm CEO and co-founder of Cura. I'm a two-time CEO, former tech CMO that had a successful exit to LiveRamp. And together with my co-founder, Silvia Bonilla, we started Cura, a career accelerator to help you get career ready faster and build something we wish we had when we were growing up. We took our expertise and our background in tech and in education and decided one day that we were ready to give back to our communities. We wanted to help the next generation of leaders succeed. Fortunately, with Silvia's background, 17 years at Google, and an executive certified coach, we were able to take some of these models, simplify them, and think through how can we actually democratize access to this deep level of self-awareness and goal setting so that our communities can share and learn and grow together. We are on a mission to empower first generation and early career talent to accelerate job readiness and make a bigger impact in the workplace. This is not just a social impact mission. This is a seismic shift that's happening in the workplace today. We talk a lot about the future of AI in the workforce. We also want to think about the future of what do the next generation of leaders look like? The good news is, and our message to you is, a lot of them are just like us. What we've been able to track is 54% of all college enrolled students are first generation. What does that look like? We wanted to look at it from a demographic lens, right? Could we make some sense of the demographic patterns? Our message to you is first generation students and the next generation of workers, we're everybody. The insight we do have that is very worth looking at is this does have big socioeconomic implications. When we unearth some of the data around first generation students, what we could find is there is a 200% household income gap. What does this mean? It means that we had different experiences, right? We grew up with a little bit less curated summer vacations. We might have grown up with a little bit less private tutoring. It also means, without looking at the social and economic implications of how we solve for this next generation of leaders to become workforce ready, then this is the difference between generational wealth and generational struggles. Let's talk a little bit about the future workforce, right? I had some great questions. I want to give a shout out to Darius, who had already linked in me, sent me a message, a DM last night. And I was really excited to get it. Let's talk about the future workforce, right? It's what's on top of mind for everybody. One, AI has really, really changed the landscape on us. It has flipped the script. What I wanted to let you know is that 75% of companies report that recent college graduates they hired were unsatisfactory or unready. And it goes both sides. College students rate their colleges a C- in workforce readiness. There's this obvious big gap that as marketers, entrepreneurs, we really wanted to explore what's going on and how can we help better yet. Our solution and how we think about the future of workforce is, yeah, absolutely. There's some changes and transitionings happening right now. It's hard for anybody to get a job. Of course, we're all groups of first gen in tech. We all have some deep levels of understanding of technology. What we want to remind you of and what we want to emphasize is your development of your human skills and your personal skills in this new economy, in this new job market. What we've been able to find is that those people that have better preparedness and quicker agility to learn, right? How do you learn to learn? Better communication skills, better professional development skills are adapting and moving quicker. The reality is, Sylvia and I are a little bit rare, right? We are the 1% of Latinas that ever receive investor venture capital funding. That's not going to stop us because we have always been able to focus on what we know and our strengths. We're combining education and motivation to help solve for this social and business problem, to help educate, motivate, and elevate you. Our AI native platform and human career coaching transform workforce readiness and drive organizational impact. Let's dive a little bit deeper. What I can tell you is some of the challenges that we were able to discover were that Gen Z is really struggling with three main problems: motivation, lack of professionalism, and communication. This is what we're hearing from our survey with employers. But why is this? A lot of the research that we have is showing that COVID pandemic, increased rates of mental health, and social media have really held us back a little bit in human skills development and connection. When we apply a first gen lens to this, it's important to think about why is this different for us and how do our experiences impact the future of our success at work? from motivation perspective, from a first gen lens. Remember my dinner table conversations? Unfortunately, I didn't have parents that were in technology. I didn't have parents that were CEOs of big companies or that could introduce me through internships from our country club. We grew up with limited visibility into career pathways. Maybe that's where some of my imposter syndrome came from, right? Maybe that's where some of my self-doubt came from. I want to normalize these conversations while we're having this uh, chat today and work through it, right? What lack of professionalism? It's not a lack of trying or wanting. We've just had limited exposure to workplace norms and expectations. Some of our continuing college generation peers, may have grown up. Their go to work with mom and dad day looked a lot different than mine. There's a lack of social capital and networks from us and the communication. I remember being in my first job and hearing the word strategy 5 times in the first meeting and wondering, what the heck does strategy mean, right? Those were not words that were shared around our kitchen tables. But it's really important to think back in this time, get out a piece of pen, a paper, and think back and reflect on those early conversations that you had, because in those conversations, you might find traces to where your lack of confidence or self-doubt comes from, but you'll also find the wisdom and the nuggets that your parents have shared with you. What I can tell you from my experience is my mother's message of being a good cook is what's made us a good startup. We did not get to go and get $2 million from our parents to start a company. What we were able to do was to dig into our own ingredients. What we were able to do is to dig into our own wisdom, meet with like-minded community members, talk to people. What were the real problems? What were the real challenges? And have the empathy. That's what was in that's what was in my kitchen, right? Those were my ingredients. I had the empathy to truly understand the problem, the market experience and research to really look at where's the business going from this, and the collaboration of community to really deepen the relationships. We were able to raise our first $300,000 from angel investors. And those angel investors are true angels for us. They believed in us, they believed in the story, and they had worked side by side with us on the same social impact message of helping first generation students during middle school find their career pathways. So when we came to them with our story, they listened and they are helping us, guide us, and showing us the way. My message to you before I hand it over to Sylvia so she can walk you through how we move from self-doubt to resiliency is really this. In order to build confidence, think less about what you don't have and think about what you do have. Your superpower is lying in between that, the work and in the self-analysis and the reflection. Remember those dinner table conversations. Remember what resonated for you. Remember what you liked to do as a kid. Lean into your strengths and your skills to help navigate those. And before I hand it over to you, Sylvia, I just wanted to pause and say thank you to HubSpot for having us here. What an incredible and impressive opportunity to be in your 10th year of hosting these conversations. An incredible testament of growth of first generation in tech to know how much your audience numbers have increased. And a quick networking anecdote is it's easy. You know, I've been in a lot of these events and I've looked on the stage and said, wow, well, it must be easy for you to navigate or network this as a CEO. And one of the things I always promised was I would always demystify the how of how we do things and how we got here. True story. We were at a conference and we got to the conference, not because we had a lot of money, but because we wrote a white paper on exactly this topic. And we were picked to be speakers on a panel about first generation career readiness. Shout out to URX if there's any URX members here. They picked us because they said, we haven't learned a lot about this, right? We didn't have a lot of money to pay for the conference, but we did have a lot of insights and information to share. So even as an English major, I used my skills to write, to think and write. And Sylvia put our work and our brains together and we sold the story to the conference. So that got us into the conference. But then what do you do once you're inside those tables? we were able to sit down and be ourselves. The truth is, it didn't come because I reached out to Jessica Smith through a LinkedIn message. It didn't come because I said to Caitlin, can I ask about the quarterly numbers of HubSpot, right? It came because we sat and we talked about celebrity gossip. We talked about reality TV. And it was a good 5 minutes before we even knew what each other did. But when we left that conversation, Jessica Smith said, I'm really excited that you all are here and I'd love to come see you speak. Can I come to your workshop? So she came to our workshop. She came to our workshop and said, it's really cool what you all are doing. Would you mind sharing this with our First Gen in Tech community? And we said, sure. That's how it happened. As an English major, as a little bit of an introvert, I used what I had, my skill set in research, in writing, and understanding market trends to share that information more broadly. Sylvia and I used our power of celebrity gossip to connect with people. And honestly, that's how we got on this stage today, if you want to know the real story. Our entire career journeys are made up of those anecdotes. Feel free to message us, LinkedIn, DM us for some more stories. We occasionally do some of these other chats, but I'm really excited to hand it off to Sylvia. Sylvia is a brilliant executive coach and leader. She is our Chief Learning and Strategy Officer, and she is the magic behind Cura that is democratizing access to what has previously been held behind velvet ropes for CEOs and bringing it to our community. So Sylvia, thank you for your commitment to social impact, for your commitment to first generation audiences, and for your commitment to educating all of us on how to do things, not just what to do.
Thank you, Jen. Really, really appreciate those words. And what a great reminder on the story and how it all can happen, because I know many of you, and I love seeing some of the comments here, many of you can relate to that, right? That's how the magic happens. You start by showing up. So let's talk about this a little bit. We wanted to open with data on first gen insights and trends because we want you to know something important. Most of us can relate to a lot of these things, and you're not alone. Relatability is so important here. And yet, no matter what level you are in your career, it can sometimes feel like you are. Self-doubt can play a bigger part in what it's like to have that first gen in tech experience. So let's start with, where does it really come from? Because I think most of us would agree that it's really kind of part of imposter syndrome, right? We hear a lot about that. But that feels a little bit more surface level. I want to go a little bit deeper, because I think a lot of this really stems from a couple of things. One is disconnect, and the other is conflict. Disconnect because many of us did not have the role models to guide us. The conversations and guidance that we had at the dinner table growing up are probably vastly different from many of our peers in the workplace. Disconnect because sometimes maybe we feel like we don't belong. And so those cultural differences feel magnified. Conflict. Conflict because sometimes our family's expectations, our values, or something about our upbringing clashes with workplace norms and expectations. Conflict because maybe we want to speak out about something, or we're being told, share your wins, highlight them for everyone, right? How many of you hold back when you do that or feel uncomfortable? Why? Because many of us maybe were taught to stay humble, don't brag, work hard, keep your head down, and don't ruffle any feathers. So when disconnect meets conflict, our inner critic, that self-doubt, can get really, really loud. This is how it can show up for you. So let's start with uncertainty. When I first started my journey at Google, instead of, great, here's what I need to do to get started, here's my plan, here's who I should connect with internally, I'm going to set myself up for success. That is not how it went for me. Instead, I was flooded with thoughts of, okay, now you got the job, Now keep your head down and work hard and don't screw it up. What if they find out you don't belong here? Those were some of those loud whispers. And as first gen, the first to work in this space where your family's journey is just so different than your own, you may feel less certain about the path ahead. Then there's second guessing. For me, second guessing at Google felt like, wait, maybe this isn't meant for me. Am I getting this right? And fear that by admitting or asking for help, I'd be found out, and that felt way too risky, right? I felt like I had too much to lose. And this is my favorite. Over preparation, maybe even perfectionism. For me, in times of stress, the added self-doubt sounded like, I'm not sure how I got here, but if I'm not the most prepared person in the room, I may lose my spot or not get that opportunity. It also held me back with thoughts of, oh, I'm not ready. I need more. Everything felt like more time, more preparation, more assurances. I needed that guarantee that I would not fail. And what happens when you do that? You don't take risks. And we all know that that's really important for our growth. And now there's exhaustion. Geez, who else is feeling that with me right now? Just kind of going through this cycle together, right? Emotionally, the cycle of anxiety can feel constant, heavy, and that overthinking creates more stress and exhaustion. It's hard to stay in that space. And sure, let's throw in some more doubt because, we're humans and it keeps happening. Sometimes it felt for me like down deep inside, maybe this isn't for me. So I really want you to think about, how does this show up for you? Where in this cycle is it biggest for you? What else would you add to this cycle? What stories do you tell yourself that really impact your experience as first gen in tech? What does that mean? The first in your family to be in this space. You're doing big things. So I'd love to invite you to share, how is this showing up for you? I love some of the things that are showing up here, right? Many of you can relate to some of the things I'm sharing. How many of you maybe feel less alone by sharing some of these experiences, maybe some of those words that resonate with you? And the reality is, self-doubt really just grows in silence. So having that space today, 10 years of doing this together, where you can share and learn together, lift one another, it really helps take the power of that self-doubt away. So here's the thing. The cost of self-doubt can be quite high. For me, it was the cost of not going for that job or opportunity because I wasn't checking all the boxes. And if I did, it still felt like it wasn't enough. For me, the cost was, not asking for help, not having the right conversations with the right people, not putting myself out there earlier in my career, doing the work around networking, because I didn't want to be found out. For me, the cost was feeling stuck at the expense of my own well-being, because I knew I could do more, I knew I could be more, and yet I knew that I was the one holding me back. Talk about painful. That's a high cost. I'm doing this to myself. So who can relate to this, right? Think about what the cost is for you for a second here. Feeling like that I was not deserving of things, right? That can manifest in other ways, right? Holding back. The cost can be high, and sometimes you don't know until it's too late. You don't know until you see your colleague go after that opportunity and you knew you could do it. So what we're going to do today, in a couple of minutes here, I want to share a little bit more before we jump into this exercise. I want you to practice connecting your strengths, your superpowers to a challenge that you had growing up. I want you to really think about how did you make it work for you? Okay, because there's a lot of power in really dissecting that and putting those pieces together. And sometimes we forget. We forget what we have, especially as first gen. We think everything feels normal. It should feel hard. Absolutely. I didn't know that it didn't have to feel so hard. I didn't know that it was okay to admit that I needed help. So, for example, I think back to when I was in my counselor's office in high school, and he asked me, "So, what's your plan for after high school?" And I remember loving that question, the idea of possibility and my future. My heart swelled, and I leaned in and I said, "I am going to college." He leaned over, he kind of looked at me, very serious, and in this flat tone, he said, "Why bother? You're never going to make it anyway." No words. I was stunned. I'll never forget that. And it wasn't because I didn't have the grades or the desire, or maybe it was because of where my family came from. I was first gen. The fact that I was going to a high school in East San Jose where many in my community did not go to college. I knew the odds were stacked against me. You didn't have to tell me that. But for someone who was qualified to help students or try to talk me out of something that I really knew I wanted and that I deserved, that felt like a challenge. And at home, I wasn't having these conversations with my family. My dinner table conversations were very different, just like Jen shared, very different. It wasn't because my parents didn't want the best for me, not at all. It was because their world was just so different. Their experiences were so different. I was the oldest in my greater family, lots of cousins, right? None of us talked about going to college, right? My parents did what was best for me. My parents wanted what was best for me. And for me, it was get your high school diploma, get a good job, and start making money right away. So, what did I learn? I learned to trust myself. I learned to go for it anyway. I learned that I could find a way to figure it out because I needed to create that journey for myself that I knew I deserved, even if it meant I needed to work 2 to 3 jobs to put myself through college. I learned to go against the grain, to go against what my parents thought was best for me, to go against the advice of my high school counselor because just maybe, he himself, as a Latino in East San Jose, working with so many students, had accepted the odds for most of us. To that, I said, okay, watch me. So, what skills did I develop? I learned to trust myself, that I didn't need to know how all the Lego pieces would fit together. I had developed skills that required me to really discern and kind of lean into myself and think about this and try to understand, okay, what's missing over here? There's 100 pieces and maybe more, but which 2 or 3 can I start with? And I knew that if I just started, whatever that could look like, it may not make sense, but that movement helped me figure things out. The rest started to make more sense. I developed a level of resilience that helped me in that experience to believe in myself a little bit more, to believe in what I knew to be true for myself, and use that as a jumping off point for my next move. So, how does this apply to my world today? We started Kira to help people like our younger selves. And for me, I didn't know what I didn't know when I was first starting out in my career. And as Jen mentioned, we're not your typical the Silicon Valley founders. We know the odds are against us. We know that less than 1% of us get funding from VCs. But that's okay. Because for me, go back to that formative experience in high school and I say, watch me. So now it's your turn. I really want you to think about this for a second. As I was sharing my own story, What stories came up for you? You can grab your notebook, or you can just kind of lean back and close your eyes and really think about this. Let it sink in. We're going to take it one step at a time together. So, first, I want you to think about a challenge that you had growing up. What is coming up for you? What stories were you telling yourself when that challenge came up? What held you back? Why did it feel so difficult for you? So think about that for a moment. Go ahead and write that down, or just lean back in your chair and really process that. Thank you for sharing in the chat. That's beautiful to hear and or to read through, because many of us have those shared experiences. What's coming up for you? Okay. I don't want you to overthink it. It might be that very first thing that came to mind. I want you to think about, what did you learn? How were you able to work through that? What were some of those big aha moments that you had for yourself? How were you starting to connect the dots on some of those lessons? Are there any patterns? Adaptability. Yes, thank you for sharing, William. What did you learn? How did you work through that? As you think about the lessons you learned and the way you're starting to connect some of those dots and that heavy challenge, maybe, you develop some really cool skills. How did you do that? What skills did you develop? What's coming up for you? How would you define those skills? What are the first words that come to mind for you? To fight, connect, be curious. I love some of these themes that are coming up. Meeting new people, making friends quickly. Love that. That's an important skill. And finally, how do they apply to your world today? Think about that for a second. You are here because you've worked through a lot of these challenges. You are here, you've moved up in the world, you've tried different things, you did things when they were uncomfortable anyway. You went for it. So, how do they apply to what you are doing today or what's coming up for you? You learn how to find and utilize opportunities on your own, resourcefulness, and that it's okay to ask for help. Yes, Ahmed, if I knew that earlier in my career, that would have been so helpful. This is so great. Thank you for sharing this. So, I want you to take this experience. I want you to come back to this exercise, think about the challenges, the lessons, the skills, because you're still growing. You're still learning. And sometimes it doesn't mean that you will know how all the dots connect until you're in a future experience and you look back and you say, ah, that wasn't wasted, was it? So here's a catch. The catch is this here is a great framework for storytelling. Think about that for a second. I shared my story with you. I took you through these steps through the lens of my own story. But for you, how do you apply your skills and superpowers? All of that is what makes you resilient. That is part of your experience. That is part of your story. And that is very, very powerful. So it's going to be really important to practice some things, because the reality is, how do you stop self-doubt? We all know it's there. We've defined it. You've all used some great words to share with one another here. But how do you stop it in its tracks and shift it to work for you? Because the reality is, it will find a way to show up. We all are sharing this human experience. It doesn't just disappear with more experience. It doesn't go away when you get the promotion, when you're reaching director level, or when you hit that big audacious goal. The point is, it will creep up. So what can you do to manage it and not let it manage you? So here's an easy way to remember it. First, it's really recognize that inner dialogue. What is that inner critic trying to tell you? For me, it was telling me, wait, you're not there yet. It needs to be perfect or you might get it wrong. It wants to protect me, but it's really holding me back. So when it happens, you want to stop it in its tracks. We all have those moments where you think, oh, there's something I'm feeling here. It's holding me back, or I feel a little sick, or I'm questioning this. We've all had those moments. Practice pausing. Stop it in its tracks and try to get clear on what's that voice. What are those messages? Second, reframe. I want you to challenge it. For me, it sounded like, how do I know this to be true? Really questioning it. How can I shift it to work for me? If I'm not there yet, then what do I have to work with? And now I know I have somewhere to start, right? We all have those skills and experiences that we lean on. And let me tell you something. It's so easy to forget what we have because, one, we think everything has to be hard. And two, sometimes we play it down because it just is, right? 3, respond. So now there's a little bit more action taking place here. There's some movement. That's helpful. But the reality is, many of us are moving way too fast to reflect on what we're learning and celebrate how far we've come. So my way to respond to this is, number 1, keep moving. Keep moving, keep building, because the answers will come. And I truly believe that clarity comes with action. And number 2, for me, it's stop to acknowledge and reflect on the learnings more. I always felt like, that's the last thing I'll do. I don't have time for that. I'll get to it. And then what happened, the next performance review would come up. I'd forget how all those little wins were adding up, and then I was scrambling. How many of you have experienced that moment, right? We lose sight of the details. We lose sight of how we connected those dots for ourselves. So it's really, really important to reflect, to do the work, to journal, to partner with someone and say, how was your week? What are your highlights? Get curious. What did you learn? Make it a regular practice. So I invite you to really take the time to practice these steps and really make this a part of your story. This is how you transform self-doubt.
Mm-hmm.
So as a first gen in tech, all of us have a certain amount of resilience that others may never know. We kind of play some of these things down. We think this is just the way it is, right? But no, we have that extra layer, that extra sauce of high grit, and we're able to thrive in ambiguity, navigate the unknown, find our way through the new, because maybe we needed to help our families and put food on the table. Maybe we didn't want to burden our families to pay for college, so we had to find our own way. So whether you had to be the family translator, or work a few jobs to put yourself through college, or be the very first in your greater family to break into tech, a really cool space, You're having to navigate new workplace norms and expectations. These are skills that we've had to navigate just to be in this room today. Think about that for a second. Wow, right? So everyone has this resilience advantage. So to answer the opening prompt, that very first slide that you saw as you're walking into this virtual room, for me as a first gen in tech, I will say that my superpower is always finding a way and figuring things out. And my mantra is everything is figure outable. So I want you to think about this for a second. How would you describe your superpower? Have you come to terms with any other superpowers that maybe you thought you had in the beginning when you saw that prompt to now? What new things have come up for you? What's your mantra? What do you lean on, or what can you lean on to help you get back up when you feel a little stuck, when self-doubt gets really loud? What's coming up for you? What is your superpower? What are some of those things? What's new? What's different? Go ahead and share that in the chat. What is your mantra? Do you have a favorite mantra that you love to lean on that you'd like to share with others? Jen, what is your superpower and what is your mantra?
Sylvia, I am loving this conversation. And what I've realized as we start to share and I start to look at this chat is when you sent me the Harvard Business Review. And when we think about the future of work, what the top skills are after doing an analysis of 70 million jobs, promotions, what they have said is adaptability, collaboration, empathy. And this is what everybody in this group has today. My superpower is being able to bake with whatever ingredients I have. My superpower is resourcefulness. My mantra is M&M. Success is my only option. Failure is not.
Thank
you, Sylvia.
That. Thank you. That's great. I love that. And keep sharing in the chat. I love seeing this. So much here. So I want to leave you with this. When the road feels bumpy and self-doubt starts creeping in and you're not sure where you're headed, I want you to know that your journey is not a detour. It's your competitive advantage. So lean on the frameworks we shared with you today. How can you recognize it? How can you reframe it? How can you respond to it? How can you make it work for you? And resilience is something that we all here as first gens in tech have. So lean on your superpowers. Lean on each other. You're in great company here. We all understand, have that shared understanding. And what can you do to take that next step and make it work for you? Thank you so much. Thank you for your time today. We're going to go ahead and move into Q&A.
Absolutely. Happy to jump in. And Sylvia and Jen, thank you so much. I was reading through the chat. It has been so incredibly validating. I think that's the first word. Just all you sharing your stories and just kind of how your journey has led you to this point. It is incredibly validating and also very inspirational of how far you've come. So I'm excited to dig into the Q&A questions because I'm sure you guys have additional gems to drop with our awesome community. Our first question starts with, who's been most influential in your career so far, and what did you learn from them?
I'll take that one, Caitlin. What a great question. Two points to this. Number one, I've learned a lot from knowing what not to do. I've had a lot of not great leaders, not great role models, not great examples early on in my career. And I mention it because there is incredible clarity that comes from seeing contrast and saying, when I started my first PR agency, I didn't like the way that my bosses were running the PR agency that I was working for. I didn't like the way they treated the employees. I didn't like the way they approached business. And I just thought to myself, I can do this better. I can do this better. And I did. I started my first agency on the premise of telling the stories that we didn't talk about at our dinner table. And we went on to win an award for financial education for Wells Fargo, for online safety for Google, to have those tech conversations. And I realized that I learned to do things by contrast with those people. So when you have those spaces and people in your space, don't just say, oh, they're terrible. Learn through the contrast. My mentor that helped me the most was because growing up as immigrants, the options were to be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, according to my parents' version of the American dream. As an English major, my dad was really shocked because he was like, what are you going to do as an English major? You're not going to find a job. So I started studying pre-law because everyone was happy for a little bit, and while I had a somewhat of a plan. And my boss, attorney at the time, Will Tomlinson, said to me, don't be a lawyer, Jen. Don't be a lawyer. You can always learn to think like a lawyer, but you'll never be able to go back to think how you think right now. And it was great mentorship advice, because the message that I took away from that was, don't try to fit into another mold. Get to know what you're good at. Get to really know what you're good at and your strengths and your skills, because your confidence comes from there. So the best mentors and advisors that I've had help me figure out me more. They don't give me external advice on where to go next. Thank you, Caitlin.
Absolutely. That's so powerful about like not fitting the mold, and kind of almost going your pathway. Cause I think sometimes people get caught up so much, because I resonate with you. My parents are the exact same way. These are good jobs you can have, and anything else, it's not.
Yeah.
So it's exactly to your point of like, how do you leverage your skills to be able to find your purpose so that you can pursue something that you are very excited about? So that's such a great answer. Awesome. Next one is, no undergrad enters the workforce as a perfect professional. Much of good employee, hold on, much of being a good employee is taught by managers and mentors. What do the numbers show about how companies actually invest in and develop young talent? And what is the sentiment of Gen Z on the career development they are given or not given?
Oh, I'm happy to take that one. So let's start here. Here's what we know. We know that 1/3 of the workforce will be Gen Z. Here's what we also know. From a career development perspective, or if we look at the coaching industry as a whole, coaching has often been prioritized for mid to senior level executives, right? There's a higher investment. And then there's onboarding process. There's a lot of development opportunities along the way. But what we're noticing is there isn't a level of standardization around, there's the onboarding for jumping into the company or your role specifically, but what can we talk about a little bit earlier? Not standardization, but what can we do earlier, right? What can we do to create a stronger foundation for all of us? And what are the things that they don't tell you? Because, maybe we learn that as we get that experience. Maybe we kind of figure some of those things out, or we wait for someone to tell us, right? And so with development for younger talent, a lot of this is helping them find their own agency, helping them to kind of, take control over their career and saying, being curious, asking more questions, getting comfortable asking more questions, getting comfortable. Oh my goodness, the people part alone, the networking, connecting with others, really leaning into that and saying, okay, tell me about how you started your career in tech. What would you do differently? Right? What were the biggest lessons? What advice do you have for me? I feel like, at least for me and a lot of the first gen experience, we were afraid to ask a lot of those questions and kind of lean into them, right? There was so much fear and it felt like there was so much at stake. So what can we do to be curious? What can we do to put ourselves out there And somebody mentioned earlier about networking. I believe that Cam might have talked about this earlier. Networking, my goodness, I didn't see the value of that too much later, right? As an introvert myself, gosh, the thought of going to a conference or some sort of networking event, I dreaded that. But over time, just showing up, I never regretted doing that. I never regretted going to the event. I regretted having that conversation with maybe just one person because, I had some anxiety around it. So a lot of these things are important to talk about much earlier and really think about what can we do on the career development front much earlier. What can we use from all of the learnings from mid-level to seniors and some of those frameworks and some of that help? How can we democratize coaching? What would that look like? How can we do it at scale? And we're really proud. Jen and I are trying to figure that out now. We're working through that. So that way more starting in their careers can get access to some of these tools and resources and build some of that confidence faster. Great
I love
question.
that. I absolutely love that, Sylvia, because things like this don't exist. It's like really being a pioneer of progress for real, and seeing the need. And exactly to your point, I don't think there's enough investment in that emerging or early career talent. So it's so incredible that you have really led the charge in holding space for that. And that lends to our next question here about what advice would you give to first generation entrepreneurs working into business?
Great question. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Great question. So I'll start with a short story. When I was 6 years old, my grandmother from El Salvador sent me a bundle of Salvadorian bracelets, right? Those friendship bracelets that they had. And I started going door to door and selling the bracelets because I always wanted money and it was always really fun for me. I learned early on that was just normal. That was just like what I did to entertain myself. And the neighbors started calling my parents to say like, your daughter's 3 streets away, and we don't know if you know where she is, but she's been selling bracelets to our children here. I mentioned this story because I feel it's in you. When you want to be an entrepreneur, you're in many ways born with a lot of it, right? It's just in you. You do it for fun. You do it to solve problems. You do it at whatever it takes to be able to do it because it's like being an artist, right? It's something that has to come out of you. I mention it because it is very difficult. It is very unpredictable. And so my advice would be to balance the uncertainty with some certainty, to balance ambition with bootstrapping and jobs. My advice to the first gen community is not the same advice we hear from, continuing generation wealthy households that say, oh, just go all in. It's easy to go all in when you have a trust fund. When you do not have a trust fund, you need to plan and you need to persist. So even if you can spend 1 hour a day, 3 hours a day, 2 hours a day, whatever it is, my advice would be this: make time and keep growing no matter at what pace. Find people to collaborate and communicate with and share your ideas with so that they can help you refine what you're thinking and what your approach is. And find mentors. And find mentors and advisors who have done the path before you to help guide you. You don't need to get an MBA. You don't need to have $2 million. What you need is to really have a deep understanding of your skill set and the problem that you're trying to solve.
I think that's so important, of like having that foundation and understanding how to lean into that. So thank you so much for sharing that. And I hope y'all are writing these notes down because Jen and Sylvia are really dropping gems for us. The next question is, as a first gen, how do you navigate failure and getting back from it? Because for many, your life and your family depend on you. And if you make any wrong decisions, it could change everything. And how do you know that you're making the right decision?
Oh, thank you for this question. The first thing the feeling that came up for me as I'm hearing you say this question was a little bit of that freeze feeling, right? And a little bit of the silence and a little bit of kind of that pulling back, because what came up for me was, ooh, when you feel like you're failing and there's so much at stake around you, and maybe you're on the hook for helping your family, or you're the good example for others, and you have your younger siblings looking up to you and trying to figure out what their next move is, it can feel heavy. But also, it can feel like, wow, I know enough, I have enough, and I can just start, right? What do I need? So here's the thing. We're not robots, and we're not just going to get back up and keep going. But the reality is taking the time to, okay, this hurts, or I'm stuck, I don't know what to do, or I thought I was going to make this work and it's not working. It's okay to recognize those things, but we kind of suffer in silence is what I've noticed. So who are your trusted, who's in your trusted circle that you can just talk about it, right? You can say, look, I'm really struggling with this right now. I thought I could make it. I thought I could challenge myself, and I'm really not getting this right, because that self-doubt cycle kicks in and you start, thinking it's not for me. I'm never going to make it. We can make it a little bit big. So that's why we really wanted to take the time to talk about that framework, because that framework is going to help us say, okay, yes, this hurts, or yes, this is hard right now. Yes, it's hard for now. So I wanted to practice, just the for now. It's like that whole thing around, I don't know yet.
Mm-hmm.
What can I do for now? And you kind of pull back and you say, okay, where do I begin? Or who can I lean on to help me get out of this and keep going? Because as a first gen, you have a lot of the tools. We just forget sometimes. Jen, were you going to say something?
Yeah, this is real, right? Like this is such a great question and true story. Not only was I financially responsible for so many and so many things, many of my family members were employees, right? And so when my first business had dips, that was an incredible amount of pressure on me, right? It's not just the business success, it is the family success. It's a big pressure. The tools that I used were three things. Number one, focus on yourself. You cannot control everything around you, right? You cannot control everybody else and everybody. I love Mel Robbins' theory. Let them, right? Let them. It's okay. Let them figure out ways to solve some of the issues themselves too. When you are growing in your career as a first gen, the pressures you get and the looks you get at the end of dinner when everyone sees the bill and it just comes to you, right? Nobody tells you that. There's no course in college on that. The truth is, you need to prioritize yourself, your self-care, your self-awareness, and be able to be resilient and strong on your own. And as much as I love the Latino values and culture, it's a collective family that can sometimes turn into codependent patterns. So make sure to be self-aware of your patterns of what you can control and what you cannot control. You're there to help, not to fix, right? So deep self-awareness work and an understanding of who you are, your relation, what you're capable of, and what's not your responsibility and what is your responsibility.
Amazing. And one final question, rapid fire, before we wrap up, is I would love for you to answer this statement, right? We'll answer this question or finish the statement, I would say. First gens in tech are
Badasses.
The future. The entire future.
Love that. Yes. Thank you so much to Sylvia and Jen. Can you please share with the audience how they can find you and learn more about Cura?
Yes. Caitlin, thank you so much. And Caitlin, thanks for your reminder when we're going to rehearsal to not forget our call to action, right? Not to forget what we're doing and building here. There's two things. First, to our community, come visit our website, sign up for our newsletters. We are building a community of first gen in tech. We are curating first gen speakers like us for you to come to free events, free resources, free networking. Let us be the pre-LinkedIn before you start having to navigate LinkedIn of friendly people that you can connect with that know your journey. Number two, like you said, Caitlin, companies today are losing up to $570 billion a year by not preparing their early career talent. We want to find future thinking brands and companies who want to work with us. We want to share our platform, our technology, our resources, and our coaching methodologies to help early career talent, all of them. They don't have to be first gen. We're just building it through a first gen lens because we know what those gaps are. We want brands to work with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think there's a link
Yep.
somewhere. Feel free to email us directly, send us DMs on LinkedIn, follow us on Instagram at Cura_early career. Find us. We're excited to continue these conversations, build community, and grow together.
Thank you so much, Jen and Sylvia. Please chat community, please fill the chat with so much love and appreciation. Thank you so much, Jen and Sylvia. Great embodiments of pioneers of progress. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thanks, HubSpot.
Hello, 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 everyone. It is so good to be with you here today. Let me hear from you in the chat. I hear that we have quite a few hundred people joining, so I got to meet you. We got to become friends. Tell me one word. How are you doing today? One word. How are you doing today? We've got Miami, Cambridge, Dublin, London, Austin in the house. Ahmed said great. Coral said excited. Miriam said thankful. Amazing. Oh my God, Tara, you're here? Hi, it's so good to catch up. We need to catch up. Oh my goodness. Well, hi everyone. It is so good to see everybody. My name is Noelle Fakori, and my word would be thrilled. I'm just so thrilled to be here with all of you as a fellow first gen in tech. So again, my name is Noelle. I am the Senior Director of our Experience and Inclusion team here at HubSpot. And my team has the unique responsibility of helping fuel our culture globally through programs and communities that help spark connection, foster belonging, and make sure that every one of our 9,000 plus HubSpotters feel included, no matter who they are or where they work. And the reason why is because we take belonging very seriously here at HubSpot. In fact, we call it our superpower because we know that it's more than just a buzzword or a strategy. We believe that belonging is that thing that sparks trust, it fuels creativity, and it makes our boldest ambitions possible. And we know that when every individual feels seen and valued and respected for who they are and their unique gifts, that's the magical thing that takes your individual brilliance and it turns it into a collective genius, which is why you all are in for a total treat with today's panel. Today's panelists that I'm going to introduce you to in just a moment, they're leaders of our employee resource groups, the communities that really make HubSpot thrive and make us extra special. And I'm not going to tell you all about them because I'm going to let them do that. But today is about being in conversation with one another as we talk about how all of us, no matter who we are, where we are, what we do today or tomorrow, can spark and bring belonging to work in the workplace, no matter where we are or what we focus on. So with that, let's get today started. But before I introduce you to the panelists, I've got a quick ask of you, and it's that to participate. Join us in the chat so we can keep the conversation going. If you have questions for our leaders, make sure that you put it in the Q&A function, and let's just plan on having some fun together. With that, please give a warm welcome and round of applause for our amazing panelists. Let's bring them on stage so we can hang. Hello, hello, everybody. How are we doing today?
Doing great. Happy Friday, everybody.
Hello.
I love that you all aren't allowed to be on mute. Like, this is already the most interactive meeting virtually I've ever been part of. So it's so good to have everyone here. Team, I figure we could become fast friends, make sure that our audience gets to know you really well. So let's start with some quick introductions. And what we'll do is we'll have you share your name, your role, the ERG that you represent today, and then for a little bit of fun, how about you finish this sentence? If you really knew me, you'd know that. So Alyssa, can I start with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, everyone. Welcome to First Gens in Tech. My name is Alyssa. I'm an emerging talent recruiter here at HubSpot. And so what that is I recruit for our internships and entry-level roles, so specifically legal, finance, and marketing. I am currently located in Charlotte, North Carolina. I've been at HubSpot for almost 4 years as of next week. And I'm a member of the Black Hub Employee Resource Group. I'm a member of the leadership team, which is really awesome. I love Black Hub. Shout out to Black Hub. And if you really knew me, you'd know that I'm naturally a creative. So I love music, art, cultural festivals, all the things. I'm excited to be here at First in Tech yet again another year, and I look forward to this conversation.
Amazing. Diego.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Lisa. And yes, I hope you're having a great day so far. My name is Diego Tibamoso Flechas. I'm a principal sales manager here in our European headquarters in Dublin, looking after our Southern Europe sales team. And well, as the name say, very straightforward. I look after our incredible executive who kind of offer the value proposition of our platform, who works with our partners, customers, and all our ecosystem to make companies grow better. So, anyone interested in sales, more than welcome to everyone there. And I'm in HubSpot for around 8 years so far, and I'm part of the Mosaic group, the ERG community that is dedicated to celebrate, empower, and collaborate all different cultures and ethnic backgrounds here at HubSpot. So, very pleased to be part of the group and to join the conversation today.
And if we really knew you, what would we know about you, Diego?
Oh God, yes. I think it's good because it's Friday, so I can say it. So like I'm a guilty pleasure. If you really knew me, I'm a good salsa dancer. So all my family are kind of very well aware. So like hit me out for a really nice salsa dance.
Actually, we're done with our questions. This is now just going to be a dance party. Join us. Cue the
Yay! Let's
music.
do it.
Just
We can
kidding.
do the after party with that.
I'm here for it. Okay, Gloria. And Gloria, I feel like you're the one planning the girls' trip from what I already know about you. We love a curated experience. We're not mad about that. Amazing. Welcome to the conversation. Laura.
Hey everybody, I'm Laura Crown. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm in San Francisco. So, not sure if anyone else is in the Bay Area, but let me know in chat. I am a senior program manager for sales onboarding. So, I oversee basically from the third day of a new hire's time at HubSpot in sales all through their second month at HubSpot. So, that's super fun for me. I love working with new hires. And let's see, I'm an ERG leader for the LGBTQ plus Alliance. I'm in my kind of second term for that. And if you really knew me, you'd know that I'm a huge Beyonce fan. I started our Beehive channel at HubSpot, and I can always talk about Beyonce for hours on end.
Why am I not in the Beehive chat is what I need to know. That's my biggest question right now, Laura. I need to follow up on that.
Never too
my
late to join.
Amazing. Welcome. And Renan, take us home.
Hi everyone, I'm Renan. I'm so excited to be here. I'm based in Amsterdam, Netherlands, and I work as a senior product designer creating experience for our amazing internal go-to-market reps. And I've been working here at HubSpot for about 4 years, and I'm excited to represent our newest ERG, actually, Disability Alliance. And if you really know me, you know that I'm huge into baking. And maybe, Noelle, we can do like a HubSpot bake-off eventually, an event, just to
Say no more.
use
Say no
some
more.
juices flowing around the office. And I'm so thrilled to be here to kick off this conversation with you all today.
Oh, incredible. So good to have you. Beautiful team. Well, my name again is Noelle Fakori. And if you really knew me, you'd know that I love a good forced energizer or icebreaker, which is why we are going to do a little activity to get to know each other just a little bit better. And what's fun for you who are tuning in is you get to play along as well in the chat. And this game I like to call Jail or Justified. So something that is jail is a hard no, a hard pass, absolutely not happening. Justified, you're about it. You're here for it. You're going to be all about doing that thing. So I want to know, as I actually say some things out loud, if you think it is jail, absolutely no, and give me a thumbs down, or justified, give me a thumbs up. And you all get to play along in the chat, throw in jail or justified, or just grab some popcorn in case there are some hot takes that you want to take note of. Okay, are we ready, team?
Yes.
Your very first jail or justified. Clapping when the plane lands. Okay, look at the mixed emotions. Wait, you guys are kind of a nice group. You guys are kind of nice. You're like, I actually want to say no, but this is probably being recorded, so let me say yes in case the airline industry is watching. Okay, Gloria, you're on the fence. Why are you on the fence?
I think it depends. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay, but I think it depends. Did we almost not make it? If so, I think that we all deserve a round of applause.
Fair. Very well justified.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I will only clap if other people's clap, but mentally I'm always clapping because why not? I think everyone deserves a round of applause at all time for just doing things. That's kind of how
Maybe
I
you're
function.
clapping inside you, but you don't want people to see you. You're like, yes, we made it. Thanks.
Yeah,
Get out.
exactly. Okay, next one. Binge watching a show in one night straight. Jail or justified?
It's super justified.
Renan, you're the outlier. Tell us your thoughts, feelings, and
He goes baking
emotions.
and then he's tired. He's not gonna watch the whole night. It's
Just
totally.
because I'm like, I love watching series, but when you finish, I'm just like, what am I gonna do now? So I always try to just like,
Another
let's just wait for the
series.
next one.
Right.
But I'm very attached to series, and I create a kind of like a relationship in my mind with everyone. So when that is done, I'm just like, oh no, I need to find another one, and I feel I'm cheating on them. So I'd like to extend a little bit.
Is it emotional?
Yeah. I know it's a bit insane. It's not how everyone does, but I just finished one series, which I'm trying to find another one now. I'm just like, oh my gosh, and I don't even know if they're going to be renewed. No drama, so I try to avoid as much as I can.
Well, this is a safe space, so I'm glad you shared all your thoughts, feelings, and emotions because I needed it. I needed the whole journey. Oh my gosh. Okay, last one. Waving at the end of a Zoom call. Jail or justified?
Jail.
Jail. Absolutely.
Jail? I feel like it's just polite. Alyssa, what do you mean?
I think I wave naturally, but the idea of it makes me cringe. Like, it really does. Like, my stomach is like,
I'm usually tossing confetti at the end. So Alyssa's like, end call. I'm done with this girl.
I love y'all. Love y'all down, but I have to go.
Again.
You have to go.
Yeah.
I love it, honestly. I feel like you have to have some sort of like human connection when you have just a screen in front of you. So that's why I wave. I'm like, I appreciate when people wave back.
I second that, Laura. I second that.
Okay.
You have to go back to back calls. You have to say like, okay, bye.
Yes.
Hello. And then for the next hello, you're like, okay, hello. And then okay, bye. And then hello.
So team, now you officially know at the very end of this who's going to be waving goodbye to me and who's already dropped off the call. So there's no surprises. The Irish goodbye and the people who overstay, they're welcome. They all are welcome here in this conversation. All righty, my friends. Thank you for playing along. So let's get into our actual questions that I'm sure our team wants to learn more about from you. And Diego, if it's okay, I'd actually love to start with you. So as a first gen in tech, many of us, myself included, have often had this feeling of being the only one in the room. Could you share a time that maybe you felt this way in tech and what helped you navigate that?
Oh, wow, we are starting strong.
It was a hard shift. That's fair feedback. Very hard.
Yeah. That was good. Thank you for the question. And of course, I think in the last years, I have the opportunity and the privilege to work in different kind of countries and continents in the last years, moving from like Asia, Australia, Europe, Latin America, and now based in Dublin. And I will say a couple of years ago, I do remember when I was arriving to this role and the recruitment and the HR team give me the welcome and you are super excited. And the first thing they say, oh, actually, you are the first person coming on a work visa. Everyone is local and you're going to be the first person working under this country, this segment. And I was like, okay, all the excitement suddenly went away.
Yeah.
And I do remember that kind of extra pressure beyond, targets and making a good impression and, presenting to yourself to say like, okay, is this for me? Or, and then on top of that, probably everyone will feel, or everyone here, or they will feel as well in the future, like, did I did a good decision? Do I'm in the right place? Because on top of that, people ask you like, oh, but where you come from? Oh, are you from here? Oh, no. But do you live here? No. And do you work with this? No. And you have that? No. And then this huge imposter syndrome gets on your brain to say like, yeah, maybe this is not for me. Maybe I'm not here. I like, they don't look like me. They don't have an accent that I do. They don't have probably the experience that I do. So first of all, we don't have the, same born or raised story. So how I'm gonna connect with them. And the first thing that helped me to go through it, to answer your second part, is I think when you go through this experience, you need to change always the narrative and see these kind of challenges as an opportunity. And I think I have been someone that I think if no one else is there for trusting in you, you got yourself. So if you got there, it's because of reason, because no one gave it to you, because you work. I'm not gonna say the word, but everyone, because this is recording, but of course everyone knows the word. You work all your body, mind, and faith to be there. But I know in 1 second this can be gone. So reframe that, okay, maybe this is an opportunity to share and to contribute something that no one else will be more than me. Probably this is an opportunity of teaching and learning something to someone that didn't have the opportunity that I had. And probably think always, what is your unique contribution? Yes, in your loudest probably personality or your emotional feeling or you kind of numbers driven analysis, but always bring your authentic self and people will appreciate that. But also important, always read the room, because always going with respect and understanding where the culture you are is very important. And I think the second one is think that you are not the only one. You will be not the first one, so you are not alone. And looking for a support system, that's what I call, my friends, even if they are not here, if they are aware and say like, oh, text, and also people who can be your mentors and your aspiration. People, for example, that you look in LinkedIn or other, like back in the days, of course, LinkedIn helped me a lot to set, okay, it is impossible. I'm the only one Latin moving into this tech world that I know is not my second or my third language, how they deal with it. And what is your advice? And also asking them this question, like, look, if you could say something to that younger self, what will be that I can just take onward? And I think everyone was saying like, look, the first and the most important, don't get frustrated, trust in yourself, and you are there for a reason. And that's going to keep you going until you build that sense of belonging, because it's not from one day to another one. It's a path of a step by step.
Beautifully said. Oh my gosh, Diego. I'm so glad that we kicked off with that story because I think it's important to just make sure that we're real right out the gate around like what the very like real core experience is to validate, but then also make sure that we know that even if you feel like you're alone, you're not the only one who's done it. And I loved your reminder. You gave a bunch of tips, but your reminder around the expansion of your network doesn't have to just be the people you see or people you share four walls with if you happen to be in an office or Zoom squares that you happen to be with. There's a whole massive network at your fingertips, whether it's LinkedIn or other social networks that you could be proactively tapping. So that's so beautiful. And I'd love to kind of pull that thread. You said something around what advice would you give your younger self? So let me ask that question to the group if anybody wants to answer. What is one piece of advice that you wish that you could give your younger self when you were first starting your career in the tech space?
Ooh, I think I can think of a few, and I'm happy to get started. So, yes to everything Diego said. The first thing that came to mind is working hard is good and working hard is important, but it's not enough. Arguably, in addition to working hard, learning how to share your work and show your work, as well as advocating for yourself, I'd say are equally as important, if not more important. And that's something that I am continuing to learn
even as I sort of grow in my career. It's definitely not perfect, but prioritize those. And also, one last thing I'll throw in there, ask for what you want and advocate for yourself, because closed mouths do not get fed.
That is fantastic. Thank you for kicking us off, Gloria. What else would you all add? Any other advice?
I'll jump in next. The first thing I would say, it's crazy to think about this reflecting back to like 19 years ago, but I would say to give yourself grace because you're just starting. I think sometimes when you're jumping in, you don't want to seem like you don't know what's going on. You don't want to ask too many questions because you don't want to be like a burden to anybody. But you have to remember that you're brand new to it. You know, you don't really know what all is going on. Like you're just getting into your career. So it's okay to be confused, but it's important to ask questions. It's important to give yourself grace to kind of reduce that stress. And then the next thing I would say is to prioritize finding a mentor as early as you can within your industry. This is something that I didn't do initially, but I have since done in recent years, and it's been super transformative to my experience as a professional and just as a person. When you have somebody that you can go directly to, kind of what Diego was saying, like whether it's on LinkedIn or somebody at your job, when you have somebody that you can go to and get advice from and get tips from, it can be super, super helpful to your growth. So I would say that, like prioritizing finding a mentor shortly after you kind of get your feet wet, you know, into your space, and be okay with it not necessarily being at your company all the time if there's not somebody there that you feel safe and comfortable going to and connecting with.
Alyssa, can I ask you a follow-up question? And then I do want to stay on this thread in case anybody else has advice. But just on the mentor piece, I think people love this idea, but they struggle with it regardless of where they're at in their career in terms of who's the right one, how do I go about it? When you first decided, like, okay, I'm going to get organized and get myself a mentor, how much of it was something coming to you versus you proactively looking for it? And then what were you looking for? How are you making sure that you maximized it out of curiosity?
It was great question. It was really fully on me, I would say, to like take the initiative to find a mentor. It was something that I knew that I wanted, right? And I first started by looking at like different organizations to see what was out there. But when I didn't quite find what I was looking for, I paid attention to the people that I followed on like LinkedIn and just in a professional space, and thought about, okay, could this person be a good fit for me? Are we aligned? And then reached out and tried to have a conversation with them, right? Because it's not just about you, it's also about them. And it's just going to be like a equal relationship where we're benefiting each other. So that was the first thing I did. And what was your second part of the question? I'm sorry.
I guess like, so yes, you went out, and then how did you maximize it? Like, did you come prepared? Did you like have an agenda or like one thing that you wanted to just work on and focus just on that? Curious how you did it.
Yeah. So initially, I think I kind of came in like, hey, I'm kind of just looking for, you know, somebody that I can kind of learn from. But then one of the first people I reached out to, they actually communicated to me like, hey, it's important that you come in with a list of questions and that you know what you're looking for me so that I can provide the best experience to you.
Yeah.
Really helpful. So then fast forward, when I ended up getting a mentor, my first actual official mentor was here at HubSpot because we have a HubSpot mentorship program. Shout out to Dr. V. We just meshed really, really well because I knew what I was looking for. And then we discussed, okay, could this be a good fit? Was this maybe not a good fit? We found out it was. And I learned so much from Dr. V. Now I can say just from like her leadership and her insight, I've been able to, for example, like go into meetings and be more confident, strengthen my presentation skills, be able to advocate better for myself. And I'm just really appreciative of that. So that was kind of my journey of how I navigated first trying to look for a mentor and just where I'm at now at the present time.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for letting me just kind of dig into that for a bit, mainly because I'm taking my own notes because I don't think it's ever too late to find a mentor. So thank you.
Never too late.
Any other pieces of advice that you would look backwards and want to give yourself, team? Anything else that you'd share?
I can jump here.
Oh, you go ahead.
I think it's a bit similar to what Gloria said, but to me, but it's still something that I think I still do, which is remind myself like about my power, like believe in yourself. You will find the right door for you. It's not because you're starting, you need to go everywhere. You need to just like, oh, I need this job. Do you really need it? Like, how does this fit with you, with your personality, and what you want, what type of experience you want? I like back when I started, I never actually asked this question, like, what experience do I want? What type of technology or industry do I want to work? And and when I started asking those questions, asking those questions to myself, I went into so many different other industry where I learned a lot. I could learn more about this experience from e-commerce, for example. Another one, it was just more data, and another one, I knew what I wanted. And then you shape your career like along the way, but really believe that you can do it. You have the tools. You have the tools. You know what to do it, and don't feel like, oh, everything is hard. I almost get a no. That's fine. It's part of the journey. The no is just a redirection for another opportunity that is along the way.
Oh, beautiful said. I need that on a mug, a poster, a t-shirt.
I can do that for you. Don't worry.
Thank you. Laura, I saw you want to jump in too.
Yeah, it's honestly along the same lines of what others have been saying, but really just embracing being a work in progress and not putting so much immense pressure on your first job in tech being your absolute dream job, because I feel like from a young age we're asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? And it's okay if you still don't know that when you're entering the workforce. So I would say that, like, of course, we're humans, we're not sponges, but having a growth mindset and thinking like, okay, I'm going to try this out. I don't know if I'm going to be great at it, but have the mentality and mindset that you can at least learn something from it, and just be really eager to ask questions, as this group has been saying, eager to learn and leaning into it with a lot of curiosity.
Oh my goodness, so good. And team, what you all really articulated as a thread from like Diego's first answer to all of you is just the ability to like look inward, know you have the answers, and know that you can pace yourself. And there isn't actually like this mysterious roadmap that everybody knows about that you don't. Like, a lot of it is just asking the right questions, staying curious, but also just removing like this self-talk that sometimes like drills us into the ground instead of lifts us up, because a lot of times we're doing better than a lot of us are actually internalizing than we are. So I love all this, and I have a million more questions, but I would love to know, like, one of the unique things that connects all of you is that you are all leaders of our employee resource groups. So I'm so curious, like, tell me a little bit around how being part of an ERG community has shaped your experience and sense of belonging here at HubSpot. And then I'd actually love to hear a little bit around, like, is there anything your employee resource group has done recently that you feel has helped create a sense of belonging for our organization?
I can start. I want to start because I don't want to steal the thunder, but as being the newest ERG and HubSpot, I feel very proud of the work of the group that has been, like, besides like before myself, the group that actually started like this community of like the Disability Alliance that now is official ERG. I think when I started, when I connected with people, because we were just in our, like, say, product lines and org, doing our activities, talking about the topics we wanted, because, everyone wants to talk about it. Yeah, great. When I found like my colleagues that were doing the same thing in a different org, and we could like just join forces and even see, like when I started my journey learning about AD, I felt that me too. And how was for you? And what do you do? And you have something. It was just like mind blowing for me to feel that at work, and then see how can we support each other. And the community was, I would say, very important to have that. I never had this, and I truly mean when I say the community makes a lot of difference when you have it. And this year, as part of launch, we had our Pride Disability Week, where we had like tons of remote friendly sessions for everyone to connect it and learn from, even our customers, but even in turn, like how was the experience from our HubSpotters as well. And was really good, because you can really see how vulnerable we are and how can we connect as being vulnerable. And there is one quote that I always use from Brené Brown, which is just like, vulnerability is our most accurate measure of courage, and being able to speak up everyone to connected with you. It was just a very like life changing for me this year, and I'm so proud like to be part of this ERG and being here representing Dan, and see how much more we're gonna do throughout the years as well.
That's so beautiful. And it goes back to like sometimes you might feel like the only one, and sometimes like it's okay to be vulnerable and be the first to say something out loud because you don't know what invisible connections that's going to spark across the board. I love that. What else, team?
I can jump in here. When I think about how being a part of an ERG has shaped my own sense of belonging, the first thing that really comes to mind is I really feel like it's provided me a space to where I'm reassured that I deserve to be here. As a Black woman in tech, it's a very small percent of us, so when you're able to be in a space where you see other people that look like you, have the same experience as you, it is very comforting, I would say. But something else that I want to add, though, is that by being an ERG leader, I really enjoy it because I'm able to pour into other people. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to be a leader. It's something so special and something that I don't take for granted about an employee reaching out to me, being vulnerable with me, sharing the things that they are going through and seeking advice, and just being able to have those vulnerable conversations and be able to tell someone, hey, make sure you're prioritizing your health. Like, make sure that you're taking time off if you need to. Also, make sure that you're advocating for yourself in your upcoming performance reviews. Let's run through it. What do you have? Being able to be in a position like that, to be able to pour into somebody and help them with best need is something that's really special to me. And I've worked at other companies that have employee resource groups, but I just think HubSpot is just light years ahead. They really, really are. I think that we are very fortunate to be able to put on a lot of great programming. You asked about, what's something that we've done lately that has sparked belonging. Something that Black Hub has already been doing for a long time, but something that I think is great. It's just holding safe spaces. We call them connection meetings. And so you can come in, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about, whether it's something trending or it's something that's in the news that is really hard for people to digest. Just having that space and allowing people that option to come in and chat, I think has been transformative throughout my experience as a member in Black Hub.
So beautifully said, Alyssa. And you more than deserve to be everywhere that you show up, just to say it out loud so you know it.
Thank you so much.
I love that, Alyssa. I'm happy to chime in as, again, I'm the ERG leader for the LGBTQ Plus Alliance. And just having an ERG like in the first place is amazing. But as Alyssa mentioned, it's really incredible to see how HubSpot leverages ERGs and prioritizes them. It really helps shape my sense of belonging. It's transformed the workplace from just a job into more of a community where I feel seen, I feel valued. And I know Alyssa mentioned this as well, but that safe space and just being an ERG leader, having that we have a Slack photo, and having that on my Slack photo, it just sends a message that I am a safe space for folks to speak with. And I've really enjoyed that aspect of it. And I know for Pride Month, we put on a ton of events. One that I really enjoyed was Allyship Without Borders. So we, of course, take care of our LGBTQ plus community at HubSpot, but we also want to make sure that we are enabling allies to be great allies. And especially when the folks that are in minority groups aren't even in the room, the allies are still speaking up for them. So that's something that I've really enjoyed.
Beautifully said. I want to build on that in terms of like sparking moments of belonging. And I'm curious, what is a way that anyone listening in or anybody who's not listening in could spark belonging at work, whether it's virtual, whether it's in person, but what are some little things that anybody could do? So that's one question that I have. And then team, I'd actually invite you in about 15 minutes, we'll move into your questions. So move to the Q&A section at any point. And if you have questions for our amazing panel, make sure to add them in there. But team, let's hear about different tips we can all take on how we can all be creators of belonging in our spaces.
Oh, I can get us started on this one. The first thing that came to mind was taking an interest. Just taking an interest in people, in difference, or leaning into differences. It's okay to acknowledge that there's a difference, but it's whether we turn toward it or away from it, I think is really what makes the difference when we're talking about belonging. So what does that look like? It's asking questions. So like Diego said, oftentimes you find yourself in spaces where it's like, oh, you don't know this, you didn't have this as a child. Do you know Miss Rachel? Like all of these sort of context specific questions that can actually differ across cultures. It's just a matter of, after realizing that we don't know that, then it's okay, what did you grow up with? Or what does it look like in your culture? Or what are you used to? And that gives you the opportunity, or gives someone else the opportunity to share with you, and you the opportunity to learn and expand your horizons. And I think that you don't need to be in leadership or higher up. It's just a human to human connection, fostered by being curious and asking a question.
That's amazing. And it's almost like it shocks you sometimes when somebody follows up and like is open to having a conversation instead of you just absorbing the silence that you can also expect sometimes when you know your experience is different than others. So what a beautiful small thing that could just change somebody's entire interaction, Gloria. That's awesome. Who did I cut off? Sorry. Diego?
No, it was me. I was just gonna say, totally agree with what Gloria mentioned about it. It's also building empathy, and I think that's the first step as well, how you build belonging. I will also say and contribute to this that I think for me, belonging starts when you are able to see and hear others. And there is, for example, in my experience, small tips that I would love to share with everyone here. And there are a lot of spaces where you can do small actions to show that other people matter. And when we do that, we not only empower, we create relationship, but we make a safe space instead of saying like, this is a safe space and it's in you. So if you are in a meeting and probably you see someone is not speaking up, or probably a lot of people get caught, ask him, oh, Renan, I would love to hear your experience and how this topic relates to you. Or Laura, what is in the back of your mind when you think about it? And then people will really think from their own perspective and they will come forward with that. And one, you will be grateful to hear other point of view. And second, the other person internally will be greatly appreciated because you see them. So you don't have to be a leader because of that. You don't have to have a manager title because of that. I think you have to be a good human and a good coworker. And I think everyone who works in tech aims to do that. Your core values are always your values, dependent the role and dependent, of course, the industry. And that's part of building a community. And I think the other part as well is joining this kind of employee resource group as an ERG. For example, I'm part of the Mosaic group where we celebrate and cheers and bring together the different of cultures, where we have different events and spaces from, like the Latin Heritage Month that actually is happening really soon, from the Ramadan event, from, the New Year's Chinese, from the St. Patrick's Day, just because we want to acknowledge that everyone's belong and we want to cheer them up to see that everyone in a way belongs here. And those small actions and recognize the other person is the most powerful that we can do in our daily days, in our daily tasks. And the most important, that works if you are in person, remote, hybrid. That's also an intentional and actionable action that everyone can do.
I love that. And Diego, just the point about just what you observe and like politely nudging what you observe, I think is also something. So like when you're in a meeting and you notice there's that one person who just never feels comfortable coming off mute, and what you get to do there, like in a moment versus what you could do privately as well, I think is such a beautiful reminder.
It is, and it is really special. In my case, I have the honor to manage and to lead people with different countries, backgrounds, language. And the first challenge that, even if you are in a group like that, is asking yourself, what do we have in common? And you will be extremely surprised that we have more things in common that we never, imagine. And I think building that space is the importance that your opinion matter, your point of view is relevant, and it's up to you to get what you take from others. And that's part of a responsibility of everyone who is sitting in a room. You are not in tech only because you want to work for a great product, build, of course, the most advanced AI evolution that we are doing these days. But the growth of others depend on your intentional growth as well. So what you put
Yes.
in is what you are taking from you as well.
Beautiful. What else, team? Other ways anyone can spark a moment of belonging?
I think like I agree what Diego said, Gloria, and Alisa, just to do something different. I think to also create opportunities in spaces. And if we see that we have, let's say, a group of people that don't really speak up because it don't feel comfortable, how can we create those spaces for everyone be able to shine to? So not everyone is able to or feel comfortable to talk about their experience. And when you do talk about the experience, like how can you bring people along with you and bring people in any type of our experience as well? In the team meetings, I can see that there's someone quiet but wants to say, maybe because the environment or the dynamics of meetings or events that we created because we have like offsites are not really friendly to everyone because they don't like that thing. But really understand how everyone is and create the safe space and allowing them to be who they are is what we could also share and create more of that belonging across our work. And I think everything, to be honest, like if you do a party at home, you need to know like who are your guests, like really know and ask the question, who are you, what do you like, and really like be there for the person. And I think when we have that connection and people create those spaces for you, I think you feel more comfortable to just like, yeah, I can be myself. I don't need to pretend to be who I'm not because this space here is very safe and I feel comfortable.
It's beautiful. Just being a walking icebreaker in some ways, just by being you. And it sends these nudges and these signals. And I think even like a mini invitation, like even silent invitation, you're sending that somebody else can be and do the same. Amazing. So team, my next question is for all of you. I want you all to answer in one word, and then I'll have you, if you want to expand on your sentence, or your selection. But I'm curious, for first gens who are looking to break into tech, what do you think actually matters most? Skills, network, or mindset? Skills, network, mindset. Let's go in alpha order, speed round answers. Alyssa?
I'm going with mindset.
Diego?
I'm going with mindset.
Gloria?
Mindset too.
Laura?
Mindset.
Renan? Spice it up.
Mindset.
Don't spice it up. He's not going to spice it up.
Like
Okay,
I would actually change to something else. I'm like, oh, can I change or not?
Stay authentic. Authenticity always wins. I'm glad you didn't get swayed. Okay, tell me why.
I can jump in.
Go, listen, go.
Yeah. So you know what's crazy about this? When I think of mindset, I actually think about something that I learned many years ago when I was getting my master's. I learned about this form of therapy. It's called cognitive behavioral therapy. Definitely, if you haven't heard of cognitive behavior therapy, look into it. It's really cool. But what we learned, to kind of keep it simple, they believe that your thoughts influence your feelings, which then influence your behaviors. And I 100% agree with that. So when we talk about mindset, just think about how different your experience will be in the workplace, depending on how you're walking into it. If you're negative or hesitant or afraid, you're gonna have a totally different experience versus if you're coming in optimistic, confident, positive. So that's why I say mindset. If you believe that you're supposed to be somewhere, your shoulders are gonna be up a little bit higher. Your head is gonna be raised up a little bit higher. Versus if you are very, very nervous, timid, all of those things. So I'm not saying that you can't be. We're human, right? We all experience imposter syndrome and different things like that. But I'm telling you, when you shift your mindset to try to be positive and say, you know what, I deserve this, or I deserve whatever I'm going after, you are going to have a different result. So that's why I say mindset.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I totally agree with that. And, it's when you say it as well, your intentional words every day. Today is going to be a great day, even if it rains 3 times in Ireland a day, which is fine, but it's going to be a great day. So it's up to you, like you cannot make the weather, shape how you feel. Put your raincoat and go out. A lot of people would disagree with that, but I do that, so it's fine. I think I would like to add, I think in my experience, I like to be, probably because of my engineering background, I like to be very practical to say skills, I think it's something that you always learn and you keep learning things. And, technology is evolving really fast. We have to keep learning. Network, as you guys, for example, some of you I haven't noted before, it's something we keep building day by day. But mindset, oh God, mindset is something that keep us, strength when things get hard, that help us to figure out things when we don't know, and to help us to really stay true to ourselves. So, like for everyone who is first gen in tech and is listening this, I like to say this to my team, and I developed something that I like to be the anchor methodology. And it's like, imagine you're on a boat and you go from one destination to our destination. What keeps you grounded is the anchor that you throw in the water, and helps you to pivot, experience, and to say, you know what, I learned what I have to learn, pick up your anchor and go. So that anchor will be always where you see yourself, who wants to make you proud, who are you going towards, who is the main aspiration and motivation. Those things are never going to change. And that anchor is what really builds up to your mindset in the rainy days, in the sunny days, or when things really get tough, is what make you go through it.
Yes.
Beautifully
1,000%. Yeah, I would just like to add on to that. 100% agree with Alyssa and Diego. On our team, sort of the reminder that we get all the time is whether you think you can, whether you think you can't, you're right. Which I think more than anything emphasizes the role that mindset plays. And I'd argue the other two, skill and network, are really the byproduct of having a strong mindset, which to Diego's earlier sort of explanation, anchors you and allows you to navigate the various changes. Because I think we can all speak to the fact that it's fast paced, things are changing rapidly. And so the skills that you brought into the role are not necessarily the skills that will keep you in the role, but it's your mindset that allows you to keep evolving them with the waves.
Beautifully said. I actually want to build on that because I see Lauren put a question in the Q&A that kind of ties to that and what all of you are saying. So as first-gen professionals, many of us often feel like we're building the roadmap while walking it. How many people can relate to that? Yes, yes, yes. Oh my God, so true, Lauren.
Every day.
Oh my gosh. So what strategies or mindsets have helped you navigate those moments specifically of uncertainty or imposter syndrome? So strategies, mindsets, like we've talked about a few of them, whether they're quotes. Is there anything else that you all would share?
I can give two ideas probably. One, something that I have developed for me is growth mindset. And basically it's a definition that you learn by doing, and it's okay to make mistakes. You learn from that. So growth mindset is really correlated to, like, no matter how many years of experience, if it's your 6 months in tech, or I don't know, 8 years, 14 or 15 years in tech, if you always keep learning, one, make you humble, because this culture is about building yourself. Second, it gives you the ability to adapt. And if there is something in tech that you have to embrace, it's adaptability, because change is constant. So if you embrace that growth mindset, believe me, you are setting yourself for success. I'm giving you a huge tip for interviews here. Growth mindset. And then the second one, something that I really work with my teams, and I work for me as well early in the days, is have a long-term vision with short-term goals. Because when you have a long-term vision, no, I aim to do that, I wanted to get there. You do something that engineering is re-engineering or backwards plan, to say, okay, what are the experiences, the learnings, the paths, the roles, the areas that I should go through to get to that. So that will give you a plan. And I think was Lauren, or the person that answered in the chat, that will give you a clear roadmap where to start. And then you will build on that. And it's okay to change, industries or roles or different parts of tech. But if you have that long-term perspective, it really helps you to go through it. So when I want to apply for a leadership position a couple of years ago, I built a 5-year plan, and everyone was like, "Are you crazy? 5 years plan?" And I was like, if I want to be the leader that I want to have, which is in the end myself, I need to build experiences that my team feels so proud to work with me, because that's the type of leader I want to show up every day. So
Yeah.
First Gen in Tech wants to also build proud, in my case, my family, my mom, but in the end, myself. I'm not going here to make things halfway through. And if you have that ambition, and that's thank you as well to the growth mindset. So I will leave it at that and give the space to the other ones. But put those things in practice and you have a good start.
I want to jump in there.
Again,
I love what. I'm sorry.
We have time for both. We have time for
we
both.
give to each other. That's absolutely fine. Go.
Sorry, Renan. So I love what Diego said, all of that. One thing I want to add to that, something that I've done myself is I try to reflect on the things that I've already overcome. You know, as a first gen, you can take it as far back as if you're one of the first people in your family to go to college. You're one of the first people in your family to get a corporate job or whatever the case is. Remembering those things, and that really pushes me forward when I'm in a situation where I'm feeling uncertain or I'm experiencing imposterism. You've already done something hard before. So you can definitely go forward and be successful in whatever the situation is. That definitely, I feel like it's helpful to me, and also having people that know you, that know your work, that know your capabilities, having conversations with those people as well, because they sometimes remind you of things that you've already done that you may have forgotten about that was hard at one point. So I just wanted to add that there. But Renan, I pass it to you now.
No, I think I was about to say a little bit the same as you were saying. I think pen and paper is your best friend. Always write down, like, first who you are. I tend to do this is an exercise that I do with myself every end of the year and beginning, depends. I like how this was for me this year, and I want to I'm stepping into a leadership role. Like what that means for me in 2 years. Okay, I want to become that person, and what I do, I need to learn. I need to learn to influence the stakeholder. I need to learn that technology. With AI, everything goes so fast, but we don't need to learn all the time. So write down your goals. And when I mean write down, because everything that you write down, you're most likely to achieve that. You're most likely to put a plan to work on it. And as the year progresses, you see how much you have done and how close you are from your goal. And also reflect, because reflecting what you have done, you'll be like, oh, actually I'm more closer than I thought. And we don't do it because we keep doing. Not always you need to be constantly doing. Just reflect where you are, write down your goals, and put a plan that works for you. Like you are not against, you are not running against the time or anything like that. Just put what works for you. Like I need to learn one thing this month. Great, do it, and then go to the next one. But writing down, putting your goals, and be truly respecting your time is what can help.
Can I add one quick thing to that?
Please, of course.
And it's on the note of accountability. If you don't already have someone in your life that's a peer, because we talked about mentors, and mentors absolutely serve their purpose. They're so important. But having a peer that you can hold each other accountable with, if you want to be real cute, you can call them an accountability buddy. Don't ask me how to spell that, but a buddy to hold you accountable. I did that with a friend when I was working towards a certification a few years back, and we met on a weekly basis. So it's one thing to have that plan and have a goal that's very specific and time bound, but it's another to actually do it, because if you have another person that's kind of going down that same journey with you, you're much more likely to follow through. So I would just highly recommend, if you don't already have that person in mind, identify them and work with each other to achieve your goals.
Beautifully said. This is all such good advice. And I saw a few other questions in the chat around shifting your mindset, like Miriam, your question. So hopefully some of these tips help as well, because I think the reality is that no 2 days will ever be the same for anyone. Like we're all human. So we're all going to have those same core human experiences, regardless of who you are, where you're working, what you're focused on. But I think the other thing there is that you, like the mindset, is the only thing out of those network skills mindset that you already own, have, and have complete control over, period. So just don't forget again to like go back to the anchor of like you have it all with you already. Just don't forget that piece. And Lauren, to like just plainly answer your very first part, is everyone will always be building the roadmap as they go. Like there will never be a perfect playbook, just really good tips to help ground and direct. Beautiful. Okay, so we have another question from Luana, which is, as a non-native English speaker in tech, I sometimes feel that people talk to me in a way that feels infantilizing. I hope I said that word right. How do I best handle these situations and assert myself without losing confidence? Such a good question. Accentism is like actually a whole body of work that people are spending more time on right now, like in the space of belonging. But does anybody want to take that one?
I can start because, of course, when you work in sales, you manage different stakeholders, and it's really easy to find those spaces. So, Luana, don't worry, you are not alone. And let me tell you something: the hard truth. It's not going to be the first and the last time it's going to happen to you, because it's going to happen forever. So the first and the most important is to remember to yourself that sometimes speaking more than the language is a strength, is not a weakness. So people who speak 3, 4, 5 languages, oh my God, all my vote for them, because like that's a strength. And sometimes it's okay. And then when your brain gets mixed, it's just a show of how much effort you have put. So just never allow anyone to take that from you. And second one, if something happened, just show your confidence to say, okay, help me to understand what is the best way to say it. Or, like the reason why I say it that way is, when I was, I remember there are some words in English that in Australia are different than in the UK, they are different than in the States. And when I live in Sydney, I learned to do it that way. Then when I moved and I was working in London, I was like, okay, this is not the way. And it's okay. Just reframe and just share your experience and show up with confidence, and always be humble to say, okay, what will be the best way to say it? Or sometimes as well, in Spanish, there is different version of Spanish. And I remember one time one person said to me like, oh, you don't use that word. I was like, oh, okay. So what is the best word for this? Oh, okay. I will use it next time. So never get down off those things. Always keep learning. Growth mindset always in you, and show up with your truly self-confidence. And that's the way to move forward.
Thank you, Diego. Anyone else want to add on that one?
I could talk forever about this one, because honestly, when I started to learn English, it wasn't the easiest thing for me. And I started working in English, it was even harder. But one thing that I really did is I understood that time of learning had limitations. Okay, I need to learn some like jargons, like how to talk with people, and that's it. If I didn't understand, I would ask the person, sorry, what do you mean about that? Oh, it is okay, fine. And I was learning. What I can tell you is a bit of what Diego was saying, like, don't let that affect your confidence. Is that you are learning, I don't know, your background, and if your first job or how it is. So really respect your time. And then you will build along the way. You will get easier as you do it. I remember my first work speaking English, and was just like, oh my God, what is happening? I'm in the meeting, I don't know what people are talking, or I'm pretending, but it works. It works. So like, put yourself out there. If you don't understand, ask questions, but never doubt about your capability to learn and move along with your team.
And I'd say, again, to also feel like you have the power to communicate your needs and also what you're observing. So you feel that if somebody is talking down at you or not taking you seriously, or also just looking over you or speaking over you, whatever it might be, is that there's an opportunity for you to say, may I share something that I've observed? And observe takes the feeling like I'm personally being attacked right now by getting feedback out of it. And you could say, I've observed that when I do X, this tends to happen in these environments. And this ends up being the results. I share less, or the answer doesn't get solved, or it takes triple the amount of work to produce the results. So just know that like there's opportunities for you to hit pause, even if the environment doesn't feel like it's going to allow you to hit pause and take control. Beautiful. Okay, last question, team. We'll wrap with anyone who has a quick answer to share, because we only have about 2 minutes left. What is the last myth that you want to bust when it comes to having a career in tech? Last myth you want to bust for anybody listening in today if they're interested in starting a career in tech?
Oh, I can do a quick one and pass over. Your passport doesn't define you. It's your mind, your actions, your attitude, not the passport that you hold.
You don't need a technical degree. Sometimes you don't need a degree at all, y'all. Just figure out, what the requirements are, but don't like self-select, meaning don't kick yourself out of the running because you think that you need something without doing your research. Do your research first. Talk to people in the space, but don't feel like you have to have a technical degree because that's just not true. Not for all roles.
It's
Yeah, you
possible.
also-
Oh,
go ahead,
sorry.
Claire.
It's possible. It's doable. We're not particularly special. We are just as human as you are. So to Alyssa's point, if you put in the work, you put in the effort, you can absolutely work in tech.
Yeah, definitely. I love that. Also, you don't need to be an engineer. Well, you don't need to be even in a STEM degree. You don't need to be a data analyst to work in tech. You can work also in HR or recruiting like Alyssa. You can do so many different careers. You can be a program manager, project manager. So I know that when you hear tech, you automatically think maybe of a lot of these engineering roles, coding roles, but you don't need to do that in order to break into the tech world.
Your mindset makes your reality. So you believe you can do it.
Beautifully said. And I would say the most curious people will always win, regardless of your background, what you know in the moment, or what you've already lived through. So stay as curious as you possibly can. Amazing. Thank you to our panelists so much for all of your insights, all your quotables. You all should be influencers on LinkedIn. I'm endorsing you immediately for your thought leadership on being first gens in tech and what anybody needs to feel successful. Team, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being part of the conversation. Do stick around for the special part that comes next, which is networking. And we really appreciate you being part of our 10th anniversary event. Have a great one, everyone.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for now. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. We're so thrilled to have you with us and hope you've really enjoyed today's content so far. Feel free to check it in the chat. Let us know where you're joining from. My name is Stephanie Graves, and I'm a Senior Manager of Partner Strategy and Ops here at HubSpot. And I'm so excited to have the opportunity to introduce our breakout session today on demystifying AI, providing insight into how we use AI here at HubSpot and how you as first-gen professionals can leverage it to supercharge your job search, learning and development, and more. I've only been at HubSpot for just a few months now, but I've really been impressed by how we look for opportunities to leverage AI in everything that we do. And I hope you'll take away some practical tips and tricks from today's session. We have two wonderful speakers with us today, also from HubSpot, Alicia Perry, Lead Learning Experience Designer, and Reese Ademola, a recruiter from our Global Emerging Talent Acquisition team. Before we get started, just a few quick housekeeping items. We're going to save some time at the end for Q&A. We'll be opening up that Q&A chat so you can ask your questions as we go through the session here in just a moment. We do ask that you please use that Q&A function for questions only or to upvote others' questions as we go throughout the session today. And just please keep any other networking or general chat and reactions in that main section of the chat window. So without further ado, I am going to go ahead and hand things over to Alicia first off to talk to us about how you can start building with AI regardless of your background. Alicia, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. All right. Hey, everybody. I'm Alicia Perry. I'm a learning experience designer at HubSpot. My background is in philosophy and education, not engineering. So yes, you're in the right session. I am here to talk about AI. Until this year, though, I hadn't touched AI in my work. In tech, it's easy to feel like you're supposed to fit into a box, like you need to look or think a certain way to belong. But the truth is, your unique perspective is your strength. The best ideas often come from outside the box, when you bring your own background and experiences into the mix. That's exactly how my story with AI unfolded. Not by trying to be something I wasn't, but by letting curiosity pull my skills in a new direction. For most of my career, I thought of myself as a learning designer. At HubSpot, my team supports employee growth and development. We design the experiences that help people learn, onboard, and grow their careers here. I never thought I'd be building AI tools. Then AI started to take off, and because I understood the pain points employees faced, I could spot opportunities. It's not that anyone asked me to do this, it wasn't in my job description. It happened because I stayed curious and started experimenting. Fast forward to now, I'm still a learning designer, but I'm also an AI builder. That shift didn't come from a title change. It came from leaning into curiosity and building on the skills I already had. And that's the thread I want you to notice. You don't need permission to explore. You don't need to be an engineer. You just need curiosity, plus the confidence to let your own skills evolve in new directions. So what does that look like in practice? Let me share a few of the AI tools I've built at HubSpot. Starting a new job can be overwhelming. In your first days, you're hit with a flood of information. Benefits, computer setup, tools, processes. You can't possibly remember it all. And when you actually need something, it can be hard to find. That's why we built the Onboarding Buddy. It's an AI peer who answers FAQs and gives new hires support in their first weeks. Instead of digging through docs or waiting on a reply, they get quick, reliable answers right when they need them. No more messy info landscape for new hires to navigate. The bot does the heavy lifting, so new hires can feel supported and empowered as they get used to their new job. But not everything we build with AI is about efficiency. Sometimes it's about making learning fun and memorable. Let me show you another example from our onboarding program. On day one at HubSpot, new hires learn about our culture and values. But hearing about values and actually living them are two very different things. That's where the Grow Getter adventure game comes in. Instead of just listening, new hires step into realistic scenarios where they have to make decisions, sometimes with no perfect answer. Do you prioritize speed or take more time to collaborate? Do you give feedback now or wait until later? Each choice maps back to our culture attributes, and the AI gives feedback on how well the decision aligns. The magic is that this isn't just efficient or useful, it's fun. People laugh, debate, and even disagree on the best path. And that's the point. It turns learning about values into an interactive, memorable experience, powered by AI in a way you might not expect. This is one of my favorite examples of applying AI to my world. The reason I came up with this idea is because I saw how well AI could generate content. In learning, often the design of an experience is limited by our ability as designers to produce enough content to bring that experience to life. If I was to try to create this game without AI, I'd have to come up with so many branching scenarios and story possibilities. With AI, I can just give it instructions on the kind of scenarios I'm looking for, and then the AI can create these dynamically, on demand, for as long as the player wants to keep playing. It unlocks so many possibilities for great learning experiences. And learning how to write the kind of prompt for a game like this has made me a more effective learning designer. Okay, one more example. Performance reviews are a big deal. They're an important way for employees to reflect and grow. But let's be honest, writing them can feel daunting. Well, AI can help with this too. Our reflection assistant helps employees structure their reflection, align it to HubSpot's criteria, and spot gaps so they can feel confident in what they submit. But here's the key. It doesn't just make writing faster, it also makes it better. Instead of writing for the employee, the bot acts like a coach. It flags where a reflection could be clearer, more specific, or more impactful. And with targeted prompts and follow-up questions, employees not only strengthen their review in the moment, but also learn what great looks like, building better habits for the future. So again, it's not just about efficiency, it's a tool for learning and skill development. Now, you might be wondering how I was able to build these AI solutions. So I want to share my process with you. Here's what I've learned. For me, building with AI comes down to 3 basic steps. Start messy, get sharper, and iterate. Most of my ideas don't start with a grand plan. They start when I notice something that feels cool or interesting. And in my experience, cool usually equals potential, even if it's not obvious yet. For example, I saw a colleague share a great marketing use case for AI on LinkedIn. Marketing is a totally different field than mine, but his prompt made really cool use of ChatGPT's cross-chat memory feature. That's where curiosity kicks in. I think, could that be useful in my world? What problems do I have that something like this could help solve? And then I just play. And by play, I don't mean coding. I mean literally chatting with AI like a collaborator, starting messy, shaping as I go. I might start with, I want to build something that helps employees reflect on their work. What prompts could I use? Then I refine. No, that's not right. Make it simpler, more conversational. Then shape it. Okay, now turn this into a back and forth flow. So it's not about nailing it on the first try. It's like sculpting clay. You shape through conversation until it's useful. I talk it out, try ideas, and sculpt until the bot behaves the way that I want it to. So if you've ever explained something clearly, you already know how to do this. You just haven't tried it with AI yet. You may have heard the term vibe coding. It's a method to make functional apps or features by describing what you want in plain language, and then the AI handles the actual coding. This is a very similar concept, except instead of writing code, the AI is writing prompts for you. Starting messy is enough to get going. But if you've looked into vibe coding at all, you've probably also heard about the drawbacks. If you're not a coder, vibe coding can be problematic because you don't really understand what the AI is building for you. Vibing alone can only get you so far. But don't let that stop you, because here's the good news. If you stay curious as you vibe, you naturally level up. You can ask AI why it made a choice, or test how small changes to your prompt shift its behavior. Over time, you get more intentional. Suddenly, you're not just vibe prompting, you're engineering stronger prompts and smarter systems. So you don't have to start as a prompt engineer, but if you start, you can grow into one. Now here's the part people don't always want to hear. You're 100% going to get it wrong sometimes. You'll build things that don't land, or that only kind of work. But that's not failure, that's iteration. Each build teaches you something you can take into the next one. Skills don't grow by waiting until you feel ready. They grow by doing, learning, and evolving as you go. That's where momentum comes from. So here's what I've learned. AI is moving fast, but that creates space for fresh perspectives. My background in philosophy and education didn't make me an engineer, but it did make me good at asking questions, spotting patterns, and designing experiences. Those skills, combined with curiosity, turned out to be exactly what I needed to start building with AI. And that's the real takeaway. You don't need to be an engineer to make an impact. Start with curiosity, build on the skills you already have, and as you keep experimenting, you'll level up, becoming more confident, more effective, and yes, maybe even a prompt engineer over time. So start small, stay open, and let yourself be surprised at how far it can take you. If you have an idea, even half-baked, try it, share it, build it with others. The more we build, the more we learn. Regardless of your background, you belong in this space. Okay, so I've shown you how you can start building with AI in your work. But if you're still looking for your role in tech, don't worry. Reese's got you covered. She's going to show you how to use AI to help you land that role.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alicia. Love, love, love that presentation. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone from all over the globe. My name is Reese, and in this session, I will be sharing ways that we as recruiters use AI and how you can use AI effectively and responsibly during the job hunt. So just a little bit about me. I have been at HubSpot for about 4.5 years working on the best team, the emergent talent team, whoop, whoop. Sorry, got to shamelessly plug us. I focus mainly on software engineering hiring, but I have worked on non-technical roles in the past, like legal, marketing, BDR hiring as well. And prior to joining HubSpot as a recruiter, I worked in the grocery retail industry, focusing on early talent programming and recruiting for distribution centers as well. So coming from retail to tech really shook my world, but in really, really great ways. So I'm 6 years in. I love, love, love what I do. I especially enjoy bringing awareness on tech opportunities to minorities and first gens in tech like yourself, because I am a first gen in tech, and I've seen how much tech has impacted me and has completely transformed my life. So this is my way of paying it forward. So before we get into the details about AI and using it during the jobs hunt, I want to chat with you all about how we as recruiters use AI. And I want to start off by sharing something. One of the most commonly asked questions that I get as a recruiter is, are we using AI to screen resumes out of the pile at HubSpot? The answer is no. So our team, specifically the emergent talent team, we review thousands and thousands of applications one by one every single recruiting cycle. So yes, you did hear that right. We are working day in, day out, especially during busy season, which we're in right now. We want to ensure that we hire quality candidates to add great value to HubSpot as we're continuing to grow and scale. So I will say we do have filters though for basic questions to help us filter things down a little bit. So for example, if you are not based in the US and you're applying for a US role, then unfortunately we wouldn't be able to move you forward. So very, very, very basic qualifying questions, but otherwise we are reviewing every single resume, application, all of your short answer responses. And on average, I would say it takes us about 30 to 45 seconds just to go through your resume. So we are moving. Love it. But in recruiting, I will say as well, there's so many moving pieces that you all are not seeing. We're juggling so much, from your application getting submitted to you getting hired. It is a very, very nuanced process with many layers to it at HubSpot. And as we're continuing to grow, we have to work smarter, not harder, as we're scaling. So every day, leadership, our managers are encouraging us to lean in on AI in our roles to be more effective in our work. So examples of how we use AI is a tool called BrightHire. This tool helps us record our interviews as we're doing it in real time so that we are more engaged with you as a candidate in the conversation, and we're able to hear things clearer, and again, just treat it like a real conversation, not feel pressure to write every single thing that you're writing down or that you're saying in the interview. So BrightHire has been a fan favorite amongst our recruiting team. And we can also re-listen to that interview as well in case we need to make some more deeper assessments. So that is a great tool that we've been using. It also helps us summarize our notes at the end. And from there, we'll review the notes, we'll review our rubrics, and then we make the decision on whether we want to move forward with the candidate. I want to emphasize that AI does not help us make decisions. We as humans still have to make those decisions just because of the way that our brain is structured as opposed to technology. So ultimately, we as recruiters use AI to help us with our jobs, not do our jobs. Human brains are still needed in this tech world. All right, now let's get into more of the fun stuff. Tips on using AI for your job search. So if you don't have a pen and paper, I highly, highly recommend grabbing them, because Class is officially in session. So in this presentation, we'll go deep into how you can leverage AI for your job search. We'll talk about ways you can use it for both technical or non-technical roles, depending on what roles you're interested in. We'll talk about how you can use it to enhance your work and then bring it on home, and the importance of using AI as your co-pilot. All right, how we doing over here? Awesome, love to see the energy in the chat. So let's start off with your resume. Your resume is so important, and this is your first impression to a company. So you want to make sure that your resume is top notch. So assuming that you haven't started your resume, it is best to start from scratch and reflect on all of your accomplishments, your experiences, and the value that you added to those experiences. Write it all out in a document, whether you want to write it by hand or type it out on a Microsoft Doc. Write it all down, and this should all feel organic to you. You want to just be reflecting on everything that you have done in your past experiences. And once you have everything written out, now let's bring in AI. You will also want to be sure to have a template. There are plenty of templates online or through your career services at school or in the libraries. There's plenty of resources out there. And with a good template, this will help you with formatting. It will also make sure that your margins are aligned. A clean resume is so important in the process. I love clean resumes as a recruiter. It makes it easy for me to see everything nice and neat. So you do want to make sure that your template is super clean, and you want to make sure that it's super clean, and also your resume is just a great snapshot of your experience. You want to get recruiters excited to talk to you. So no need to spill all of your goodness on your resume. It is a highlight reel of your experiences. Awesome. So let's move on to the next slide. We're going to get a little bit deeper into tips on using AI for the job search. So tip number one, the best way to get traction on your resume is to tailor it to the job description. Now, I know what you all are thinking. Reese, you want me to do that for every single job that I apply to? Yes, I promise it is well worth it. And without AI a couple years ago, of course, doing this for every single job would be mundane, it would be manual, it would be very, very boring, and you could easily get discouraged from the job application process in general. But AI is here and is here to stay, so we should really use it as a tool to help us with these types of things. And there are several AI tools that can make this so easy for you. Key optimization is key to success and getting traction. No pun intended there. So there are free tools that will allow you to paste your resume literally and your job descriptions. So once you do that, the AI would analyze both your resume and the job description and tell you which keywords and skills you need to add to your resume so you can tailor it to the job. I'm going to show you an example. So here's an example of just tools that you can use. And of course, I use ChatGPT to help me out on this one. And as you see, there are so many resources, tools like JobScan, Resume AI, all are great options. And this will even provide you, and they will also provide you recommendations for drafting your resume, formatting. I mean, the tools are endless. All right. How we doing over here? Is this helpful? Awesome. Awesome. All right. All right. Let's keep things going here. So tip number two, also very, very important, writing strong bullet points and action results format. Oh my gosh, as a recruiter, I love seeing the type of value that you've added to an organization. It just makes me so excited. And this is so important because we as recruiters want to see more than what you did at a job. We want to see, again, what value you're adding to those roles. So this really sheds light on what you can do for other roles as well. What value can you bring to a company? So whenever you're writing your resume, really be thinking about that. So as mentioned in a couple slides, again, you want to reflect on it well. And AI can transform like generic job duties into impact-driven achievements by using action verbs, quantifiable skills, quantifiable results, skills that align to the role. So again, it is best to reflect on all of your experiences and contributions, and then you lean on AI. So I want to show you an example of an input that I added in ChatGPT and the output. So here I asked ChatGPT to transform this sentence. This was a very generic job duty. I entered customer calls and resolved issues. And look, ChatGPT popped out plenty of examples. Like they even have it in different themes. So you have option number 1, emphasis on efficiency. Resolve customer inquiries and technical issues, achieving a 95% first call resolution rate and reducing repeat costs. I mean, how exciting does that sound compared to I answered customer calls and resolved issues? Option number 2, emphasis on the customer satisfaction. Deliver timely support by handling high volume customer calls, boosting satisfaction scores by 20%. Whew, I want to hire this person already just by reading that. And then you have option number 3, emphasis on problem solving, diagnose and resolve customer issues with empathy and accuracy, improving customer retention, loyalty. Oh my gosh, let me draft an offer letter right now. Like these sentences really get recruiters excited. So you want to show the value that you're adding. But I really want to flag that it's really important that your information is personal to you and that is accurate, because you have to be honest and accurate in your resume. These examples in ChatGPT just added random percentages, obviously. So you want to ensure that your resume is correct, because the recruiter or the hiring manager will dig into those numbers. So you want to be able to, share your story authentically and accurately as well. So I hope that this was helpful. Again, literally all you need to do is ask ChatGPT to help your experiences and skills be more value-based. Okay? All right. So on the next slide, this is the last part of how you can use AI to help you specifically with your resume. Correct grammar and spelling is so important. Even in tech, yes, it's so important. It really shows attention to details and just your overall writing skills. So scanning your resume through ChatGPT. Grammarly is a good one. Gemini is a good one as well. There are great ways to ensure that there are no human errors in your resume. Because yes, we as humans will make mistakes. We do. So having a machine that is precise to scan through all of your writing and all the words and all the commas, the periods, the colons, to make sure that they're all in the right place is a great way to stand out in the application process. With so much technology, transparently, there's no reason why there should be errors on your resume. And errors sometimes can be a yellow or a red flag to recruiters, because again, attention to detail is important, as well as written communications. And as recruiters, we are looking at your resume as part of your overall assessment of your candidacy. So when you have your final draft written, simply scan your resume through ChatGPT or any AI tools that you use. It will take less than 2 minutes. And once it's ready to go, you are ready to ship that bad boy in the application of the role that you apply. So now we are at the behavioral interview portion of the application process. So let's chat about how you can use AI to help you do well in your behavioral interviews. You've made it past the resume screen. You've made it past the assessment, whatever that looks like, whether it's a coding assessment or a written assessment, you are now at the behavioral part. And using AI can really, really help you in your preparation tremendously. And you can use it to even brainstorm potential questions. I love this part about AI. You can use it to brainstorm potential questions on our values at HubSpot. So once you do research on HubSpot, you can just ask, what are potential behavioral questions that HubSpot might ask? And it can easily pop out, what you may be asked just by pulling from our blogs, our YouTube videos. We have so much content around interview preparation, and ChatGPT will just pop it up for you easily. So another way that AI can help you is you're using STAR method during the interview process. Would love to see how many people know about STAR and who doesn't. Hopefully this session will help for those who have not heard about STAR, but STAR is super, super, super important. It helps you stay focused in your response, because with behavior interviews, for some reason, there's a tendency to just go on and on and on and on. So the STAR method really helps you keep you structured. So in the next slide, I'll go more into details on what that STAR method entails. It is a proven framework for answering behavior interview questions, like I mentioned. And again, structure is so important in your communication. So STAR stands for situation, task, action, and result. And interviewers often ask behavioral questions like, tell me about a time you handled conflict. So the STAR method will really make sure that your answer is, again, structured. It's specific to the role, it's impactful and measurable. So situation is, what happened? So this is your time to set up the scene on what happened, and then you go into task. And this is where you talk about what you did in the situation, not necessarily the entire team, but what did you do? So again, this is a time where you are really advocating for yourself for a role. So you want to talk about what you did. And then the action, again, is again, what you did. I think I got that flipped. Task is defining your role and goal, and then action is what you did and what contributions you made to the team. And then results is the outcome, what happened. So during this behavior interview, like I said earlier, you really, really want to focus on you. You are advocating for yourself. So you don't want to say, oh, my team did this. Again, really focus on what you did. And STAR method, again, is a great way for us as recruiters to assess your communication skills. Communication is so important at HubSpot, especially since we are a hybrid environment. We have people working in the office in Boston or other offices around our globe, and then you have people working remotely. So communication is so important. If anything, over communication is our preferred way of communication. And during your interview process, you are being assessed on how well you communicate, especially in tech. Things can get very, very complex. It can get difficult to express. So we want to be able to know that you have clear, effective communication. And during your behavioral interview, that is the best way for us to discern that. Well, I know this was only 15 minutes of all things AI related to the job search. There's just so much more. But I'm hoping that this was a good high-level view of how you can use AI during your job search. And that concludes this 15-minute session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alicia and Reese, for those thoughtful insights and tips. And thank you, everyone in the audience, for your engagement in the chat. We have some time set aside now to address some of the questions from the Q&A. So let's get things kicked off with our first question from the chat. You can also continue asking your questions and upvoting existing ones there. So So I will start with this question from Tony. I think this is a great question for you, Alicia. Can you describe how HubSpot applies agentic AI solutions to automate complex workflows compared to standard chatbot functionalities? Are there any current projects or teams where these AI capabilities are being deployed at scale?
Yeah, I could speak to that. So there's a lot of really cool work going on at HubSpot, a lot of different teams working in different areas. And we also are creating solutions for our customers. So Inbound just happened. I definitely encourage you to go check out the recordings from Inbound to get a peek at what we've been doing for our customers. But internally for employees, I could speak to what my team has been doing. And one example is, so we have a lot of assistants or bots that do different tasks and solve like smaller sets of problems. But we have a platform where we put these bots, and instead of having to know which bot to use when for what, we have an agent on the back end that, based on what the user is typing in, will like intelligently map to the correct bot. So that is an example of an autonomous agent that works in the background to connect employees to the bot they need when they need it without them having to know where to go. So hopefully that helps answer your question.
Yeah, I know we've been doing some great stuff for customers and have even been exploring some agentic solutions for partners too. So lots more to come in that space. Great. And moving on to our next question then. I'm going to go for this question from Fatima. Many first-time coders feel discouraged when they can't fully understand AI-generated or complex code. What advice do you have for overcoming this and building confidence as an early coder? Alicia, do you have an answer there?
Yeah, I could speak to that. I would say that you can use AI to help understand what AI is doing. So ask AI, like if you're having AI generate code for you and you don't understand what it just made you, ask it to break it down. Ask it exactly how it's doing what it's doing. You can break it into smaller chunks so you can, you don't have to bite off the whole piece in one chunk, but really just ask AI to explain itself. That's the best way to learn. And then over time, you will get better and better at it, and you'll learn as you're building.
Thank you. Okay, just moving on in the chat. I think this next one is probably a great question for you, Reese. How do you view points written on resumes with the help of AI? This person says, I've been following discussions on LinkedIn, and many recruiters suggest that this makes resumes look the same, especially for those trying to break into an industry.
Viewpoints, like experiences, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I think that's what they're referring to.
Yeah, well, this is why I put such a huge emphasis on making sure that you reflect on your own experiences organically and authentically, because we're all different people. We all have different interests, different experiences. So you really want to shed light on your own personal experiences. So yeah, again, you don't want AI to do the work for you, because if you just tell AI to do your work without really inputting as much experiences that are personal to you, then it won't sound personal to us as recruiters, if that makes sense. So AI should really help with formatting, with using better words or stronger words and verbs. So again, you really want to sit down and reflect on your own experiences. That way it doesn't sound generic.
Yeah, I like that. I think like AI is a tool to help support you, not to do the work for you in a lot of cases. So just keeping that. Yeah, totally. Okay, great. Next question is coming from Nandana. Do you have any tips on like research-based roles and explaining impact driven in research? A lot of times there's sort of lesser quantifiable output there. And so how do you highlight some of that experience if you're applying for those types of roles or have that kind of background?
Oh, interesting. I mean, transparently, I've never hired for research roles. I'm assuming you probably have a more of like an academic background. I guess the advice I would share is similar to what I shared earlier, really just personalizing your own research experiences and using AI to help refine it. That would be my response. I wish I had a better response. Unfortunately, I don't hire for research roles, but it would probably be the same format that I would recommend in general using AI.
And that may be one we can follow up with some other folks from our recruiting team too afterwards. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Got another question here from Anchor. What are some ways to manage nervousness in interviews, especially like behavioral interviews for technical roles? And how do you see the role of AI kind of helping to support and prepare there?
Oh, that's such a great question. I love it because we all get nervous. It's such an anxiety-driven experience applying for jobs and then going through the job interview in general. Like, I get it. I've been there many times. And I think that's one thing I love about being a recruiter is, helping people ease that nerves and treating it like a conversation and really getting to know you for who you are. So this is my personal advice for alleviating nerves. Practice. Practice, 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 practice. If you fail to practice, if you fail to practice, or you practice to fail. So really practice as much as you can. And this is more so personal to me, but saying affirmations. Imposter syndrome is a real thing. And we talk a lot about that here at HubSpot. We're very transparent about that. And, if you got to a behavior interview, just remind yourself that somebody in the recruiting team or somebody at HubSpot sees potential in you. And hopefully that kind of helps you feel confident that you are more than capable of doing the job. So practicing in the mirror on your own. When I was interviewing for HubSpot, I practiced in the mirror. I sure did. And I did it many times so that I felt comfortable. Even just with this presentation, I had like my armpits are sweaty right now, but I practice and I'm just kind of, just practice and just saying affirmations, knowing that you are capable of doing it. And, if it doesn't work out, just keep trying and trying again. And using AI should really, really help you again from a preparation standpoint. And I want us to really be comfortable with AI and with the fact that it is our assistant, is there to help us. So structuring your behavioral responses, like I mentioned in the presentation, is best. So again, practice, 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 and feel confident in the value and the contributions that you can bring to the role. You are more than enough.
Yeah, I remember even using like Gemini to prepare for my behavioral interview and not only having it like generate questions for me to consider, but feeding my answers back to it and asking for feedback.
Oh, that's
And that was really helpful. So
love it.
there are definitely ways to help you feel more prepared.
Love that, Stephanie.
Okay. Next question is coming from Robert. I don't know if this one will be contentious, but is there a best template to be used for resume as far as format? Robert says most people use Harvard's template, but some more direction would be much appreciated. Do you have a favorite template or some things you look for in resume templates?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. To be honest, I don't even know what Harvard's template looks like. So, I would say, especially on the emerging talent team, a clean and neat resume. Like, we don't need like funky colors on it that's distracting or a dragging on it. Like, especially if you're applying for a technical role, you really want to keep it bland. You want to keep it simple and just clean, because again, back to what I shared, we are spending about 30 to 45 seconds reading your resume. So as you're writing your resume, just think about it. Like, I like to look for the skills first, the experiences, and then, of course, the value-based statements in those experiences. So really keeping it easy, clean, and simple for a recruiter. I mean, if I was hiring for a graphic designer role, maybe, I would probably want a little bit more character in it. I don't know. I've never recruited for graphic designer roles, but I would strongly recommend just using your best judgment and picking a template that is clean and easy to read.
As a designer, I could add to that because I do take a little time to make my resume almost as an example of my design skills, but you need to make sure that it's accessible and can be read by whatever system you're uploading to. So if you're going to get more creative with it, just make sure it's an accessibly built document.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you both. Angie has a recruiting tip here highlighted on the screen. If you're pivoting into a new career industry, make sure you put a summary objective statement about why you want to make the pivot at the top of your resume.
That's good.
That's a great call out, Angie.
That's good, Angie, especially for career changers, for sure. I love seeing people from non-technical backgrounds applying to like our software engineering roles. Like, what's the story behind that? And it kind of goes back to what somebody had talked about earlier about, resumes looking the same or whatever you had saw on LinkedIn. That is a great way to stand out, like share your story. So that summary point is a great way to share that. So great tip, Angie. Fellow ETT.
Love it. Okay, got a couple more questions coming in the chat. This one from Afan. For someone who's excited about AI and has had hands-on startup and product experiences, what pathways exist to get involved with HubSpot's AI initiative specifically? This person is a student looking towards co-op. Do we have any opportunities like that you all are aware of?
I really focus on software engineering hiring, but if you go on our career website, like I'm sure there's so many opportunities that you can go through. I would start there with our careers page. But that's so exciting that you are focusing on AI. As a company at HubSpot, we are getting ahead of AI, so we're not being behind. So everything that we do, like every function right now at HubSpot is leaning on AI. It's exciting times. This year does not look the same as last year, because we want AI to be integrated into our work. We want it to be our co-pilot. So I'm sure there are lots of opportunities at HubSpot for that, and highly recommend checking out our inbound conference. It's on YouTube. Yamini does a really, really great job in talking about where we are going with AI, what products we're using, and what we're doing to help our customers grow better. Awesome.
Love that. Oh, great. Another resume tip from Angie. Angie, love that you see you're so active in the chat. Impact over responsibilities always. Try to avoid just listing the responsibilities, rather list the impact you made, specific achievements, attainment, goals achieved, quantifiable results if possible. Yeah, that's something I should have done a better job of early in my career, is like keeping track of some of those like quantifiable results to highlight on the resume. Looking back at some of those early experiences, wish I had done a better job of sort of keeping track of how I did against quota or specific goals and things like that, so I could highlight them on my resume.
That's really good.
Okay, a couple more questions in the chat. I know we have a few minutes left. As someone exploring, this question is from Sarabi, as someone exploring future opportunities, I'd love to know what made you decide on HubSpot and what's been the biggest factor in keeping you excited about working here? Alicia, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Well, I was really attracted to HubSpot's culture, like just the personality of the company. It's a little quirky, it's fun, it's innovative. It just seems like the people working here are having fun and making an impact. And so that really attracted me. And then when I got here, I was not disappointed. Everyone's like this company is really warm and welcoming, and everyone works really hard, and we're all like innovating. And I love how we're doubling down and digging into AI. And yeah, there's not a dull moment at HubSpot. So that's probably what keeps me here. I'm just like having a ton of fun.
Awesome. Yeah, it's a fun place to be. And Alicia, you've been here for a year and a half now, right?
Yeah, I actually started as a contractor, so almost 2 years if you count that.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, well, I mean, like when I first applied for the role, I didn't really know much about HubSpot. I just remember seeing a opening on LinkedIn, and I just applied. And then when I applied, I looked more into the website and the culture code. If you have not read the culture code, I highly, highly recommend reading that. It's 128-page PowerPoint that you can get through in less than 10 minutes. So when I read through it, I was like, oh my gosh, like this is so like, I've never read anything like this from a company. You know, I'm used to like the plain language about, oh, this is our mission and values. But the culture code was so unconventional. It was different and it was real. Real meaning like, you know, there's no beating around the bush. And I loved some of the points that were made was like the open door policy, like how there's, you know, you can easily ask leadership for help or questions or anything like that. Like the culture just seems so open, and I became even more excited. So it was really the culture code that got me even more invested into the organization. So when you want to know what the culture is like at HubSpot, just go to the culture code and review that. And you know, it's been one of the best decisions of my life coming here, because it's fun. Like Alicia said, people are so positive and passionate. Oh my gosh, the people are so passionate about our product, passionate about each other, and we all kind of create a culture that we all love. That is our saying. And in our candidates, we're looking for people who are humble, empathetic, remarkable, and transparent. And that's also the culture code. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, I think I'm that. It's just a great place to be. And I'm just really grateful. You know, we spend most of our days at work, you know, and I wanted to be at a place that I enjoyed. I didn't want to be at a place where I wanted to quickly shut my laptop off and be done. You know, I really wanted to work for a place where I saw meaning in my work and that I was creating an impact. And I see it every day within my candidates and my teammates that have been remarkable to work with. So yeah, and the culture code, you know, one thing that we say in the culture code is we walk the walk. We don't just talk the talk. So again, we don't just put words on a brochure because it looks good. We are really about what we say. Leadership is awesome in addressing the feedback that employees share. Once we share feedback, the next day things have changed. So I'm like, oh, wow, you guys are listening. This is awesome. So yeah, it's a great place to be. And it's the longest company that I've worked for since I've graduated from college. And I'm excited for more years here.
I love that. Yeah, I think the culture too is one of the big things that attracted me. I was actually a HubSpot customer in my last job, so that's how I learned about the company. But it was really the culture code when I got into the interview process that I was like, you know, this is a company that I feel like I could be at for a long time. And I've been really impressed with the people I work with, that we do really live those values.
Yes.
Okay, couple more questions in the chat and just a few more moments left. I know, Reese, you mentioned it is a busy time of year for you and your team. This question might be relevant. Are we hiring software engineer new grads?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, we are.
Yes, we are, Stephanie. We are in the thick of it now, especially for our new grad or recent grad roles. Our suite roles are now open. Intern and co-ops will open next week. But yeah, as part of the emergent talent team, we are hiring for internships, co-ops, and entry-level roles as well. So if you are an aspiring Sweet HubSpotter, please submit your application as soon as you can. And we will review your application. Like I said in my presentation, we are reading those short answer responses, so please be thoughtful in those. And yeah, we look forward to seeing your application. You'll just head over to our career website, and you will go into engineering or emerging talent, and then you'll find the roles. They will be closing soon, so I will hurry if you are a new grad or a recent grad to apply.
Perfect. I think we've got a couple more questions here and just looking at ones I haven't answered yet. I think Angie touched on this in her chat, but curious if you have any additional like insights here for those, you know, with experience in different fields, but looking to transition into tech by applying, especially for entry-level roles? Any other advice for those career changers about how to sort of position experience from other fields?
Yeah, so for career changers, like as mentioned earlier, first reflect on your current experiences, and then for roles that you are interested in tech, see how transferable those skills are. And if you're having a hard time figuring out, okay, how can I use this skill in this role in tech? Use AI to help. So I would highly recommend, again, just really studying some roles that pique your interest, then going back into your own experiences and seeing which ones are transferable, and picking out those transferable skills and tailoring your resume to a role in tech that you're interested in. If you need, or if you're interested in other more specialized roles, like a SWE role or software engineering role, there's YouTube University. There's boot camps that you can take to learn how to code. There's so much. And one thing that I love about specifically our software engineering programs, you don't need a degree. You don't need a degree or in computer science to be eligible for the roles. We are all about growth. We want to see how you're exercising your curiosity and expanding in certain skills. Whether it's through, again, YouTube or a boot camp. What are you doing to become a better coder? I've hired a lot of people who have just done projects or freelance work, and they're here at HubSpot without, going through the 4-year traditional path. Not to say that's the wrong path. Any path is great, but it just gives you a little bit more flexibility from a criteria standpoint. So career changers, that is the best way. One of my colleagues, Sarah, she's a career changer. I'm sure she could add some input there too. So yeah, really pick, what is transferable from your current experience to roles that you are interested in tech is the best way to go.
Love that. Okay. Couple more questions here. Some of these are pretty specific to people's individual backgrounds, so I don't want to I don't necessarily want to spend too much time on follow up on some of these. But there is one question here from Sarabi, which I think is interesting. I'm curious if you guys have any perspectives on this. She says, I know many companies really value referrals. From your experience, does having a referral at HubSpot make a big difference?
Yeah, I've had this question come in a couple of times. And referrals are always great. Referrals are current employees who are from, people who are not working at HubSpot for roles. And at HubSpot, we love a referral. I will say we look at everybody's application the same. So just because you have the referral stamp on your resume doesn't mean that you're going to have a better chance in getting the role compared to somebody else who doesn't have a referral. But yes, a referral is great. It just means that you have an advocate here at HubSpot that's advocating for your candidacy. But ultimately, we are reviewing everybody's resume the same. So you do have to have the skills that we're looking for and the experience as well.
I would just add that almost all of my jobs I've gotten through referrals. So they're definitely valuable, but so I would invest in networking and really establishing genuine relationships with people. And you never know when those will come in handy.
Absolutely. Interesting.
Yeah, a lot of jobs I've in my career too have been through referrals, either through like my alumni networks or like professional networks. So there are definitely like resources at your disposal to get access to folks at companies you're interested in, even setting up time for those informational interviews and asking for that referral can go a long way.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely encourage it though. I definitely encourage it, but ultimately we are still assessing referrals the same way. So
yeah. Okay. I think we've covered most of the questions in the chat. Like I said, some of these are pretty specific to people's backgrounds. So I think if you've got questions about your specific application, you should definitely reach out to your recruiter. Or I know one of our upcoming sessions is a networking session. So you may have opportunity to connect with someone with a similar background that can provide you specific advice.
But before we wrap up, I just want to, take this opportunity to thank you, Alicia and Racy, for being with us today, and everyone for attending and for your engagement and thoughtful questions. Like I said, one of the next things on the agenda is our networking event happening at 1:45 Eastern. Really encourage you to join that and take advantage of the opportunity for those informal connections and conversations. And if you are looking for more practical tips for your job search, I'd also encourage you to join the recruiting workshop happening later this afternoon. So thank you all again so much. We hope you enjoy the rest of the event. And thank you again for being with us. We hope you have a wonderful day.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for joining us today for a special panel discussion on building resilience, strategies for first-gen advancement in tech. My name is Dominique Steiger, and I have the privilege of asking our panel today some questions on the topic of building resilience. I'm currently a Senior Growth Partner Development Manager here at HubSpot, born and raised in West Baltimore, Maryland. So resilience, it's a topic that's very important to me. And we are so glad to have all of you here today. So I'm joined by an incredible group of panelists today, and I'd like to take a moment to introduce them. We're going to start with our guests and then next followed by our HubSpot team members. So first we have Brianna Logan, the founder of First Gen Evolve. Brianna is a first-generation college graduate and the first in her family to build a career in corporate America. She is committed to creating pathways for historically excluded employees to feel seen and heard in professional spaces. Welcome, Brianna. So excited to have you.
Thank you.
Next, you're welcome. You're welcome. Next, we have Dax Miller, a two-time exited founder and seasoned technology leader from Happily. He has built multiple apps, helping to shape the HubSpot app marketplace. And I am excited to have him here as well. Welcome, Dax.
What's up, everybody?
Now we have HubSpot. We have our HubSpotters. We have Carmen Espinosa, a customer support and product expert manager. Carmen is a Venezuelan national who migrated to Colombia 8 years ago and joined HubSpot back in 2022. So welcome. So glad you could join us, Carmen.
Thank you, Dom.
Excellent. And last but certainly not least, we have Alana Lovett-Griffin, a senior manager of partner development. Alana is a first-gen professional who has built her career on resilience, mentoring, and being a champion for underrepresented talent while navigating her own path in tech. She is also the founder of That Girl Reimagined Co. Alana, welcome today. So excited to have you. All right. So a couple of housekeeping items, guys. So we're going to get started with our panel, and I'd like them to start thinking about this question, thinking about what's your personal story and how you broke into the tech industry as a first-gen professional and what you're really looking forward to from today's session. So while you're thinking about that, for those who have joined us today, please feel free to use a chat to connect and interact with other people. We have a separate Q&A box for your questions, and we will leave time at the end to answer as many as we can. And for those that we're not able to get to, we will have a follow-up. But what the question was when you joined, if you did not see it, it's what's the biggest challenge you're navigating right now? And if you didn't put it in the chat, certainly drop that in the chat. We want to lean in and share. You never know, someone else may have a similar experience. So the goals for today, I'm all about setting goals. If you know me, you know I'm all about setting goals. So here's what we want to get out of today's session. To highlight diverse first-gen success stories, to inspire you and normalize challenges in tech, to provide relatable strategies for navigating imposter syndrome, mentorship, motivation, and resilience, to foster reflection and self-awareness through shared lived experiences, to encourage community and connection by showing that you're not alone in your journey. With that, let's get into it. Panel, we ready? All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I would like each of you to share a brief personal story about how you broke into the tech industry as a first generation professional. Tell us a little bit more about that and what you're looking forward to in today's conversation.
No, I'll kick it off. So I come from a interesting background from day one. I was a skateboarder, which was definitely the odd person out in my group and in my family. And, you know, skateboarding took me around the world. I was able to do a lot of different tours, and that was my life for, you know, since I found it. It's my first love. And when that came to a close and I started, you know, working, and the first thing I do is, since I'm a big video game fan, all I was doing is trying to make websites, make websites, make websites. So I was always touching base in that first thing that I knew, which was like the computer, the internet, anything plugged into a wall, which is, again, not my family's forte, but everyone's, you know, really blue collar, really making things happen. So I just owe it to them for putting a Nintendo in front of me to kick me off on that experience of really getting into technology and understanding how the world and the digital world works. That was really the biggest kickoff for me, is having the opportunity to have a job that was in the marketing space, that really gave me some free time and some people that were sitting around me that knew WordPress, knew Photoshop, all these things I never really played around with. And I got to just get really, really curious and express that curiosity in the way of building things. And that was really my jump off point personally.
Love it. Love the skateboarding. I just am not coordinated enough to figure it out or balanced enough to do that. So that's really cool. Thank you for sharing.
I can go next. Hi, everyone. Happy Friday. So outside of my entrepreneurship work, at First Gen Evolve, I am a customer success manager at an edtech company called Renaissance Learning. So what we do is we sell technology programs to help improve students' learning in math, science, reading, all subjects that you can think of. So growing up, education was always instilled in me by my family. They didn't have the opportunity to go to college. So for them, education was really a way out, right? So having the opportunity to experience the achievements and amazing things that I did through education, I developed that passion to want to help other students like myself receive high quality, equal access to resources. So back in 2021, when I was searching for a new job, I was previously working at a social media marketing company as a client success manager, but it didn't necessarily align with what I wanted to do. So back in 2021, I got on LinkedIn and I did a search for education, and Renaissance Learning came up, and that was how I got introduced to the edtech industry. And I'm proud to say that I've been at Renaissance Learning ever since.
Awesome. I love that. Love that. And I have held that role in the past as well, customer success manager, and my hat goes off to you. It is you're in the weeds, and also such a great opportunity to learn and help others who need that assistance. So thank you, and happy to have you here. Next.
I'll jump in, Brianna. Can everyone hear me okay? I had some mic issues earlier. Awesome.
Yes.
Brianna, you inspired me because my career actually started in ed tech in terms of my journey to tech, but I was professionally trained as a school psychologist. So from skateboarding to school psychologist, we're going on a journey here. And really what that was writing these like 17-page reports on students that no one read, right? Not very gratifying work. So I decided to trade in my clipboard and all of my observational notes for Zoom backgrounds and dashboards. And I haven't really looked back. And I think what I didn't appreciate about that journey, which I now appreciate, is that I wanted to help students in a more dynamic way. And Brianna, you may relate to this, and being in the edtech space, you're able to do that. You're able to really evangelize education so it becomes available for everyone through technology. And that's the beauty of where we are in 2025. So went to ed tech, and now here I am on the CRM side, and I haven't looked back. the pace of tech, just everything that I wanted to do but was not able to do in my traditional psychology role, I have fulfillment in doing now. So really happy to be part of this panel and excited to pass forward my wisdom to anyone who's willing to hear it.
Thank you, Alana. And I have been, I'm so grateful to have learned so much from Alana. We are on the same teams here at HubSpot, and she's just such a wealth of knowledge, and I'm excited to have her here to share with you all today as well. So, Carmen.
All right. Well, my story is a little bit more about luck and opportunity, kind of. I came to Colombia in 2017, kind of like on vacation from college, wanting to escape the crisis in my country. And I decided to stay. So I didn't get to graduate college. And I started working teaching English as a second language, which is something that I've done before in my country. And I was sitting at a desk somewhere and I saw this flyer to work at a BPO. And I was like, that sounds like a stable job, a more stable job than what I have right now. So I decided to apply, and that kind of like kickstarted my journey in kind of tech. I worked for a telecommunications company, and I was, I had the opportunity to do quality work and do training work, which ultimately made me want to become a training manager, which I did there. And then I was able to jump into HubSpot as a customer support manager, not knowing anything about CRMs or anything about that existing this wonderful tool for customers. So it was a very interesting change, and it's been a very, very good journey. Yeah, I've been here for 3 years, almost 4, and I've learned a lot. And the most amazing thing to me is that I had no idea this kind of like industry existed, or that I could become so proficient at what I do. So I'm very happy. So yeah, that's my story.
Thank you, Carmen. And I know, yeah, like you said, like learning so much being in that role. I absolutely. All right. So listen, we have buckets of we have categories of questions that I'm going to ask the panel today. The first category is overcoming imposter syndrome, right? This is something that we hear a lot about. The first question, and any of you can jump in to answer this, is what was your first experience being the outsider?
I can start. So, my first experience being the outsider was basically when I saw the job application, right? So, when I started my very first role at Renaissance, I was a customer success associate, and my responsibilities included visiting schools and talking to principals and assistant principals about our programs and services. And in the job description, they had qualifications around needing to have a teaching background or just being involved in education in some way, because I would have needed to have specific conversations with those principals and assistant principals. Now, as I mentioned, I previously came from a social media company. I was not a teacher, so I didn't have that experience, right? But I still took it upon myself to apply for the job anyway, because even though I didn't have the teaching background, I had other qualifications for the role, right? I had strong communication skills, strong relationship building skills. I had a connection to New York City, which is where I'm currently based. So I was able to leverage the skills and experiences that I do have. And that pushed me to still apply for that role, despite not checking off all those boxes and having the same teaching experiences as some of my colleagues.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good. Anyone else want to chime in on that?
I think in that same light, we apply for these jobs, right? And we think that we are unsuited. We think that they're not going to be a lot of people like us. We're going, regardless of what that can mean to you personally. When I applied for my first real job, it was a marketing associate position, right? We all start at this associate level. And did I have an associate job? Did I go to college for marketing? No, I went to college for Spanish and business translation. That wasn't anything relevant, right? But you fill it out anyway, and you click go, and you hope the phone rings. And the same thing happened for me, which is, what is your experience? It's like, well, I skate and I designed a few logos and I helped, build a little random MySpace bot that helped build and promote a bunch of videos. Like, does that count? right? What counts? What really counts? And as we learn, as we grow in our careers, that no one really cares. Even then, back in, this is me, I'm an old fogey, right? 2007, 2008, right? No one still cared then what you did in school. They want to know, will you show up? Did you show up to the interview on time? Did you look put together? Did you speak confidently? And those are the traits that matter more than anything that you do. Can you answer the question? Can you be proud? And can you figure it out if you don't know? And those are that learning experience when you first apply for that very first gig. You feel like an outsider, like, is this for me? Like I had to buy a polo for this. That type of scenario is where you really get out, you get uncomfortable and realize that you are what you don't need to be what everyone seems. You need to be strong and comfortable in your own skin.
That's so good. Both of you are touching on something that's so key. When we look at these job applications, oftentimes we think that we need to check off every single box for every bullet point that is listed for what is required. And we are here telling you, like, that has not been the case in our experiences in the past. So take a chance on yourself. And I put in the chat, apply. Carmen or Alana, either of you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I think Carmen, actually, you talked about this in your journey to tech. One of the things that's coming into this space and even coming from ed tech is like the corporate speak. And that can make you feel like an outsider at times. There's just a different language that is spoken in this environment, especially at HubSpot, these acronyms, my goodness. And one of the things that intimidated me and it made me feel like an outsider coming into this was that I thought I needed to be so technical and know the product so well. But the reality is that this business doesn't just run on code, it runs on people. So the value that I was bringing into this space was all of the experiences that I had with people and building that network and connecting individuals and solving problems through really understanding people. So it may not be like what your pedigree is, but it's just your ability to solve problems and to run on people. And that was really my domain. So shifting that mindset of like, I'm not the outsider because I don't know, what every acronym is. I can figure that out. But what I do know is how to navigate individuals and people in this space.
The corporate speak part, all of that was great, but that corporate speak part is so real. And early on, when like you are trying to adopt the language, you find yourself like bringing it into like your friend conversations. Like, man, this is awkward. Like, clearly I need to make sure that I am bringing myself. So thank you, Alana, for sharing that. All great advice. Carmen.
I agree 100%. I think that I also had that fear at the beginning. I was like, I have no idea anything about APIs or webhooks or, how to properly help somebody out with that kind of stuff. But then again, I think my role goes beyond that, right? Like Alana said, is about people. And a company this big and with the values that we have, that's one of the most important things that we have. And only code wouldn't make a company great or even, take off from the ground. So I think that once I figured that out, I was just at peace with what I had to do. And I focused more on kind of like honing in on the skills that I already had. And of course, kind of like adapting to the technical side of it in a slower way, just as, if I needed to understand something better, then I would just really like focus on that. But it wasn't like my main thing because that wasn't precisely my job. And about corporate speech, that's also a huge part of this journey because imagine if it's difficult for a native English speaker, for us here in Latin America is an extra step harder, right? Because it's the language and it's also the culture. There's a lot of differences and nuances that we need to adapt to every day. So kind of like learning how to navigate that has also been a journey. But yeah, kind of like feeling like the outsider. It still happens sometimes, like maybe a week you're feeling like, oh my God, am I really supposed to be here? Or like, do I know how to communicate at that level so I can make myself, understood and all of that? But it's still a very good journey to be on.
Yeah, no, thank you for mentioning and being transparent in the it's still happening part. Because I think sometimes it's like, oh, we're in these spaces, places, and roles, and you think that these things go away. No, they still happen. They still happen. With that, like, what's one practical strategy you use with that inner voice? Like, when that inner voice tells you that you don't belong here, like, what do you all do or say to yourself?
I can start. I think of my journey and the things that I've overcome. So whenever I feel like I don't belong, or maybe this is too difficult for me or I cannot do it, I look back at, hey, you got here when you were 21 years old, and you started from scratch. You didn't know a lot of people, and you still don't have a degree. So all of these things I've been able to build on my own. And of course, I've had great mentors and great friends that have helped me get there. So whenever I see that, that's what I think, and that's what motivates me to move forward. And maybe it's not for me. I'm not going to be perfect at everything. Of course, I'm not going to be the superstar of everything. But I think of trying something out is still worth it, and figuring out if I like it or if I can become like good at it, if I can teach people as well, and kind of like motivate them as well, because I love that part of my job too, making them see that I was there at some point too, or I'm still in that space, and I can just give them tools to just try it out and believe in themselves, and kind of like get the tools to advance basically.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. And that's what we're hoping to share with you all today, is the tools that have helped us to overcome some of these challenges with imposter syndrome. Anyone else? What's one practical strategy you use when that inner voice tells you you don't belong here?
Man, the biggest one is, to me, is, does that inner voice feed your children? Does that inner voice put the lights on? It doesn't. You do. And you continue to do so as long as you show up. Everything really, when you boil it down to I'm very guilty of trying to look at what people think, right? I'm a Cancer. I care too much. I'm softy, right? When you really boil it down to, when you go to bed, is your spouse, your partner, your family, your friends, the people that you really care about, have they changed what matters? No. Those are the only things that do matter. Not the thoughts of somebody else, not anybody else's actions, because it doesn't matter. You can't control what other people do. When you start to feel that doubt, realize what you've done. Then, Carmen, you nailed it with the journey. Like, this is what's done. You can't take that away. No thoughts, no actions of anybody else can take away how you got here. Every step was one in front of the other. So when it's just a big deal to really boil it down to, like, does this matter? Does it really matter? Does it really matter what someone thought, what you thought? Because thoughts are everything, right? No action starts without a thought. So you can squash it at the thought and take action upon yourself.
That's so good. That hit me like, woof, I have 3 kids. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, Dax. You're right. That inner voice does not feed my kids. So thank you for sharing. Anyone else?
So I know the question asks for 1, but I'll give 2. The first thing, I keep a list of my achievements. So like Carmen said, document your journey and how far you came. The second thing is I reach out to my mentors. So once you're in the workplace and you've found your support system, sometimes it doesn't help to reach out and say, hey, I need to vent about something, right? About a challenge that I've been experiencing. You would be surprised to know how many people might be experiencing the same thing. We talked about imposter syndrome, right? A lot of people are experiencing that, even senior people as well. So sometimes it helps to talk to someone, because we cannot do this alone.
That I'm so huge on that, Brianna, because I feel like sometimes in corporate spaces, we put on these faces like life isn't really happening outside of, work. And sometimes, whatever it is, whether it's personal or, work related, not saying, you need to make someone your diary, right? But sharing out, you just never know what someone else is experiencing that could be related to what you're going through. Maybe they went through it, maybe they're going through it. And so, thank you for sharing that, because that is so important. All right. Anyone else want to chime in? Oh, good. All right. I'm going to move on to the next umbrella, the next topic of questions, and that is building a support network and finding a mentor. Speaking of Brianna, right? So we talk about the importance of mentorship, but how can we ensure it's not just a handshake, but a true lifeline for the next generation? Anyone want to chime in on that? It's a deep one.
I think that a lot of people, yeah, it's deep. It's definitely deep. I think a lot of people really try to find mentorship in a close person, where, hey, I work with this person. I admire what they do. You are always the sum of the 5 people you're closest to, right? Everybody knows that. And I've found, I wouldn't say I've found mentorship in a true mentor's sake, but people that I've worked with that I kind of keep an eye on from afar and see, again, not, this is the problem with LinkedIn. Every problem with every social media outlet, right, is, man, they're killing it, I'm not. Snap, why do they have everything and I don't? When you don't, everybody knows that's nothing, right? Like, a couple posts on the internet tell you nothing about somebody. Zero. You told them that they have internet connection is all it tells you. But when you know someone, right, where you've worked with them for a little bit and you part ways forward, not even for like we broke up or you don't work together for something bad, just there, you work with them for a short time, you see what they're doing, you see them growing. I find mentorship in that. I take that, man, they're out here killing. A lot of my friends run 9, 10-figure e-commerce companies that I helped out way in the beginning, and seeing them still crushing it. People loving their stuff, seeing everything that they're doing. To me, that mentorship is double that, diving into what they're doing and what's working from them and trying to put that into kind of like a resource, right? An Akashic record, if you say, of just like, this is what has been working, and seeing them not personally one-to-one telling me what to do, but taking that not from a book, but from a person I know, flesh and blood. I know their heart beats. Those are the things that kind of touch to me a lot closer than a person that I'd meet up with and talk to and explain my problems and things like that, or my challenges, and kind of relate. That's ridiculously important. Those circles are really, really powerful, because sharing your challenges in an intimate setting with people consistently is majorly, majorly powerful. And I have yet to, would say, curate that. But on my end, seeing people that are successful that I know, we were at one point together and on our journey, we were traveling a little bit, and now they're doing their thing and I'm doing my thing, and seeing that win, taking pieces of all those people, because they have touched, and when you touch somebody, you leave a piece with them always. Not only reading from that, but being that for other people, and making sure to tell my story and show up so that they could see, like, hey, I remember when we were sleeping on couches in California. I remember when we were, out here at Waffle House in Atlanta, like just goofing around, like all of those things where you start to see, you see people's journey, you see the results of their fruits of labor, and then you can bring that back in and understand. I remember when they were here and now they're there. How did they do that? Because that really seems like they're doing great. They have found their own version of success. And that, to me, is the best resource that you could take from a mentor, even from afar.
People don't talk often about the mentoring that can happen from afar. So I'm so glad that you're tapping into that. And it does take a lot to like see someone else's success and not be intimidated by it, right? Because I think a lot of times there's a lot of this comparison thing, especially in this world of social media, when we know that everything is not real, but for some reason we still compare. And then the lifeline part that you touched on, Dax, about and wanting to make sure that I'm giving that back to someone else, right? Hats off to you. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else want to touch on this?
Yeah, mentorship is like a hot topic to me, because especially as a first gen, we are constantly being told to get a mentor. And I think it's so critical that if you're seeking a mentor, you want that person to almost serve as a mirror, because, as a first gen, we have a unique challenge, and not everyone can really appreciate, outside of our experience, what we have to learn, what we have to overcome to be successful in this space. So having someone reflect who you are, who you're capable of, and for you to be able to action that is like such an important part of having, of having a mentor. The other side of mentorship, which I have found valuable, is, while I love to work with people who are like doing their own thing and crushing it, it's almost more important for me to have value alignment with that person. And for me to be grounded in what I'm trying to do so that relationship is effective. Because what happens in these like inorganic kind of mentor relationships where someone says, go find a mentor, like see, you know, who you liked on LinkedIn and reach out to everyone. It could be okay. You know, you might have some quick wins at the beginning. You might get some inspirational advice. But ultimately, over time, you need that relationship to continue and develop. And it's hard to do that in mentorship if there's not value alignment. So I challenge anyone who's seeking a mentor is to think about what you're about. Like what is important to you and what you want to gain out of this relationship, and go from there and see if there's anyone who understands that, anyone who really knows you and how you work and can serve in that mirror. And I think it could go a long way in terms of an establishment of a long-term mentor relationship.
Ooh, you are touching on values, something that is not talked about. It goes back to like you said, everybody says, get a mentor, right? But they're not like, it's people are going to get a mentor just to check a box without considering the values and, quite frankly, like the heart of that person. Like, I want a mentor who, you know, has some of the same values as me. That's going to help with the conversations. It can get awkward where you're not aligned, right? You know, I won't go into like, has anyone ever had like a mentor relationship that was like not great? But, you know, I imagine many of us have. So thank you for touching on values, Alana. Anyone else want to touch on this one?
Yes. So I first got a mentor at Renaissance by mentioning it to the hiring manager during the interview. I said, I'm coming into the space. I've never worked at tech before in a tech company, and I would like a mentor. And thankfully, I was able to receive a mentor that shared a similar ethnic and cultural background. She was also first gen. One thing about mentorship, though, I would say that while it is valuable to have a mentor that shares similar experiences, do not be closed off to having a mentor that doesn't share the same experiences. As long as they're willing to advocate for you and they're taking actions to do that, that's helpful. Because when we think about tech, right? For instance, you might be the only woman identifying employee on the team, right? If you're in cybersecurity or engineering, right? But you might have a male identifying manager who wants to help you succeed and climb up the ladder. So do not disclose and say, oh, I want this person to be my mentor because we share XYZ experiences. There are mentors who will advocate for you despite having a diverse background.
Oh, that's so good. Remaining open-minded and open and not going in with kind of like, my mind and my heart is set on that person, because you never know, someone else with different experiences can pour into your life, maybe even more than your original hoped for mentor. All right. Any other?
Yeah, I want to just share something just very small about what you just said, that the greatest advice I've ever gotten wasn't for like an official mentor. We can get those nuggets of kind of like I don't know, wisdom from a lot of people that we only talk to for like 2 days at an event, or maybe you had to work with them on a project and things like that. So sometimes having that kind of like open-mindedness of being a little bit vulnerable and sharing whatever you're going through, you could get a lot of very valuable advice from people that you may never talk to again, and that's okay. But yeah, I think that kind of like just keeping your eyes open for that can be also very, very useful.
Yeah. Yeah. And we, some of you have spoken on, I was going to ask the next question about like, if you were finding a mentor specifically in a tech space, like if that was organic or formal, and some of you have spoken on that, but would anyone like to add anything else on the topic of finding a mentor specifically in the tech space? I think y'all did a good job answering that. So if we're all good, I would love to move on to the next umbrella of questions. This is about resilience through setbacks. Resilience through setbacks. All right. So the first question, Tell us about a time you faced a significant setback or rejection in your tech journey. How did you bounce back?
My journey to HubSpot is a rejection story. I was actually rejected from my first role application at HubSpot. So anyone who has interviewed in tech, not limited to HubSpot, you know that you are going to be interviewed at minimum 3 times before you are told, whether or not you have the role. So, and that was my experience here. I applied for a position. I went through the slew of interviews, and to recruiting's credit, they're excellent here. They were encouraging. That team gave me feedback, and they said, you did well, but ultimately someone, beat you out internally. And at that time, I brushed it off because I had a laundry list of folks that I needed to interview with. So I wouldn't, one monkey don't stop the show, excuse the expression, but I didn't care as much. And I was like, you know what, I'll get something. I'm not going to worry about it. Went on to my next interviews. And within a week, I got a call back from HubSpot recruiting. And they said, there's another hiring manager and she wants to meet with you. And I said, okay. Went through everything and the rest is history. And, at first I was like, oh, well, I didn't get the role that I wanted because it was like a customer success type role. It was customer facing, but also a leadership role. And I didn't realize that it wasn't a rejection. I didn't know what I was signing up for. It was actually a protection story and a redirection story. And it was protecting me from something that was smaller. And coming into the partner space, I'm able to help people build their businesses. I have a much wider impact. I work with all types of teams in HubSpot, have met so many incredible people. And now my impact has expanded exponentially, all because I, just kept going, stay focused. I wanted to be in tech, didn't get too down, even though nobody likes to told that they didn't get it after all the work they put in. But I was being protected from something that was not going to serve me professionally. And I think that reframe has echoed throughout my career, whereas it doesn't feel good to get the no, especially after you put into something. But maybe this isn't for you right now. Maybe this allows you to be better and you could be ready for it later. So I would challenge everyone to look at some of their past rejections and think about how it was protecting you from something and redirecting you to something else that may have been greater.
Alana, that story, I know a lot can relate to, whether it's, whatever job you're in. I have a lot of family and friends right now that are applying, and not getting anything. And while it can be completely discouraging, there is also part of that is exactly what you said: redirection and protection. And just like the mentor thing where we're like, okay, let's keep an open mind, right? It's the same thing with jobs. It's the same, like we never know. My story was similar. I applied for a different role at HubSpot, got something completely different, and it worked out the best. So thank you for sharing. Anyone else?
She nailed it on that. My biggest rejection was I had built my first company from scratch. I had to quit skateboarding because of it, because it blew up too fast. Thought I was, running it, feeling myself, built it, sold it, grew really huge. Decided, oh, you know what? They don't really give out mortgages for people with money. You should really just get a job so you can get like a loan. Instead of using all your money, you can get a loan. I was like, oh, that's cool. Let me try to get a job. Got a job. Felt awesome in Arizona, in Scottsdale. Did it for 2-3 years, up and to the right every year, every month, everything. Hey, guess what? 2 days before your birthday, see what happened was the new person was like, they don't think that you're going to fit on the team. They want to build a team from scratch. From a person that truly, even today, is my mentor, is one of my mentors that I look up to, that has taught me so much about sales processes, methodologies, how to dress, how to speak, cold calling, all those things that I learned from this gentleman. And he knows who he is. To have him fire me from the job that was killing it and had up into the right numbers. So it doesn't matter if you're doing amazing. It doesn't matter if you're providing for the company. There's no such thing as job security because someone might have it out for you, or you might not fit into their piece. But that was the toughest day. And then the next day was the best day because that opened the opportunity, that redirection to work with one of my friends to help build this massive e-commerce and work with a huge thing, which sprouted and sprouted and sprouted and sprouted. It ended up here, there, everywhere. I can't even express. Then one of the things that he left me with, he said, which was, and I quote, so this is great. That's why I want to kill me with this. He said, today is going to be, you're going to hate me today, but you're going to go home, you're going to have a glass of wine, you're going to talk with your wife, and you're going to realize this was like, clearly this is the best thing that probably could happen to you that I could ever do for you. And was he right? Gives me the shivers right now. He was so right. So right. But boy, I had never gotten fired before, especially when you don't deserve to be fired, when you're like, oh, you got straight A's and we kicked you out of school. Congrats. Like, it could be the best day that everything happened. It was the best for me. The best thing that's ever happened to me in my career was getting fired.
Wow. Oh my, that was so good. So inspiring, Dax. Thank you. Thank you. I could pause there, but I know we got to keep going. Anyone else?
Last school year, I supported this school district. They had an ARR, or for those of you who don't know that acronym, ARR is annual recurring revenue of $100,000. And as their CSM, or customer success manager, I was brought onto this account. The customer was already unhappy with our services because they had product issues spanning from 3 years. So imagine me being fresh-faced, taking on this account with a lot of money, but then having to help them resolve these issues. So I took it upon myself to schedule several meetings with my sales partners, engineering, product, and the customer to help them resolve the issues. Unfortunately, the customer did not renew. And that experience just caused me to think back to our earlier question. We've had situations where we think and we're like, do I really belong here? Right? So it was one of those moments. However, I was able to get through that by, again, talking to my colleagues, right? And saying, hey, I had this challenge. How should I go about this? Talking to my manager, because she was also very supportive through that. And again, thinking about the previous school districts that I've worked with who have given me positive reviews on my services and my support. So if that was just one of those moments for me, and whether you work in EdTech or not, as long as you're a CSM, you will receive anger emails from customers who are upset, but it's important to remind yourself that the customers' frustrations are not a reflection of your work and what you can bring to the table.
Wow. Yeah, that's exactly. It's not a reflection of who you are. And many of us have had that experience where we're getting angry emails, and it's important to not let that sink in. It's not a reflection of who you are, Carmen, you want to add anything?
Yeah, so at my previous job, I was very passionate about that job. I'm still passionate about my job, but that one, it was like my first big girl job. So I always wanted to make sure everything was perfect and that, I did everything perfectly because, being the girl that migrated to the other country and I'm supporting my family and I have to make sure everything's perfect. So it came to a point where I was the only one who wanted to do things right. So I felt, and that's not the reality, but that's how you perceive it. So I just found so many obstacles in me wanting to do my job right. And it was impossible for me to actually have a great performance if people didn't collaborate. And it was kind of like a structural thing in that company. So it came to a point where I knew I was having a bad time and I knew I had to leave. But I had such a great group of friends that I didn't want to leave because we were all in this together. So how could I leave, right? And then at one point, when I woke up and I wanted to cry and I didn't want to work anymore because I just felt so anxious because it was a really hard thing to get through every single day. So then I decided, you know what? My friend at HubSpot has been telling me that it's a great company and it's a great job to have. So I'm going to say yes. And then I applied to HubSpot, and after 7 interviews, I got in, and it has been the best decision I've ever made. I think a lot of things changed in my life, not only in the workplace, but also in my life, the way that my outlook changed when it comes to making sure that I assume good intent from people, that I make sure that I involve everyone's opinion in what I'm doing and things like that. That really changed the way that I look at life. So it was one of the things that, the best things that happened to me, getting tired of that job and quitting and finding this one.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. 7 though? 7? 7 interviews? All right. Glad to be working with you. So I want to ask one more question on the topic of resilience, and then everyone who would love to ask a question in the Q&A, please add that if you haven't already. But really quickly, if you could take 60 seconds on this one, if possible, when you're feeling overwhelmed or behind compared to your peers, which I know we touched on a little bit, what keeps you going with those peers who are from different backgrounds? What keeps you going? What's your 60-second response on that?
I'll do it in bold font in a couple seconds. I'm sorry, Dax. Comparison is the thief of joy.
You nailed it, right? I'll say what she said. I'll pass it on. No, that's the biggest one, but meditate. You gotta just lay on your back, breathe for a second, step away, because what you have to do will not go away unless you do it. And that to me is, oh man, I have so much to do. I have so much. Am I doing it? No, it's gonna be there then. Do the work. Do your work. Right? Do your work. I'll take that back. Do your work. Don't do somebody else's work. Don't wish you had somebody else's work. Do your work.
Yeah, swapping the do the work. Do your work. Do your work. All right, it's good. Anyone else?
I can say it really quickly. When I start comparing myself, I think only I know where I come from in my context and what I've been through and what I'm capable of and what I need to learn. So I try to stay on my lane and kind of stay focused on that instead of just looking at other people.
Yeah. I heard someone say I am my own competition. To become the best version of yourself is to work on yourself. If I am looking at everybody else, who am I really becoming? Who am I becoming? Brianna?
Remember why you started. So I think back to Carmen's earlier point. She remembers how far she's come in her journey, and that would be my advice to you all too.
Awesome. All right, listen, we're going to ask some questions from y'all from Q&A in the chat. So again, if you haven't dropped any, please feel free to do so. I'm going to get started with a few. One person asked, who's been most influential in your career so far, and what did you learn from them? Anyone can jump in on that one. All the thinking, where's
Great
the
question.
Jeopardy music?
So mine is my mom. I actually live with her because I help her financially in New York City, and for most of her life she's held 2 jobs just to make ends meet. So I'm now in a position where I can help her just get some of that off of her plate.
That's beautiful. Anyone else?
I'll jump in and say, my partner, my wife, has been the most unbiased, unfiltered visual on what I'm doing, because when someone knows you sun to sundown, not just based on social media or your Slack interactions, and she's also magical. So when you have that vision and can take that criticism, that no one else's criticism can even matter. So that's been the most important thing for me.
You know what? Shout out to wifey. Is she here? If not, just take the snippet of that little part right there and just have her have that. That was awesome.
She already knows, and she'll be like, "Well, duh." Next
Like,
question.
duh, like, of course.
Exactly. And I was like, "Yep, I know who's running it. That's all good. I'm just a tool. I'm just a tool." So
I love it. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll chime in. I love the family theme. I'm going to continue on that. Now that I'm a mom, my entire perspective has changed on everything I do personally and professionally. And my children have been the most influential since becoming a mother. And I think it's because if I'm taking time away from them, I want to make sure it counts. And everything that I'm doing needs to be impactful, needs to reflect who I am as a person. And I don't want to make it too big because it's like, okay, Alana, you worked in software. Like, how big can it be? But if I'm building connections and if I'm helping people and I'm moving with purpose and passion, then my children are proud of me. And the other side of that is like financially, let's be honest, tech is going to pay, right? There is money to be made out here in tech. So I'm also affording the lifestyle financially that I want to give to my children. So they just keep me going because as long as I have those things in mind, I know I'm in the right spot.
Beautiful.
Awesome. I wanted to also mention my friends. I have two friends here at HubSpot that they are fundamental to my success, and we have a very good dynamic, and we're able to give each other feedback without any of the bias that you might think a friend could have. We try to be very neutral with each other when it comes to that. And I think that they keep me grounded, and they have helped me a lot to become better at what I do and like tweak some things that I need to work on. So that for sure has been a huge part of my career here at HubSpot. And of course, a part of my parents, I think, are a huge influence on me as well. My mom and my dad, they're kind of like half and half of what I'm literally like. My personality is half and half of them. So they always keep me grounded, and their values that they have instilled on me are still with me until today. And they keep me going. And every time I have like a huge thing at work and I need to sit down and think about it or think what approach I want to have, I go back to them as well. So I think those four people are kind of like my guides.
You know what? As a parent now, I hope that my children will have that same appreciation. Shout out to y'all for appreciating family members, friends. It's important to have that anchor, right? Because things can change, right? And having that anchor that are family and friends, that's what matters the most. So awesome, Dax. I got one for you. How long did it take to get over the initial hurt or disappointment? Any tips for accelerating the process?
oof, you got to talk it out. You got to talk it out, because that's the take a bat and go in the garage and swing it around. That will bottle up and bother you forever. And if you don't manifest that negative energy and crush it, turn it into a diamond, then it's going to be resentment. And that is the most worthless feeling anybody can feel. I resent that. What does that? What does that do? What are you talking about? How does it help you worth anything? I had got fired. I was about to go to lunch. He said, "Hey, can you, before you go, can I come into my office real quick?" Sure, man, of course. Fired almost on my day off style. So immediately, one of my friends worked really close or really nearby. I was like, "Hey, you want to go to lunch?" Saw some people that I worked with at lunch, and they're like, "Oh, I'll see you back at the office." I'm like, I just got fired. They're like, "What?" So all of the things, right? I went through all the stages really quickly, and I think that's just it, right? Go home, take a nap, just go immediately to bed, just like boom. Nope, no more consciousness today. But again, talking with my friend I was like, "Hey, I just got fired. What are you doing?" And they're like, "Oh my goodness, what a coincidence. I'm trying to do XYZ. I know you're awesome at it. You want to like do some stuff together." Immediately. And that won't happen unless you resonate that energy that you are available, because you did not get fired. You are now on the market. You are now available to provide value. And when people smell that, then, and you're valuable because you've invested in yourself, then you will be just fine.
Yeah. Talk it out. Talk it out. Thank you, Dax, for sharing that. Thank you. What's one thing you're focused on learning or building this year? That's for everyone.
So I'm focused on learning more about the products at Renaissance. I currently support 11 or 12 products to support school districts, and in tech, things are always growing and changing. So I want to make sure that I'm up to speed. I keep myself up to speed with the technology programs that we are adopting.
Yeah. Yeah. Tech's always changing, right? So shout out to you for staying on top of that. Anyone else?
I mean, I threw in the chat AI. Everybody's going to say that, right? Like, everybody take a drink. I said AI. I'd said it. I almost made a whole webinar without saying it. But that is a very, obvious answer. But I think what's more important that I'm really looking to learn, aside of technology, which is always evolving, is what really understanding wealth, right? Like, not money, right? It's never let school get in the way of education. Never let money in. If you never, the money's not the end all. It's a tool to what? And as we grow older and we start to understand that we are finite beings, and there's things bigger than us. With my two daughters, what's important, and what am I doing anything for? Well, what is anything for? Where am I at? Why am I there? Being able to reflect on learning the tools and the thought processes to understand and reflect of, like, why am I doing this? Why am I busy? Am I busy on purpose? Is busy a good thing? Why do I want to be busy? All of those things, right? Those are the real things to learn, to have those knowledge tools to be able to digest and understand why we get up and not sleeping all day. Why do we keep the laptop open late? Why is it 4:30 in the morning in Seoul, Korea right now where I'm at, and I'm on the phone? Why? It's different for everybody, but you got to understand it. Otherwise, you are a robot and you're going with no motion, no purpose.
Yeah. Yeah. That goes back, Brianna. I think you said it, remembering the why, right? Or we do become robots, which is the fear that everyone has. But anyway, next question. We may not get to everyone, so if you feel led to jump in here, it's a long one. Many first-gen professionals face moments where setbacks feel especially heavy because there isn't a roadmap from family or community to follow. Can you share a time when you almost considered stepping away from tech, and what specific support, mindset, or resource helped you push through and keep going?
I feel like that every day. No, I'm just kidding. But particularly now, it's back to school season. So it's one of our busiest times at Renaissance. And for the past 3 weeks, I've been receiving emails from angry teachers or school district leaders about product issues and not being able to access it. And obviously in tech, things doesn't always work as they're supposed to. So I've been one, frustrated with all of these issues and thinking, well, do I really want to stay in ed tech? But again, going back to my earlier advice, remembering the why, right? Thinking about my customers. When I make them happy and they send me positive notes and say, thank you for your quick escalation on that support ticket, that keeps me going. And also, like I said, my colleagues in the workplace, right? Having those one-to-one sessions where we can talk through our challenges together, that also helps as well.
I had someone recommend, it's like having a folder. I forgot what they called it, but like a folder of like positive things that people say, right? Like maybe my kids get glow notes at school, something like that, where it's a folder of all of these things that you can keep top of mind. So when you have a not so great day or a moment or week or month, you can lean back on those. So yeah, brag book, Lauren. I like that. Like that. Anyone else?
Yeah, it's interesting because I go through periods of this as well, Brianna, where it's just like, what am I even doing? And it's like a dual weight. So there's a weight of taking on everything that makes you want to walk away. But then what pulls me in is the weight of, what if I get this right and I make it better for everyone like me, or everyone who's trying to amass something in the way that I am or come into the field? What if this works out? what type of impact and change could that be? So it's almost like the idea of possibility and opportunity continues to bring me back. So that's more of a mindset thing, but it's a network thing too. I would be remiss to not shout out the incredible people that I've met here at HubSpot, just like people that will be in my life forever. And to walk away from that is something that I'm not willing to risk. I'm not willing to risk like having to find a network in the way that this community has helped build me up. So in those times, I seek my community. Dom is part of that community. There are people in this chat that are part of that community. And I think having that, I'm really fortunate and blessed, but I'm not willing to sacrifice it.
Beautiful. Love you, Lana. Anyone else? I think that's good. I think that's good. Listen, this has been an amazing panel discussion. Dax, Brianna, Carmen, Alana, thank you so much for sharing your powerful stories and insights with us today. And if you have not done so already, take a screenshot, connect with them on LinkedIn. I'm sure they would love to hear from you. Please do that. So thank you for being engaged. This conversation does not have to end here. I encourage you all to connect with each of those panelists and each other, right? Some of y'all are talking back and forth in the chat, connect with each other. You do have the ability to do that inside of the platform. The power of a strong community can make all the difference. And I hope you found a new connection or a bit of inspiration today. I want to leave you with a quote. I was trying to figure out like what to leave with. Before I jumped onto the session, I was like, let me turn on my R&B playlist. And there was a well-known singer who sings a song. And at the end or in the middle bridge, they don't do those today. It says, I don't know, only God knows where the story ends for me. But I know where the story begins. It's up to us to choose whether we win or lose. And I choose to win. Shout out to anybody who knows the song and the artist. Drop it in the chat. It has been great being with you all today. Have a fantastic day. Join us for the closing remarks. You don't want to miss it. Take care, everybody. No more pain. Anna, you got it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Bodie Snee, and I'm part of the emerging talent team here at HubSpot. Thank you so much for joining us for this incredible event today. Before we dive in, quick reminder, feel free to use the chat to connect with each other throughout the session. And if you have questions for our speakers, please be sure to drop them into the Q&A box so we can be sure to address them during the Q&A portion of our session. Now, I have the absolute pleasure of introducing two amazing HubSpotters who are pioneers of progress themselves. First up, Steph McDonald, based out of Charleston, South Carolina. Steph, give us a little wave. Steph has been with HubSpot for over 4 years, but she's been in the recruiting game much longer. Funny enough, she didn't plan on becoming a recruiter. It happened by accident. But she quickly fell in love with the challenge of matching people to high-impact roles. Steph focuses on hiring designers and product managers for our product team, and she's also a passionate leader in HubSpot Women's Network, as well as a champion for inclusion across the company. And when she's not connecting people with opportunities, you may find her adventuring through Breath of the Wild. And alongside Steph, we have Nadine Sousa joining us from Dublin. Nadine has been with HubSpot for 4 years and specializes in recruiting for go-to-market roles. Think customer service managers, community managers, and other client-facing stars who makes HubSpot shine. Nadine's path to recruitment came from a genuine passion for helping people recognize their strengths and achieve their career goals. For her, it's never been just about matching skills to roles. It's about unlocking potential and creating opportunities for people to thrive. And when she's not doing that, you'll find her battling it out in the world of League of Legends. Together, Steph and Nadine are proof that recruiting isn't just about filling roles, it's about shaping careers, building teams, and driving the future of HubSpot. Please join me, everyone, in giving them both a huge round of virtual applause as I hand things over to Steph to kick us off.
All right. And well, welcome everybody. We're so thrilled that you're here. We love our First Gens in Tech. HubSpot is a company founded by First Gens, so it's really exciting to see how many people have joined us to learn a little bit about leveling up your job search. So this is going to be your player's guide to landing your dream role. And I'm going to ask for some patience while we sort of use a gaming theme here, and I promise you're going to get some great tips and tricks along the way. So let me advance the slide. Let's see. There we go. All right. So as you're considering your job search, you want to create the character that you want to play. Just like in an adventure video game, you have the opportunity to show up as your best self throughout this journey and make an impression on hiring leaders throughout your career. Whether you're just starting your journey or you're leveled up and looking for inspiration, we've got you covered. So we know that there's a lot of unknowns when you're navigating your journey to that new role or level. But with some strategy, resilience, and the right resources, you can get the role you're looking for without sacrificing your hearts. First, you're going to think of yourself as a character in a video game. I know that might seem silly, but again, play along. I promise you're going to get some good takeaways. Each player has their strengths and weaknesses, their backpack full of tools, and the power-ups that help them get through the biggest bosses along the way. Wait a minute, there's bosses? Yes, we'll talk about that shortly. So as you assess your character strengths and weaknesses, you'll find that you have intrinsic or learned behaviors that can help you along your journey. So things like resilience, adaptability, your technical skills, strong communication, empathy, which is my favorite, and so many more. There are lots of superpowers that you might possess. And I think we're going to have a little poll here to have y'all share what your superpowers are. So as you can see, we each have strengths that we can nurture and use to overcome challenges throughout our career journey. So here I want to talk about discovering your superpowers. Things like resilience. It's so important in technology. I can't tell you how many times from day to day I have to really dig deep and keep moving things forward to progress. Adaptability, learning from your ever-changing environments and requirements that are going to be asked of you throughout your career. Your technical skills. So having expertise that gives you an edge in the digital workspace. So think AI or other emerging tools. Your communication. So having clear, confident messaging that builds your credibility. And then empathy, which is really helping and understanding others' perspectives along the way. That can be such an important superpower, especially when you're frustrated and feel like people might be resisting your ideas. So next up, let's talk about your character stat sheet or your resume. It will help recruiters understand your stats, your gear, and your special powers. So starting off, let's level up. The things that you want to think about when you're designing your resume is your character stats, which is going to be your header. So it should be very easy to read, bold your name at the top, only include the relevant information that's up to date and reliable. So if you've changed email addresses since the last time that you updated your resume, make sure that that's up to date. Your contact information is your spawn point. You would be surprised in the many years of recruiting that I've had, how many people forget to put contact information on their resume. It's really kind of stunning. So make sure that's in there. And then your skills, those are going to be your weapons. So the things that you want to highlight about yourself that you feel like you have strengths in. So maybe it's programming in Python or SQL, using HubSpot's tools, for example, or that you design in Figma, whatever those skills are. But I will say you need to keep them up to date. So there are things that we as recruiters always just assume that you know, So things like Google Sheets or Gmail, don't include those on your resume. You're just wasting really valuable space. And then your experience is going to be your quests completed. So these are the things that you've done over your career that you're proud of, that you've made an impact from. So you should be using action verbs to really call these out. So that's going to be things like I designed, I built, I led, I optimized. And then data is again, another power up that you have at your hands. So I boosted sales by 20% is a really good example. But even in administrative or analysis roles, maybe you found a process that reduced time to do something by 3 days, and that saved the company money. So data is huge on your resume, and it's something that really catches the eye of a recruiter. So next up, we're going to talk about completing your character build. So the way that you want to format your resume depends on where you are in your career. So if you're, emerging talent coming out of school or getting internships, education is going to be really important and highlighted toward the top of your resume. If you're a little bit more senior in your career, like me, you'll probably put that toward the bottom of your resume and really let the skills and experiences that you've built stand out at the top. And one thing I do love to share, especially with people like this, just to be real for a second, I don't have a college degree. I didn't finish school. Not saying that you shouldn't, but I just wanted to make sure that people understood that it is definitely possible to have a really successful career without a degree. And if anybody wants to chat with me about that, you can hit me on LinkedIn. It's something I'm particularly passionate about. You can have a really successful career. Could it be a little bit harder? Sure. But, it's still worth the journey. Let's see. And then, for as far as the resume traps, we'll talk about that for a quick second. There are things that you can do on your resume that are really going to hold you back from getting noticed. Let's talk about those. So the length of your resume, this is kind of a contentious issue with me because I personally don't care. I feel like this advice came from back in the day when we used to print resumes versus having a screen where we have your resume sitting while we're talking to you. But I think it is true that, if you're an early career person, 1 to 2 pages is perfect. And I would say probably 1.5 is probably where you want to be shooting for, unless you can get it down to 1, which is even better. And the reason I say that is because, the more that you're able to really have everything focused on the highest value statements about yourself and your work, the more opportunities you're going to have put in front of you. The next thing is vague language. So again, your resume is not your job description. Really, the two things have nothing to do with each other. So using something like I was responsible for, that's really not impactful. And honestly, as a recruiter, I don't really care. So what I want to see is like, I designed the thing, I led the thing, I built it. I had this impact that was outsized for the work that I had to do. Again, another critical hit against your credibility is going to be those typos or grammatical errors. They happen, I get it, but we also have a lot of tools, AI, Grammarly, just even built into native, Word and other word processing products. Like all of that is in there. So just make sure that you're really doing a deep dive there. Maybe share it with your parents if they may pick up on things that you miss. And then finally, if the UI is messy, in other words, your formatting is a little bit unclear or messy, that may end up in a rage quit from your recruiter. So just make sure it looks clean, neat. The fonts that you choose, please don't choose like a size 5 font trying to get everything on one page, because my old eyes, please have mercy. Let's see. Next up, your resume really is sharing your hero's journey. So it's the quests that you've completed and just proving out that you're ready for your next big adventure. And so ignore this next advice at your peril. So next up is fighting the boss. This is everybody's favorite part. I'm being sarcastic. Everybody hates interviewing. So fighting the boss and mastering an interview, you'll notice that both the boss and the character in the slide that's fighting him, they both have a health bar. So I think, what you want to think about is like, how am I going to get that person's health bar down? Not to kill them, but to like prove that you're the right person so they stop looking for another person. So one pro tip that I have about, preparing is use AI. AI is your secret weapon. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in a second, but one of the things that you'll notice about recruiting today is that we get a huge amount of resumes. There's a lot of people looking for work, unfortunately. So one of the things that you'll notice is that jobs that are posted get taken down very quickly because we get a huge amount of interest, whether it's us at HubSpot or really any company right now. So I highly recommend grabbing a screenshot, downloading, or even just copying and pasting the body of or the information from the job description and keeping that. You can title it like HubSpot data analyst job, throw it in a folder. If you never hear from us except to say that we're not moving forward with you, throw it away. But the good thing is that for you who has taken the time to kind of save and organize your search in that way, when the recruiter does call, you've got the job description. You can take that job description, put it into AI next to your resume. Okay, AI, tell me the gaps. What are things that I'm going to need to highlight to make sure that I'm really the best person for this role? So that's one hot tip. So let's talk a little bit about using AI as your co-op partner to level up your interview game. So practice battles, which are mock interviews. There's lots of tools out there. You can even just use ChatGPT or any of those tools. And they can be kind of a mini boss for you to help you get over the nerves of talking about a particular project or just, again, I recognize people don't love interviewing. So the more opportunities that you have that you put in front of yourself to practice, the better you're going to be. And then your skill refinement is kind of polishing up those answers. So you can ask AI, what's another way I could have said this? Or, what are some of the things that I need to be thinking about when I'm interviewing for a role such as this? And then for world exploration, that'll be your company research. Oh my goodness, AI is just the perfect tool for this now. I'm so excited. Sorry, I love AI. So it's really going to be your map. Some of my favorite use cases right now are to say, hey, I'm interviewing with HubSpot, for example. Who are some of their competitors? What might they be doing better than HubSpot? And then another piece of advice that I have is the opportunity that you get with a tech company to impress them. One very easy way is to use their product. I still say that I got the job at HubSpot because I told people that I used the product. I didn't spend hours. I downloaded a free version. It was very easy. I navigated around. I got a little bit familiar with the product, and then I came to the interviews with a point of view, and it was huge. And then your NPC, or that stands for non-player characters, for those of you who may not play video games, the smart questions, again, you can use AI to help you generate questions that you may have for your panel. The worst thing that you can do is to walk into an interview, virtual or in person, and not have questions for them. So AI does a really good job of saying like, hey, generate 5 questions that I can ask the interviewer at HubSpot about their business or about their culture or whatever it is that you're curious to know more about. Got it? All right. So now you're ready for the next level. You've achieved all what you wanted to unlock and you're ready for that interview. And my last tip is that you are the focus of the interview. That's the point, is to learn more about you. You happen to be, believe it or not, the global expert on you anywhere in the world or the universe. So you got this. You can show up your best self and bring all the energy of somebody like Noel, who you met earlier. I always try to match her energy and I've never made it successfully. So great. And I think now we're ready to hand off to Nadine.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Steph. That was amazing. I was just so engaged and I was thinking like, what's my final boss now? But yeah, I would love to co-partner with AI. The amount of games I'm losing with other 4 people that don't know the game, I would love just to partner up as well. But perfect. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining the session. My name is Nadine again, and today I'm going to share some nuggets on personal branding and networking. I think this is also very important, adding to what Steph just said there. I think one key thing that we'll talk about today and why it's networking is so important as well is, as she said, the market is getting so competitive. You really need to stand out, and there's other ways of doing that as well besides your CV. So it will be a fun topic as well to add on to this. So yeah, one thing that I also wanted to say on this, when they asked me to speak about this personal branding and networking, I was just thinking like, what's the best approach that I can do here? I've been doing a few events where I talk about this, and it's just very much bullet points. Here's what you do. But I feel like from my experience, I got to learn a little bit more on why exactly it's important and how can these little tips that I'm going to be sharing today actually help you a little bit more, because obviously we have AI at the moment. I feel like AI would give this presentation, but it wouldn't share like a human point of view. So today I'm going to take that little approach, still saying a few tips, obviously, but I would just like you to know like what has worked for me from someone that is a little bit introvert now. I think post COVID, I'm a little bit more introvert than extrovert, and I always feel like yeah, public and networking is always a big thing. So yeah, so hopefully you like that approach as well, and gives you a little bit more sense to it. So when I ask ChatGPT why personal branding is so important, it's usually the same bullet points, right? It helps you find a job. It builds you your visibility. It grows your network. It positions you as an expert. It can create future career opportunities. And all of this, honestly, it's true. And it's exactly like the benefit from it. But for me, that wasn't enough to keep me being consistent or intentional about my time doing personal branding and networking. And this is where I felt I would always lack. Imposter syndrome would come out. I'm not good enough. I don't know what I'm doing. It's been 3 weeks of not posting. What am I doing? How am I ever going to get like the opportunity that I want if I'm not giving and not putting the work in? So it would generate a lot of pressure, a lot of anxiety, and it's something that instead of you having like a nice flat line, you're just having ups and downs all around, and it's something that is very simple to be having those up and downs. So what I tried to focus, and this is one thing that I used on my personal life, that I just thought like, what about if I use it for my professional side of things, is the my understanding of like why this values me and why do I want to do it. Actually, is it because everyone is doing it? Is it because my cousin said it worked out for her? Is it because my coworker that got the nice job said it worked out for them? So it's really, I felt that I was more productive and more consistent in actually enjoying doing this bit when I found my why. So for me, it's a bit different. I feel like, as Sarah introduced myself there, I feel like when I became a recruiter to help others, like that essentially was it. That was one of my big things why I wanted to be in this position. So for me, that personal branding and that networking is just about helping others the same way I wish someone had helped me. One thing that we didn't mention there on my intro, but just very quickly, I was born in Portugal and I moved to Ireland 8 years ago. So that first year was just obviously new language, new country, new job market, and culturally things are different in the job market. So it took me a while to learn and really understand my potential, even or even put myself towards bold opportunities that I thought at the time, because I didn't have that guidance. So this is exactly what I want to do with my personal branding. This is what I want to share. This is what I want people to kind of know me or see me as when they look at my profile and everything. So for me, it's more about sharing job search, interview tips, giving people that confidence that I wish someone gave to me, and eventually they did, obviously, and making sure that the voice is feel represented, and then mostly that I'm opening doors and not just about not only for me, not only doors for me, but for others who might be walking the same path. So I feel like that was super important when it came to get the personal branding and the networking. So now on this next slide, I would love to kind of go through still, obviously, a few tips. And here I'm just going to show what I feel as a recruiter that I see the most and what's most important. I really don't want to give you like heavy information on this session. I just really want you to reflect and think a little bit more about what that means to you, but obviously giving a few tips of what's kind of the basic and what you should have as well. So before even like posting and being online and being active, creating content and all of this, I feel like your profile has to be the first thing you really want to fix, and you want to make sure that it has everything you need to cause that really strong and authentic impression. So this is what I kind of believe it matters most. I think the cover photo, it's a big thing. If you're already working for a company, you already have that cover photo, like I do, for example, that's fine. But if you're looking for a job, or if you're in your company, you are allowed to be a little bit more open. I would definitely try to add in something to that cover photo that represents you. And when I say that is, for example, if you're going for more creative roles, it's normal that you'll have a more creative cover photo. So I'll always try to have a little bit of yourself, but also always make sure that it's relevant to what you're looking for and the journey that you want to take. And then the headline there, I think it's also very important. That was, I think for me, that was one of my big steps when coming to personal branding. I really wanted something open, something that people can feel connected when they see my profile, that they can feel that they can send a message, that they can connect with me, and that they can more like of an open book basically and see me that way. So cheerful has always been one of my biggest things. I feel like that's my superpower, as Steph was talking about them. I feel like I'm always very empathetic, and I can always try to put myself in other people's shoes, but also kind of be that positive person that will make you get there and make you and incentivize you as well to get where you want to be, and really make you believe that you can do that. So that was one big thing, but obviously you still have to put in your job title and everything professional. So have a little bit of you, a little bit professional, a little bit of where you want to go. That's what I would always say. And then the about section, I think it's like the same way you have a little summary of yourself on your CV, you should definitely have it on your LinkedIn. And this should speak again to you. So I always start with a motto, or start with something that really shows myself to the world, or that I believe in, and just be genuine. That's kind of the part. Obviously, this is a LinkedIn profile, but I just like to have a little bit of me in it, and that would be the part that I'm a little bit more genuine about what I do and what I would like to do. So I try to have just that, what I go by, my day to day, and then obviously my responsibilities and a little bit of my hobbies. So I think it's really important that you share a little bit more about that. I feel like it's also important if you're looking for a new career path and you want to share why you're going through that specific career path, or if you're moving careers as well. It's also important to share there. Again, it just gives a quick snapshot of you, and I could just quickly read who are you, where you want to go, what do you want to be known as of, and who are you as a person before I even met you. So yeah, one thing that's not there is skills. That's definitely important as well. Keywords is how we recruiters search people on LinkedIn. So you should definitely have the correct keywords for what you're looking for as well. So hopefully that made sense. And then networking. Let's just move into that. Networking is scary. Like I'll tell you, first person here. When I start talking about networking again, when I moved to Ireland, networking at the time was very much heavy on like events and handing out business cards and making small talks, going to companies, trying to speak with people face to face, basically. And that's just something that I was like, I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. Especially English is my second language, and then new country. I don't even know what I'm doing. So it was really hard to kind of get that through. But I feel like with LinkedIn, it's just way more simple. It's really about building relationships. It doesn't have to be awkward, and it could start with a very small line. So things that I usually suggest is just connecting with someone and just say, I really admire your work, or I would love to learn about your journey, or I'm curious about your perspective on this. I think networking is just really about learning from each other instead of being just kind of asking for a favor. Because you get a lot of messages as well of like, oh, here's my CV. Can you just find me a job? And I feel like when you try to connect with a person, either they are a recruiter or someone that it's in the role that you would like to be one day, it's just more like, can I learn from you? Can I learn how you got there? Can I learn like what's your tip there? I feel like people are just way more open to chat about their journey in their career instead of like giving that favor to someone that they don't even know about. So that will be kind of my best tip on networking. It's just really about opportunity. It's just about getting to know the right people, someone that remembers your name, someone that can share an opening with you, someone that is willing to put a good word in afterwards. So again, it's more about planting seeds, I would say. I think I prefer that term than just asking for favors kind of thing. So planting seeds, and you'll never know which one will grow in actually an opportunity, but the more seeds you plant, the opportunity will be there as well. And then I want to kind of finalize with one thing that was very, very, very important to me, and it is still today. And sometimes I have to kind of take a step back and remind myself, you have to reset expectations. We are not aiming to be Kai Cenat here on LinkedIn, and we don't want to get those 1,000 likes and 20,000 shares and 50,000 comments. I don't think that's what LinkedIn is for. That will be like TikTok or Instagram or any other platform, and that's where I love LinkedIn, and that's why it makes sense for you to build your persona there and build your career there. Because the way I see it is, if one thing I post, like any of my posts, if I just can help one person, if one person gets back to me and says, Nadine, those tips were actually key to me and I got the job, I already won. So that's for me is about the impact and not about trying to go viral on LinkedIn or having loads of likes or feel like that my post was only beneficial if it got more than 150 likes, you know? It's just about that one person that actually learned from it, took it, maybe shared with their friends, and maybe got the job from it. And that's the same motto that I use for jobs. When I was searching for jobs, it was very, very heavy, very stressed, anxiety, because you're just applying everywhere and no one's giving you that call. But once you kind of shift that mindset to, you don't need 50 calls, you need just one call, you need one job, we need one person to see your potential, one person that will believe in you. And once you have that shift of like just reducing that number a little bit, you can start being again more intentional, more impactful on your actions, and more consistent. And that will give you the opportunity that you're looking for. So yeah, it's not about chasing numbers, and it's just about making a difference, at least for me. So with that said, I just leave here my last slide there on being intentional. I would love for everyone here to just have one thing that they will do this week. It doesn't have to be big, it doesn't have to be small. You just choose one thing. You can either update one section of your profile or just comment someone else's post or send a connection request or share one small learning or congratulate someone on LinkedIn. But yeah, just do one thing at a time. And at the end of the day, it's really about finding your why. Remember, you don't need everything, and you don't need to everything to be right, or you don't need to reach to everyone on LinkedIn. It's just about finding that why is it important to you? Does it make sense? Then let's do it. So that's where I leave it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Nadine and Steph. Would love to have you all, as Nadine said, if you could maybe pop into the chat before we go to Q&A. What would you say your next level up move is going to be after today? One action you'll do this week, whether it's update your resume, polish your LinkedIn, reach out to someone new. After today's session, which skill are you most excited to upgrade? All right, let's see. Awesome. Networking, emailing. Yep. Sending messages to new connections. Amazing. Awesome.
Love it.
Connect and networking, more intentional connecting with your network and messaging them. Amazing. Awesome. Well, we are reaching out to HubSpot Recruiter. Jude, you have taken one step already when you've got multiple recruiters right here on the screen. All right, we are going to jump into Q&A. Okay. First question that I see here, does HubSpot sponsor OPT for international students applying for entry-level jobs? I will take this one, and if one of you would like to take it. That is something that we can connect you with our talent mobility and immigration team. They will do an assessment. It is not impossible. It's just something that I don't want to blanketly say yes or no at this point. It is something that we do sponsor students, but it's something that as you go through the process to apply, your recruiter will ask you about for an entry level role. And then before any final offers or anything could be made, we do connect with our global mobility or talent mobility, sorry, the name has changed, team. Okay. All right, here's another great question. What is the best way to stand out during the resume screening when applying to HubSpot? Things to consider, tips, advice, etc. Nadine, Steph, who would like to take that one first?
I can go first. Yeah, I think having, again, those impact statements is huge. And, using something like ChatGPT to compare your resume to the job that you want. And it should give you advice about like, oh, you might be missing this skill highlight. And, if you can go through the job description and recognize yourself from a skills perspective for about, I don't know, 70 to 80% of the stuff, and maybe that extra 20% is stretch for you, as long as it's not the first couple of bullets, which are usually the most important ones, not always, but usually, then you're probably going to, be setting yourself up for success. But just remember that it's you and probably 200 or 300 other people that have applied for the job. So, making sure that your sell on your resume is just really crisp and clean. Nadine, what about you? What do you think there?
Yeah, echoing exactly what you said. I think those are the most important ones, especially numbers, data should definitely be in there so we understand your impact. I guess, again, what I would like to approach this question with is like, what's important for us recruiters, or how do we do our job? We definitely go through each CV our own, like we are humans and we are seeing all your CVs. I don't think it's only the machine doing everything for you. So we're definitely going to go through it and we understand like the summary. So summary is really important. I really like a nice summary as well. Cover letters, if you're changing careers or it's something completely different from your CV, because sometimes our question is, why did this person apply to this role? Either they are at a leadership role and they applied for an individual contributor role. And I just have the question in my mind, obviously, why was that decision made? So I think you just have to look at as well, there's another human on the other side. So you just want to make sure that it's clean, that it has all the keywords, highlight the impact, and just make sure that it tells a story as well throughout. But yeah, keywords are, I think that's the biggest thing, because obviously we filter out as well, especially when we have thousands and thousands of applicants. I feel like that's how recruiters usually go through the CVs, and those were the most that stand out as well.
Awesome, thank you. Let's see. If you were someone with years of experience, would it be better to apply for entry level roles or ones at HubSpot equivalent in experience? So, this person is saying they don't mind having to start at a place and work their way up if it increases their odds of, attaining the position. Who would like to take that?
Yeah, I think it depends. I apologize for being a little circumspect here, but I think it depends on the focus of the role. So, for example, if you have no experience or any really skills in something, it's going to be a hard sell because we don't have necessarily like true entry level, like zero experience jobs. Usually you have to have some sort of foundation to build from. So say, for example, if you've been in customer support, that we're probably going to be happy to consider you for a customer support role at HubSpot. But if you've, been a mail person delivering mail, that's going to be a tough sell for a recruiter because, that we probably have a lot of candidates that have direct experience. Nadine, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I literally just kind of ended my last answer on that, like just giving that example again, someone that comes from leadership and wants to go back to individual contributor role. That's something that I see a lot for some of my roles. And it's interesting enough because obviously it's going to cause questions. But one thing that I do love about HubSpot is that we fight bias every day. So you just want to make sure that we give that opportunity. But most of the people that have been successful in those transitions, they had like a cover letter, they kind of explain on the summary. And when we go to the interview, I think the key thing is like they were really motivated and they had a nice kind of reason for doing that. And most of them was, oh, I come from a different industry, would love to learn HubSpot from the ground up and then maybe evaluate my career and see where that leads me. But I feel like for any team, any manager, at the end of the day, it's about motivation. So do you really want to do it, or it's just a role that you're just applying again because you already sent 20 CVs? I guess that's kind of the difference between it. Again, be intentional about your applications.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. I would love to answer this question. I hate to take your thunder here, but I think this one probably is more for me. Pretty popular question here for students interested in software engineering. Does attending events like this help in the internship recruitment process? And should we include that when we attended this event on our resume when applying? 100%. Everyone that has attended this event will get a certain code basically on your application when it comes in, so I can see as I'm going through applications if somebody had attended an event. And so yes, you certainly can include it on your resume, but we do definitely tag things so we can see if somebody has definitely shown a lot of interest in HubSpot because they've attended multiple events. Other questions? Does HubSpot have any new grad software engineering positions open? Went to the early careers page, and the position there posted, up to 3 years of professional experience in the qualification section. I, again, can take that one. Sorry. The new grad software engineering positions, those are people who have 3 years or less of experience within software engineering. So if you graduated 5 years ago and have been out there working, you would not actually qualify per se for an entry-level role. We are looking for someone that has less than 3 years experience. That being said, as Steph pointed out earlier, there really are no experience roles. So that being said, an entry-level role, we are typically looking, even if you've just graduated from college, we're looking to see that you've had internship and co-op experiences as a software engineer, because it's really not just, it's not to play hardball. We don't ever want to put somebody in a position where they are not going to be successful and be able to ramp in a position. And so definitely we are looking that you have had experiences that would prepare you to be successful in an entry-level role. Okay, this is another generic one. This is great. Do you have any advice for creating a genuine connection in an interview? I'd love to make a meaningful impression, not just feel like it's a transactional exchange.
Oh, I love that question. Yeah, I think, researching the people that you're interviewing with and kind of understanding them a little bit more and what their lived experience has been like, I think is really helpful. And asking really thoughtful questions. Tell me about your journey. Why do you feel like HubSpot is the right place for you at this point in your career? And what are some of the things that you've learned working at HubSpot that you weren't expecting to learn? Those kinds of things really, I think, build connection. I know my interviewing style might be different from others that you'll experience along the way, but I really try to put people at ease and make them feel like I care about their experience, because I do. And I think, depending on the style and communication style of the person interviewing you, you can kind of massage your how you're showing up, and just be warm and engaging. And I know you're nervous, but again, you're the global expert on you, so take a deep breath and just go kill it. Eating any other tips?
Sorry. I love those questions as well. And I think me and you, Steph, we have kind of the same approach on our interviews. I'm very bubbly as well. And I'm like, how was your day? How was your weekend? Tell me more. And usually people are the ones like a little bit more nervous. It was fine. And I'm like, I just wanted to share my weekend as well. Like, it was a conversation here. So I guess it's just like take those moments as well, if they are in the conversation where things are, or let me just grab a glass of water or something, and there's that little blank silent mode. You can just kind of type in, have you had a long day, or is this kind of your last interview? I feel like people always kind of try to ask one or more question. That kind of breaks the ice, because when you've been to loads of interviews as well, you kind of on pilot mode. So sometimes we don't do it because we want to be mean. It's just you're on pilot mode and we had loads of interviews that day. So I guess if you just take that little courage of asking just one question outside of it, and then you just start connecting with the person as well. Might not happen as well, and you're fine with that. Sometimes you just question, answer, and it still went really well. But yeah, I would say just ask one or two questions in the beginning, and then you can have a chat, or at the end, like Steph said. That always works as well to just get the bubble out.
Love that. Yeah, I've ever had people kind of look at my LinkedIn profile, and not that I need anybody to spit back all the things that I've done, but I've had a somewhat eclectic journey to where I am at, and I ran a preschool for a long time, so I've had a fair amount of people bring that up in their recruiter phone interview with me, and it's just a way to connect, as people outside of the, outside of the interviewing for the role. Okay, let's take a look here. We have a question. Oh, thank you all for such a fruitful session with actionable advice. What would, I cannot see the rest of the question. It's only showing me a portion of the question.
What would each of you say is the biggest miss or mistake that candidates make when pursuing the opportunity?
There you go.
Ooh, I think, there's several things that come to mind for me. I think having a resume that's just a list of your job duties without any of those impact statements, I see that really consistently. And I see that from like very high level folks and entry level. So like, it's not a mistake that is just, common in early career folks. I think not networking. I can almost always predict when someone's going to start job hunting because suddenly they start networking in that moment. It's something that you should be doing all the time. I think taking care of your network, asking people what they need help with, showing up for others. And then when you are ready, they will be more than willing to help you and give you a hand up. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
I would say for me, I'm just thinking like we already at the interview stage. What would be like the mistakes? I would say, first of all, would be just not knowing the company at all or our product. I feel like Steph said, just the easy interest and curiosity of just going to our website. It takes 5 minutes just to kind of get an understanding of the product and something. Especially I hire folks that will be working with the product very close. So that's one thing that I feel like people kind of miss that opportunity on that, and not being like prepared as well. I feel like HubSpot, our recruiters share so much info and so much knowledge that again, it's just about that interview prep, which I also understand. You have maybe other interviews, you have your own job, you have your own life. There's not enough time for everything. But just having that little preparation really comes a long way when we're seeing potential. We're not looking for the perfect candidate, but we want to see that potential. And that potential comes from being motivated, being curious, being interested in learning more. So I guess some folks kind of miss that. And one thing that I always say on this as well, because I feel like it's not all on the candidate, but I feel like people don't use as recruiters as much as they would. I feel like we should be more out there, maybe just to say that we are partners. We want you to succeed as well. Like it's not in our favor that you don't get the job or you don't get the interview. So I guess people sometimes miss the opportunity of, can you tell me more about the next stage? What am I going to do with the manager? Do you know the manager? What they look like? Why did they open this role? Like, what can you tell me more about this that will make me successful? And most of the times we'll have the answer. So it'll be great that folks, I know recruiters sometimes can be scary, but not us. Look at me. Not scary at all. Look at Sarah. Like we are here just adding tips to everyone. So just partner with your recruiter when you can. Again, I understand not everyone's going to be the same. Not everyone's going to be bubbly. Not everyone's going to be fun. But just try at least to ask the question, how can I be successful in the next round? What material do you have? What interview prep do you have? What do I need to study? And just get the job done.
Great advice. Thank you. Another question here. Nadine, you mentioned imposter syndrome, which is something that this particular person feels they struggle with too. I definitely do as well. How did you shift away from this perspective? And how do you feel HubSpot helped empower you in this shift?
That's such a great question. Imposter syndrome I think it's always there for us all the time. I've been with HubSpot, 4 years now? And sometimes I'm still like, why did they hire me? I shouldn't be here. I can't do any of this. I'm done. I'm gonna be fired anytime soon. So always, imposter syndrome will always be there for you. But I guess like the people that I had around me, and I feel like being very genuine and not to be cringe, but HubSpot did will be probably the only place that actually empowered me through it and kind of make me feel that's okay. And you should feel that way sometimes, as in it's okay to doubt yourself, but it's just about how you get out of your little box and continue and drive through. And I feel like when you have people around you, just surround yourself exactly with those people that are more positive, that will vouch for you, that will hype for you, that will be in that moment saying, of course you are, look at this, look at that, look at the amazing things you've done. So having those people, it's really great, but also doing some homework yourself. What I started doing at HubSpot, which really helped me with these moments, is just having a list of achievements, which can sound a little bit, oh, look at me, how amazing I am. But it actually helps when you're like, yeah, I can't do any of this. Why did they put me on this project? So it really helps that. And then obviously having a culture of feedback, it's always nice. It really, you can understand that is constructive feedback, not to put you down. And yeah, and then having your coworkers is always nice because Steph, you've been here for way more years than I do. You probably have it as well. So here we are. And some points you'll always doubt yourself, but again, it's just about how you navigate through it. You got to have that moment, and that's fine. But just you have to go through it and remind yourself all the things you've done. And I just need to think like I moved countries. I moved, that's huge. That's a lot of courage. That's another language. I'm speaking a different language every single day. And that's not like, that shouldn't be taken as something easy. So just try to see your achievements, look through your achievements, surround yourself with positive people, and really be in a culture and a professional environment that supports you and encourages and wants you to succeed rather than putting you down for every single mistake.
Yeah, plus one to all of that. I've been recruiting for over 30 years. Just don't tell anyone. I started in the womb, I like to say. But even with all the experience that I have, I still have imposter syndrome. And the best thing to do, I think, is just to keep telling yourself that even if I mess something up, I have the opportunity to do it right the next time. And then make sure you do it right the next time. I had a really rough week. I made a pretty, I don't know, a mistake that was not easy to make, but certainly one I shouldn't have made. And luckily I have a boss that just, we talked through it. We put, guardrails in place so it wouldn't happen again. But even people with a lot of experience, CEOs make mistakes. So don't set yourself up for expecting that you're going to do everything perfectly throughout your career. Just put the measures in place to be able to, correct it and make sure that it doesn't happen a second time. So yeah, just keep on believing in yourself. I know that sounds really trite and like a Hallmark card, but it's really the best advice I can give is that you got hired for a reason and now you own that. We work here at HubSpot, which is a dream company for a lot of people. And yeah, I'm just, always thankful every day that I have the people around me that I do.
Great advice from both of you. So a question here, if you want to switch industries, how can you better prepare for interviews to an industry where you don't maybe have much workplace experience for example, you did certificates, projects, community work, but have not actually worked at a company in that industry yet?
I can take on this one first, Steph, if that's
Sure.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this happens to me a lot. I get a lot of people for like customer support or customer success manager roles that are changing industry and going for a CRM and going for tech and SaaS and everything. What I've seen them being those folks that were successful through it, what they did was the certificates, but not only that, again, it was the motivation and wanting to be here and really understanding the whole language around this industry. And they were able to highlight it a lot through the interviews. So every time I asked for an example or ask them to go through their experience and what they've done and why they've done it, they were really good at either I don't have this experience, but this is what I did to that answers your example, but I could see this happening in HubSpot and this is how I would do it. So they had a very good knowledge of what could be the situation in this role specific and with our tool. So again, even if it wasn't like quite right, or even if it was like how we would resolve it here, it just showed that they were definitely doing their homework. They really wanted to learn. And every time I see someone like that, for me, it's just, if they were able to do that in 2 days of preparing for this interview and show me all of this, how well they're going to do when we have like a super onboarding team that will help them understand the tool, and going into this team, like their motivation is going to be great. And there for 6 months, it's they definitely going to do their best to learn this tool. So I guess again, it's just be intentional about it. And if you really want it, you're being curious, you're learning, and you just show me why you've done all that. Like, it doesn't give you any favors if you're just doing all the certificates that we have and then don't remember it or don't know exactly why did you do them or how would that benefit for this role. So these people were really good at, I've done this because I wanted to learn more about X, Y, and Z, because I know in this role, this is what I'm going to be speaking with my 100 clients at this stage, blah, blah, blah. So they were really impressive of putting everything together, even though they had no experience with the industry.
Awesome. Thank you.
And I think real quick, my tip is to really understand your why. Why do you want to get work in a technology company or a software company? You're probably going to be asked that question. And so having a really crisp why response to, why is moving into technology important to you? Or why HubSpot, or why Google, or whatever company that you're looking to get hired by, using that to really be a springboard into, going into the things that are important to you, and being able to have an opinion and a point of view on the space that you're interviewing with. I think that would be my tip.
Awesome. So such great questions, such great advice. We're getting close to wrapping up on time. So I'm going to highlight one more question for you all. Grace says, thanks so much for all these insights and great advice, building off Oscar and Callie's questions. And this was around reaching out, cold reaching out on LinkedIn. Do you have any tips on connecting with recruiters and staying in touch with them to nurture that connection? Gray was saying he feels he has a hard time keeping that connection warm, especially when it's through cold outreach, and was looking for some suggestions there.
Be patient. Sometimes I get a LinkedIn connection request, and then the next day someone's like, "Hey, I'm just putting this back up on the top of your." Believe me, we're inundated. So we love you. Like, keep them coming. No shade at all. But just be patient with us, I think, is my biggest tip. And as far as nurturing the connection, for me, it's curiosity. Asking questions about our latest release, or our most recent customer conference, Inbound. Having watched maybe a video, you come to me with some insights, or I have a funny question on my LinkedIn profile at the very bottom to see if people are actually reading my entire profile. So come at me with the answer, and I'd love to see your best guesses. So Nadine, how about you?
I love that question. Are you actually reading all of it? I love it. My tips on connections. Okay, I would say like one very general I feel like people sometimes miss. When you're checking a profile of someone that you want to reach, I would say like check their activity first. If they are not engaging, they're not doing much on LinkedIn, they haven't posted in 6 years, they're probably not there as well, or they're not very much on connection. So that's one thing. You're probably reaching out to a lot of those folks and you're thinking, oh, they're ignoring me, but that person probably is not there all the time, which sometimes happens. Not everyone wants to be all bubbly on LinkedIn, and they just have it there just for professional reasons. So I would say, first of all, that would be that. And then again, like I said on my presentation, I feel like cold outreach should be more around, let's have a chat, let's have a conversation, let's learn a little bit more about each other. What sometimes works with me, it's like folks just saying, oh, I would love to be a recruiter, or I would love to work in customer success. I could see that you hired last year. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? And then if we have the time, we'll do the coffee chats and we have more time with you. True, and we can explain exactly how it works. And I love to do that, but obviously I can't do it for everyone. So again, back to Steph's point, just be patient, but also try different folks. Don't only try recruiters. You can try people that are in the role that you're looking for as well. Some companies have referrals, so if you can find as well, do a quick search like which companies have most referrals. Maybe those people are more interested of, okay, yeah, I'll put a word for you, and I can just put your CV through it. So that works as well. And then about keeping it warm, I would say for me it's very quick with like if you're just paying attention to the career space and the role is there, and you just message me while the role is open, like that's a really good one as well. You don't have to like, at least for me, I don't think you have to build like a full relationship. We are now friends at this stage, and you're now playing League of Legends with me, but we can definitely have just if you could see the job is open, it's like, oh Nadine, I saw this role. Can you tell me who's the recruiter or who should I send this to? That would be great. And yeah, don't take it to heart. I don't think most of the people are ignoring you. It's just it's a lot of work besides LinkedIn, and LinkedIn is not really our main responsibility. But it will eventually come back to you as well. So hopefully that helps.
Plus one to that, Nadine. Lots and lots of thank yous to you both in the chat. Really wanted to highlight for all of you in this session to pop back into chat from the Q&A, because we do have a downloadable resource for you all that has actionable steps and a career guide map. So would love for you all to take the opportunity to pop back in chat and download that. Wanted to thank Steph and Nadine so much for this amazing presentation, and thank you all for participating today in First Gen in Tech.
Thank you, everyone. Best of luck with everything.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to one of our last breakout sessions for today, which is an insightful presentation from Ripple Match on strategies to stand out. I'm Vanessa, a first gen based in Germany, and I work for HubSpot as a non-tech program manager on the TAM team, that stands for Talent Acquisition and Mobility. For this session, we have the privilege to be joined by Caitlin Lang, who is the VP of Customer Success at Ripple Match. This is Caitlin's second year as a speaker, and today she has loads of goodies for you. Whether it be resumes, interviews, and what employers actually look for, Caitlin will share what it really means to stand out by showing you how hiring decisions actually get made. In this session, we'll break down how employers evaluate candidates, using real-life examples to highlight what signals matter and why. We'll coach you on how to communicate your experiences, interests, and strengths in ways that are clear and intentional. You'll also get insights into how recruitment teams use AI in the candidate review process, from resume screening to skills matching, so you can move into your next step with clarity and confidence. We'll also be opening the last 10 to 15 minutes for Q&A. So input any questions you have that might pop up during the session into the Q&A tab. But for now, Caitlin, take it away.
Thanks so much, Vanessa. Hi, everyone. So happy to be here. Excited to be back for my second First Gens in Tech, and really excited to talk to you all today about how to stand out in this crazy job market. Just, okay, 1 second while we pull up the content. Great. So for like a little quick minute about me and Ripple Match, I am the VP of Customer Success at Ripple Match. I have been here for almost 5 years now, and I'm lucky enough to be able to sit in this intersection between working directly with candidates and also spending most of my time with our employer partnerships, helping them find really great fit Gen Z talent for early career opportunities. If you're not familiar with a Ripple Match, just a quick PSA on who we are. We are a AI-powered job matchmaker. Think of it as your dating app for jobs. We are looking to match great fit candidates, really talented students and new grads all over the country with opportunities that really match their personal interests, their qualifications, their location preferences, kind of you name it, we got it. And essentially the intention is to really optimize students to be able to go into an application process knowing that they meet the bare minimum qualifications for a role and are 10 times likelier to actually get an interview based on the fact that they actually match all of that criteria. So if you haven't heard of Ripple Match, I encourage you to go check it out. But excited to kind of jump in and dive in. In terms of an agenda today, there's a few things that I want to go through. I think it's important to just like take a second and talk a little bit about the state of your job search right now. I think finding a job in fall of 2025 is incredibly challenging. So just talking through a little bit of that and where we're at and kind of like what's happening. I think from there, we are going to jump into mastering the resume. Although the resume is a very traditional part of a hiring process that has been consistent for many years at this point, I think there's areas of opportunity for students and new grads to really optimize the process. I will also be demoing a new feature on Ripple Match's candidate side that will show you how to optimize your resume and give you real-time feedback before you submit it and attach it to applications. From there, we'll jump a little bit into the interview process, and I will share some guidance on what employers are looking for and how you can kind of optimize that process to really show who you are and ensure that you are able to leave a lasting impression. And then last but not least, I think we'll talk a little bit about AI in the job search and leveraging kind of like skills and experiences in this era of AI. So lots to talk about, excited to jump into it with you. And of course, like happy to spend a bunch of time on questions at the end. So feel free to put them in the chat. Okay, so when we think about the state of the job market in 2025, I think it's important to understand these kind of like three pillars that are impacting your application experience. So on the employer side, there is just overwhelming competition, right? As a candidate, you are really nervous and excited about both graduating or potentially starting your junior, senior years, and you're thinking through just now as you head back to school how you're potentially going to spend, your summer next year potentially. But the competition is really overwhelming. I think companies are receiving hundreds, if not thousands, of applications for just one singular role. So if you multiply that by the average headcount that they're hiring for, which I think generally early career programs are, on between like 30 and upwards, that's quite a few applications and really makes it that much more challenging for you to be able to stand out. So we're submitting resumes endlessly. We're submitting our applications, hoping that we will be able to get a foot in the door, looking to stand out to employers. And on the employer side, they are trying to figure out how to manage all of those applications and create a really credible candidate experience and ensure that everyone gets a response and an opportunity to show their skill set. The other thing to think about that I don't think is always kind of known until you start to enter the job process is that it really is a split second first impression, right? Because the application process is so saturated, recruiters need to move fast. And so they're spending about 10 seconds or less reviewing your resume before they advance you into the next step of the process. And so ensuring that you're being really communicative, clear, highlighting your successes is going to be really imperative because that is the minute where you're able to get your foot into the door. And then I think the other challenge, right, is around technology. I think automated systems on the employer side make it really hard to showcase potential and those foundational skills. It might be easier to highlight some of your technical acumen, but I think it's going to be that much more challenging to kind of share some of your personality traits and things of that nature, and it makes it a little bit harder to stand out. So we're going to spend a little bit of time diving into the places where I think that you actually can. Okay, so first things first, and we are going to jump into mastering the resume. So when we think about why resumes matter, I wanted to break it out into just 3 key points, right? So first, like I mentioned just in the earlier slide, your resume is your first impression. You are actually shaping a recruiter's impression of your professionalism, your attention to detail, your ability to communicate through your writing, and your potential literally within seconds. The second piece is that even without years of experience, because obviously for many of you, this is an internship, this is a first-time full-time job, a thoughtful resume really does show your growth initiative, your transferable skills, and that is the kind of things that are going to make you stand out comparatively. I think the other thing to think through is just how you're structuring it and the level of detail you're putting into it, and just like the design overall. That's just going to be imperative in kind of how you're able to communicate your value and what you would bring to the role from both an education, a work experience, etc. So that's really important as well. And then when we think about what's holding your resume back, there's a couple of different pieces, right? So these are the things that I would call out that employers find challenging when they're looking to review a high volume of resumes in a short amount of time. So first and foremost, you're too vague. You're using like really broad statements. You may be using ChatGPT to help you simplify in some capacity, but you're lacking concrete evidence of how your experience or your achievements actually apply to that given role. So it is important to be intentional when you think about the specific type of resume that you're submitting for a specific role. I know it's harder and it takes a little bit longer, but leaning into that detail-oriented mindset is certainly going to help you, and it's going to make you stand out in the process comparatively. It's really important to highlight your differentiation in an extremely clear and concise way. I think design over clarity. It's so easy on the internet right now to have a bot of some kind design your resume, or look for all of these different flashy kind of resume templates. I think for resumes that prioritize visuals over concrete evidence, it's not going to be beneficial for you. That's not necessarily what a recruiter is looking for. Like I said, they have about 10 seconds to go through your resume. So they're certainly looking for just information that describes your experiences and achievements and your education and your interests, and not necessarily something that is kind of hard to navigate and just has a lot of imaging or colors, things of that nature. It's just distracting, and you'll find that they'll probably potentially move on from you faster instead of giving your resume a little bit more time. And then the other thing that I think is just irrelevant information, right? Sometimes you are looking to beef up your resume. I think it's particularly challenging comparatively to when you get further into your career and a bit more tenured. You have this experience to lean on. You have this opportunity to say, okay, here's what I did at this job. Here's what I did at the next job. And it's a little bit different for a candidate at this stage. But I think putting things in your resume that don't feel applicable or kind of a little bit all over the place, they don't connect back to your story about how you're trying to present yourself for this job, it's just not necessarily going to help you. So I encourage you to keep it really clear and concise and focused on the things that are really pertinent to the job that you're applying for. Okay, so I'm going to stop with the slides for a second, and we're going to go ahead and jump into a new feature in Ripple Match's product. Go ahead and share my screen. Okay, so I'm going to show you this in kind of an interesting way, but the thing that I want to walk you through is a resume review and optimizer. And so this is something that we are building into the candidate side of our product. Obviously, there's a candidate side and then there's an employer side. So on the candidate side, it's what you're using to actually apply for jobs at organizations like HubSpot. And this is a resume review that is not just powered by AI. It's one that we built with our recruitment partners. We took a lot of feedback. We've partnered with many hiring professionals from all of the companies that we work with to really understand what they look for in an early career resume. They are obviously the experts. And our feedback combines AI brainpower with human insight in terms of the feedback that you're actually going to get on your resume. This is 100% free to all students. Part of being in the Ripple Match Talent Networks means that you get access to things like this. We want to make sure that you are able to have a leg up in any and every opportunity as much as you possibly can. It's solely focused on early career resumes. And so we're really looking to help you optimize for this stage of your life. And in some of the feedback, you will see real recruiter insights. And so it's pretty easy. I'm not going to go through all of this with you, and I have examples to show you, but just for an example, you have your email address. You will upload your resume here. You will also input the type of role that you're looking for. You can see that there's a considerable breakdown in sectors and verticals, and then you have review mode as well. So there's two review modes. I'm going to walk you through both. There's professional mode, which is really going to act as kind of like a recruiter or a hiring manager, give you very like specific, diligent feedback. And then there's resume roast mode. This is the friendly sidekick of the two. I would say it's a little bit cheekier. It's a little bit more in your face. It makes the process a little bit more fun, but you have the option to choose between either. And then you would add the job description, right? So when you are looking for a job and you go ahead and you click, you can see that you are brought to the jobs page here on Ripple Match. You would click I'm interested, and then here's the built out job description. You would just copy this into the resume optimizer, paste it right here, and then click Get My Resume Review. So I'm going to walk you through both. I thought we could do the roast first because it's a little bit funnier. And we're going to kind of give you a bunch of different types of information. Obviously, we're going to preface with the fact that we're analyzing your resume along with any other information you provided against the job description and key details that we know are important to emerging talent teams. Obviously, like we're striving for as much accuracy as possible, but as with any AI tool, you should be aware that they may occasionally make mistakes or generate information that is not completely relevant, and just want to give you the heads up there. But first and foremost, we're going to give you the roast recap. So this is the version that is going to be a little bit more harsh, a little bit in your face, but it's giving you pretty direct feedback about what's not working on your resume in terms of the specific BDR role that you're looking to apply for. So for example, the formatting is not working. We're telling you the formatting is doing a high-speed tumble into chaos. There's long blocks of bullet points. Sections are really jammed together. You have a My Diversity section that doesn't really make sense. You sound like a museum exhibit. Your graduation timeline and your job start date are mismatched. So you have a May 2026 graduation date, but the specific role is looking for January 2026. So it's highlighting to you that that will potentially get you knocked out from the application process in the ATS. It's also telling you that you're showing leadership and impact, but that your resume would really benefit for more concise communicative information and impact for each of your roles. Potentially sharing direct link to qualifying or showing specific ways around how you have applicable skills for the BDR role. Also talks about programs. We'll then also like give you fixes. So we will build in fixes to the resume and how you can improve it. We're also going to show you where we made the changes and why we made the changes. So you can see the sections here. There's also a built out summary around why, and then the rationale generally. So we're saying you should do this to clearly communicate impact and tailor your specifics to the specific role requirements for HubSpot. You have an opportunity to showcase applicable knowledge and resilience for what it means to be in a fast-paced sales environment. We're giving you like practical tips around how to improve your resume for ATS performance. And then like some foundational skills feedback. So how can you illustrate initiative, teamwork, etc. We're also going to call out what's missing and where we think you may need to add more or kind of like go back to the drawing board and reformat and expand in certain areas. So I think like this first point is really helpful, right? A lack of clearly demonstrated outbound sales metrics, example calls / emails per day, no explicit CRM or SaaS experience, graduation timing doesn't match again, limited emphasis on ability to collaborate, overloaded with achievement and projects. So lots of just like pertinent information and then continued next steps around what the glow up plan looks like. I think some of like the framing here is meant to be tongue in cheek and helpful, but I think the content is really important. And just the final words of encouragement. And I think this is really helpful when you start to be more thoughtful and intentional about how you are applying for roles and what that process looks like. And then similarly in the professional mode, it works the same way. We're giving you an ATS compatibility score. So just like how would your resume actually perform within an ATS? We're giving you a bit of feedback of what we know emerging talent recruiting partners would say about your resume based on all of the data points that we took from them and then built into this process. job description alignment. So how do you actually match to the requirements from the job description in terms of the ones that you're listing out in your resume? So you can see here you've hit a few, but then there's also some check marks that are not matching as well. We've re-optimized Erin's resume once again. The changelog is here as well. We go into a little bit more depth around what's missing from your resume and why it is actually important. So you can see here, like there's a lack of documented high volume outbound prospecting. And then the importance is the core requirement for a BDR role, right? So the recruiter is actually looking for this bar none. And so without explicit experience in that sector, it's going to be hard to understand how ready you are for the role and whether you're the right candidate to move forward. And so that's going to be built out here as well. And then next steps, and just like a summary, and this is meant to be a boost of confidence for you as a student, but it really shows just where you're at with your resume and kind of like a little nudge to get you to that next step. So I encourage everyone to use this, take the time. We all think that we have perfect resumes. I think it's always good to get a secondhand review or another set of eyes, and this is really going to enable you to do that. So it will be released on the candidate side within this month, and I encourage everyone to check it out. And now we will jump back into my content. Okay, great. So the other thing that I just wanted to like tie it together with is just the key things to really think about in crafting a standout resume. I think we've talked about a lot. We just talked through quite a few examples, and these are really going to be the most pertinent and the most important. So obviously lead with education and leadership, highlight your degree coursework, leadership roles, all of your achievements. Those are going to be really meaningful. I think also showcasing any of your abilities around collaboration, like student interests. So whether you're part of student groups, clubs and organizations, extracurriculars, athletics, jobs, all of that is also really pertinent information. Honing in on your skills is going to be really important. Being able to have an organized and dedicated section to all your technical, transferable, and soft skills are really going to be a quick, easy way to highlight your strengths. And then keep it clear and impactful. I think you can see from the resume roast that, ensuring that your information is pertinent and accessible for recruiters quickly is going to be your best opportunity to kind of get through that phase one of screening. Okay, jumping into the next section. So once you get through the resume hurdle, I think it's really important to then focus on your interviews. Really, I think where candidates miss out or maybe where they forget or just don't put enough emphasis behind is how you're being evaluated in the interview. This is a really good opportunity to shine. I think it's oftentimes a lot of steps and stages in the hiring process. You're submitting applications, you're going through assessments, whether they are technical or non-technical, you're potentially doing recorded interviews. So many different employer partners require different things. But I think using these interviews as an opportunity to stand out is going to be the most impactful in how you can kind of situate yourself directly into the hiring decisions and how they're being made. So when I think about areas of focus, I think the first thing and probably the biggest thing is that it's important to remember that this is not a Q&A for the recruiter, right? Interviews are not designed to stump you. They are not meant to be an interrogation of any point. They're really meant to build trust and communication with the recruiter and give them an opportunity to get to know you. I think they are an evaluation tool that really tries to understand how you think, how you solve problems, and the way that you approach challenges, right? Recruiters, hiring managers, those that are involved in the interview process at any given company are really testing for clarity of thought, adaptability, interpersonal skills. And the more that you're able to communicate that, the more that you're able to build trust early in the recruitment process. And that's how you become memorable and stand out. I think an indirect correlation, this is really where your soft skills are going to carry weight. It's incredibly tough to kind of showcase or communicate soft skills through writing. And this is an area where you have the ability to share all of that very quickly and with multiple people at an organization. So thinking through your mindset and how you communicate around that, your ability to collaborate, your deep level of curiosity. I will tell you that curiosity is something I hire for. I was just working on a job description at Ripple Match, and that is something that is so incredibly important to us and will carry so much weight in terms of how you succeed in a role, as well as just communication. And a lot of these things, soft skills, foundational skills, validated skills, they really help predict long-term success and growth potential, and I think build a lot of confidence with the hiring manager. And then I think to add to that, it's like your personal story, right? Like this is you are the best representative of you. You are your own personal brand. And so show up in that way, lead with authenticity. That's going to be really important. They want to get to know you and who you are. They're not looking to hire a bunch of the same type of candidate. They want to bring together a group of people who have lots of different strengths and are going to excel and are going to provide a really meaningful experience with peer collaboration and growth. And so showing up as your full self is always going to be really, really important. As we're in the interview, it's important to know what does or doesn't work. I think some of this will be pretty obvious, and then other things maybe are just an opportunity to think through them a little bit harder. But when I think about recruiter green flags, I think about concise, intentional answers. And there's themes here, right? Like we're talking about this in resumes too, the ability to be really communicative around your intentionality in any job process that you're in is going to be incredibly helpful. And that's throughout the process. So sharing short, structured stories, making sure that your story that you're giving is applicable to the experience that you're hoping to have or the opportunity that you're interested in. Is going to be really important, highlighting those decisions, the results, etc., translating your experience into value. So I think talking about how all of the other stuff that you're doing can be easily connected to like real life experience is going to be really, really helpful. And then when we think about recruiter red flags, I think like there's always a tendency to have over reliance on coursework or GPA. And grades only tell half the story, right? They're incredibly important, and the effort and time that you put into your education is really meaningful, but you want to showcase who you are beyond that. You're not just a number, you are this well-rounded person who can bring so much to an organization, and it's important to call that out. So don't spend too much time focused there. Don't be vague. I think like be intentional, pay attention, kind of like tune out from everything else that's going on, turn off your notifications, give your interviews the time that they deserve, because I think an unfocused or vague answer is pretty unhelpful and kind of distinguishing yourself from other candidates. And you forget that these interviews are really an opportunity to do just that. Great. And so I think like three things that kind of summarize that really well are the couple of pillars that I've listed out here. But first and foremost, show your potential and drive. They don't expect you to have years of experience, obviously, at this point in your career. They're looking for the things that we're discussing, skills, communication, curiosity, and really like signals that you're ready to grow. So focus on how your experiences so far have shaped your perspective, and tying that back to how that prepares you to help contribute to an organization and their growth is going to be really meaningful. Use education and experience as evidence. That's going to be incredibly impactful. And then, I think just thinking through what it looks like to have a real conversation with recruiters and showing up with yourself with authenticity and who you are is going to be incredibly meaningful in how you drive that conversation forward. For kind of our last section before we jump into Q&A, I want to talk a little bit about AI and the job search. Obviously, this is just like a crazy AI boom, and it's kind of, finding its way into everything that we do, both on the employer side and the candidate side. I think it's just such a big piece of how we both recruit talent, but also how we operate in the world, and leveraging technology to help us amplify our job search and help us find those best fit opportunities is going to be really important, but you just want to use it in the right way and make sure you have a good understanding around how employers are thinking about it. So when I look at a few things here, these are important call outs that I think candidates need to understand in terms of how AI really shapes the hiring process. So first and foremost, AI does help employers actually add velocity, efficacy, and speed to their process. And so, like I mentioned at the top of this call, with thousands of applications coming in for internships and entry level roles, I think it's imperative that recruiters have technology to rely on to bring structure and speed to their hiring process. This is really where they're embedding it. So it really helps them prioritize resumes. It allows them to, with things like skills matching, identify strong candidates faster and make sure no promising applicants really get buried in a crowded pipeline. It's also meant to identify fit. And so I think this is incredibly important, but I think students today really fear that AI is the thing that is keeping them out of jobs versus helping them get in it. I think when we talk about a tool like ChatGPT, there's a lot of places that it can help candidates with like writing and resume samples and helping like structure, formatting, things of that nature. But really, I think there's a lot of fear about how technology kind of takes the human out of the process and doesn't give you the opportunity to show up authentically as yourself and kind of bring that to the opportunity. So really the way that they're using it though is to uncover skills, interests, and experience that align with their job descriptions. And so when a recruiting team is kind of building out a profile, they're honing in on specifics that they know will make a candidate really specific in the role. And that's what AI helps them to do. And so those are going to be like really imperative kind of pieces as we think through the next steps. From there, I also think it's about making AI work for you as a student, right? And so how can you be ahead of the game to understand AI's role and where it's going to really help you excel in the process? And I think that's broken down into these specific pillars here as well. You're going to want to understand AI's role. And I think we just talked about that, but knowing how recruitment teams are using it in their process means that you can optimize for that, right? So if you know that they are using AI to surface skills, if you know that they are using AI to drive efficiency in their process, that means that you are going to hone in on some of the things we talked about earlier, being clear, being concise, putting your best experience matched at the top, highlighting all of those things that differentiate you as a student, but doing it so in a way that isn't clumsy or noisy or crowded, but really communicative and effectively showcases your abilities against the criteria for the role. I think, and that parlays into the second point too, that AI surfaces you for the right roles. AI is looking for evidence to show that you are a match. And so when you hone in and you be intentional about your process and you really take the time to read the job descriptions and understand what employers are looking for, it means that you are giving yourself the opportunity to be considered in a different way comparatively to other candidates. And that's going to help you stand out through some of that technical process, or should I say through how you get reviewed by technology. And then for you as a candidate, AI is going to make it easier to discover opportunity. I think the challenge has always been, how do I know what I'm good at? Like, where do I fit? What's the right opportunity for me? And this is really where AI is actually going to help you achieve all of those things. And you should lean into how it can do that and try to learn more about it. I think it's impossible to have all of the answers, especially as you're just like graduating college and thinking about what you want in your future career, your dream job, your next job, where you want to live, what you want to pursue. How is your major applicable? There's so many questions. It's such like a considerable point in your life. And so leverage technology to make those opportunities easier to discover, I think will be incredibly meaningful. Okay, last but not least, when we want to talk about leveraging skills, experiences, and AI, here. I just want to talk a little bit about your edge in a competitive market. I think this highlights a lot of what we've already been talking about, but really that a standout resume is your entry point. It's not about cramming everything you've done onto a page. It's about making your skills and personal accomplishments clear. It's really a way at the start of a process to signal your intent and your alignment for the role. I think interviews are your chance to create connection. Employers hire for potential, they hire for character, they hire for skills, they hire for a lot of things. But I think leveraging interviews to be your way to stand out and make yourself accessible in that capacity is going to be hugely meaningful. And then I think last but not least, it's using technology to your advantage, right? By understanding how recruitment teams are using technology and also understanding how technology is applicable to your process and can drive success for yourself. It gives you a leg up comparatively to other candidates who are being less intentional about their process, less intentional about their search, and I think not necessarily meeting recruitment teams where they're at. And the best thing that employers can do is really focus on candidate experience and giving you the best shot at the opportunity and making sure that they're able to spend their time where it matters, which is actually with the students. And that's how they're leveraging technology to enable them to be able to do that. So I think really understanding how that's a competitive edge in the market today is going to be a differentiator in the way that you stand out. And that's it. So I know we wanted to leave a little bit of time for Q&A. I'll pause here and see, we can start with questions. And I also have a QR code if you're looking to sign up for Ripple Match that we're going to share here as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Caitlin. We are now open for Q&A. So if you haven't popped your questions in the Q&A tab yet, please feel free to do so, and we'll address them based on more upvotes and popularity based on what Karina mentioned before. But we'll kick off with some of our first few questions that already popped in at the beginning. Let's see here. Let's start with Lydia's question on what education information is considered vague and how to ease the employer's understanding about the professional education.
Yeah, I think when it comes to sharing your educational experience, you just want to be incredibly direct. I think besides highlighting, obviously, your major, your degree type, where you go to school, your expected graduation date, it's also tying back to relevant coursework. And so specific seminars you participated in, different types of classes you've taken. I think anything that is particularly niche or differentiated in your educational experience is kind of the place to be in terms of what you want to look to highlight. That being said, I don't think you need to spend a ton of time there. I think expanding on information like that in your interview is going to be really meaningful. I think on a resume, you're going to want to be pretty diligent and concise about the type of information you share and make sure it's really relevant to the job description. But the interview is where you're going to be really able to shine and kind of like connecting the dots between your relevant coursework, your exposure to specific clubs and student organizations, how you worked with professors, maybe you did a specific type of research project, all of those things. I think being able to communicate effectively around that and how it's applicable to what they're looking for in a candidate will be incredibly meaningful. So if you have very pertinent information, I would recommend you highlight that in your resume. Otherwise, stick to the basics and leverage all of that for the interviews.
Thanks so much, Caitlin. I guess like a good follow-up to that is like how much information is then considered too much information for those kind of situation?
In the interview or on the resume?
On the resume.
I mean, you have one page, right? Like it is a both like physical and digital piece of paper that is showcasing who you are. And so I think depending on the job and the experience, it's going to be, I think, up to you to decide how much is actually relevant. But I always say less is more. I think sticking to the facts, being clear is going to be really meaningful. I think, like I mentioned, because recruitment teams are leveraging technology, because they're being incredibly specific in the types of skill sets or like qualifications and criteria that they're looking for in the role. Like, for example, on Ripple Match, when you're building out a role, the things that are most pertinent to source for, or kind of like hard qualifiers, are degree type, specific companies that they've interned at before, where they live, specific states that they're open to relocating to, expected graduation date. So I think you want to optimize to getting your foot in the door, and you always want to lean towards keeping it a little bit cleaner comparatively to overemphasizing on the resume, because I think that's an easy distraction point for recruiters, and they're going to want to like move on to the next quickly.
100%. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then we have a question from Afta. What's a good way to fit soft skills into a one-page CS? So I'm assuming that stands for computer software or computer science resume. They're guessing that listing them in skills is not enough unless you show an example in bullet points. So is it worth cutting some technical project lines to add soft skills instead?
Yeah, I think I'd be curious about how much you're sharing around each project, right? Like, when you're sharing that type of pertinent information, you want to make it focused on the outcomes and less focused on kind of like the fluff in between. And so anything that you're tying to experience related to a project or something that you've built, I think be incredibly specific around what you were goaled on and how you achieve that. For skills, I think it's incredibly normal to have a skills section. Just make sure that you differentiate what you want to prioritize, and kind of lean back to that in your experience when you get into the interview process. So highlighting your foundational, I like to call them foundational skills, because I feel like soft skills aren't necessarily like the best. Like, it doesn't sound positive, but I think so much of getting your first job is built into that sector. And so I think of them as like verified skills or foundational skills, comparatively to technical skills, but just having the differentiation in those sections and putting as much emphasis as possible, and making them easy to see within your resume. So if you want to have the skills and qualifications section, I think that's really meaningful. And then kind of like leaning into that a bit more in the interview process when you're able to kind of share a bit more about who you are.
Another one we have is, do you, or I'm assuming you in this sense, is recruiters typically read through an entire resume? What ordering do you think matters the most? For example, right now they have education first, then skills, then software engineering experience, soft or leadership experience, and then project. What would you recommend to be a good structure for a resume?
Yes, I do read through resumes. It is just part of our job, and we want to make sure that we're seeing the full picture of the candidate, right? This is kind of your ticket to the first step, and I think any recruiter, any hiring manager wants to give that time back to the candidate and make sure that we have all of the information at hand before we make a decision. And so there is time spent there, and there is effort given to that. I think being really clear and concise and structuring the resume from top to bottom on what is most applicable to the job description or the role is what's going to be most advantageous. And so I think the way you have it structured is a pretty good breakout, honestly, from education to skills to your specific software experience, and then other ways you want to show some of those more soft leadership skills, and highlight some of those at the bottom is incredibly impactful. I would say if the projects are applicable to the suite experience, I would actually tie that into the same section rather than necessarily needing to have it out, unless you're attaching your GitHub or things of that nature where you're showcasing that kind of like project work in a different place. Because if you are embedding links or something like that, I would keep it at the bottom. But I think if the project work is applicable to the experience, I would incorporate it there.
Awesome, definitely. And if you were in our AI workshop session before, Reese also attests to the fact that all our recruiters and on our emerging talent team also read through the entire resume as well.
Oh yeah, I know the team is looking at every resume.
Definitely. All right. How often will recruiters click? Oh, so this is kind of like reflecting the previous one regarding the GitHub links that you referenced before.
How often will recruiters click on the links on the resumes for like GitHub, project, portfolios, and so on? Are they even helpful at all to include all of these links, or maybe just 2 or 3 in your opinion?
Yeah, I think you should highlight your best work. I think like you should think of a resume as like a highlight reel in some capacity. Like imagine how you can condense all of your best moments into a specific small document and go from there. I think that they are incredibly helpful. The people that I think that are more interested in them are hiring managers. They're really pertinent to the work that you're going to do. So as you progress through a recruitment process, that's the type of information that's really valuable because it ties directly back to your experience and you're able to actively comment on it. So like when you're in an interview process, you can say like, I did this, like I'd love to share it with you or talk through it with you potentially. Like, let me know if you have any questions. Like it's real evidence. And I think I mentioned this in the presentation, but you should use evidence of your experience and what you can contribute to your advantage. So I think it's incredibly meaningful. Do I think you should have a second page full of every single thing that you've ever built? Probably not. But I think that you should lean into where you've excelled and leverage that to be a differentiator in the process.
100%. And I think that's very important for students who haven't got any experience before to really use all of these like project works as a showcase of what they can do before. And also, like you mentioned, it can be something that they talk about during the interview. And if you run out of time, just send the links to your recruiter and say, hey, I was talking about this with the hiring manager. Can you forward it to them so that they can review it afterwards as well?
Yes, your recruiters are your best friend. They want you to succeed and win. So leverage them as much as possible to kind of help you get there.
100%. Okay. Douglas is currently going through the process right now. He asks, what's something candidates often overlook that would make them stand out to a recruiter or HubSpot recruiter?
I'll give you my answer and then Vanessa can give you hers. I think the thing that makes you stand out to recruiters in general is, and maybe I didn't articulate this specifically, but I will say is your level of interest in the role is incredibly important. I think I talked about that with intentionality, but do your research, honestly. Understand the organization, learn about their core values, ask questions about the hiring process, be communicative, responsive, do not ghost recruiters. Also be patient, operate with good intent, understand that recruiters are managing quite a bit, particularly in the emerging talent sector. I think that emerging talent recruiters do it all in a way that other people on other talent teams do not. They are helping with programming, they are helping with sourcing, they are helping with recruiting, they are acting as your very own job buddy through the entire hiring process. And they are often like working with you while you are in your internship. And so I think really value that relationship and give them the attention, the respect, and the patience that they deserve. And the other thing that I will say is professionalism. I think for Gen Z in particular, it's been a tough couple of years, right? You guys have been through quite a bit comparatively to other generations entering the job market. And I think taking the opportunities that you have or just like your exposure, take it seriously and act credibly. I think, don't wear pajamas, make sure you show up on time, block time before and after meetings. All of those things seem small and I think to many people seem obvious, but I think it's hard to kind of like do all of your interviews virtually. There's so much that has been going on that I think makes it a little bit tricky, and really being able to show up in a professional manner gives recruiters and hiring managers a good indication, not only of how you will perform in your internship, but how you will perform for years to come. And for most organizations, intern programs are feeder programs to build the future of their workforce. So they are looking to you to be their next leaders, and that's kind of your first impression. And so I would lean a lot of energy there.
+1 to all of that, definitely. Especially like the easiest way is showing interest. It might sound kind of silly to say show interest, but you will be surprised with how many people come to the recruitment phone call and be like, yes, no, I did that for 3 months. So that kind of show us that you don't really have the initiative and like the interest in actually having the call and the conversation with us. So do your research before, make sure you look into like the culture, especially like HubSpot has the culture code, and see how you can structure your questions in a way that relates to the role and our culture as well. And also give us grace. Give yourself grace, of course, but also like give the recruitment team grace. As Caitlin mentioned, the emerging talent team deals with a lot of applications because we hire in a specific timeline, like only for we open the roles only for 2 weeks. It comes in an influx of a lot of application nowadays. Because of AI, people can submit a lot of resumes and application at one go. So we are dealing with an influx of a lot of resumes and applications. So give the recruiters some time to respond to you. Usually we recommend like 1 week to 2 weeks that you will hear back from us. If not, feel free to follow up, but be kind and be respectful in your messaging when you reach out to again to the recruiter. Even a simple like hello or good morning is already an extra step towards that, and not just say, when can I hear back on my application process? We do get that a lot, and it does like down the mood a little bit. So even a simple hey Reese, hey Caitlin, that will already put a lot of mood, put a lot of like plus on your application as well. Cool. All right. The next one we have is what are solid ways to ensure ATS compatibility? Is the ROSE tool available to evaluate something like that as well?
Yes, the ROSE tool will help you with that. I think I touched on it briefly. I know there was a lot of information there, but in the professional mode, it'll actually give you an ATS score. And so it's looking specifically at your resume and optimizing for how it will be applicable for an ATS. I think it all ties back to like a lot of the messaging. So be clear, concise, direct, informative. I think use words that are very descriptive and highlight easily your accomplishments and your achievements, and keep it condensed, like 1 or 2 sentences to each of your experiences, and focused on the things that you want to highlight that are most important and pertinent to the job at hand. But the ROSE tool will help you with that. And I also think that you can ask those questions on like ChatGPT and other sites to be able to like kind of tell you through, if you share the job description, what's going to be most pertinent for you to highlight.
Something I also get a lot from candidates that I meet on campus is that they always ask, when it comes to formatting, will it help, especially like with ATS compatibility, formatting it with verbs first when they're listing out their tasks? Would that help with ATS compatibility and like recruiters reading through it all?
It does help from, and Vanessa, I'd be curious in your process, but I feel like a lot of recruiters lean on trigger words or keywords or things of that nature to search for specific applicants, particularly in a high volume situation. And so I do think it's a great strength to be really definitive in that kind of language, because it does give you a leg up when you're kind of trying to isolate a specific skill, trait, etc. I think that's really important and pertinent.
I would say it did for my time when I was a recruiter, definitely. But I think every recruiter has their own method when reviewing a resume. But especially like for recruiters, when they are told by their hiring managers to keep an eye on the specific skills, that would definitely help with like the verbiage of kicking off with a verb first on what their task was, for sure.
Yeah. Particularly also with technical skills, I think it is incredibly meaningful if you are applying for an engineering role, and then if you're applying for a hard engineering role, mechanical engineering, like as it gets more complex, I think in terms of what the skill sets are, that's going to really differentiate you.
Definitely. All right. Do events like these give special consideration when applying for internships?
I'm assuming this is specific to HubSpot, right?
I think it's overall, if like it can not, maybe not specifically to this event, but let's say like any go-to campus events or company events that you attend when you're applying for their role.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to figure out a direct path to differentiate yourself as a student. And I think one of the best ways to do it is with events, honestly. So whether it's attending a virtual event, it's meeting a recruiter on campus, it's signing up for coffee chats. I know a lot of early career teams put a lot of work behind doing skills building events. So doing actual resume review with you, helping you prep for interviews, giving you access to former interns at the company. There's a lot of things that employers are looking to do to ensure you are set up for success as an applicant. And I think the more you kind of show up for them in that capacity, it really highlights your commitment and your interest. And I think Vanessa mentioned that earlier, but that's going to be pretty imperative. And I think distinguishes kind of you against someone else. I know for me, particularly as a hiring manager, like I want to hire people at Ripple Match who think Ripple Match is cool and are excited about it and want to build it. And so I think that is really meaningful if they show that level of commitment and interest. And I think, like obviously right now this is a Q&A format, but a lot of virtual events are really small and tailored to the candidate. And you're able to even virtually kind of like give that face-to-face communication, and recruiters don't forget that. And I think they work really hard to make sure that they're able to help as many students as possible that they connect with directly.
Yes, definitely. And for HubSpot specifically, we host a lot of like go to campus events as well. So if you do see like a recruiter on campus, and with like every follow-up message that we send to you after and you apply for a role, we do track like that you're coming from an event. So it does give a certain kind of consideration that like, oh, you are coming from this event, that like, hey, I did speak to you. And they would, if they speak to you in person as well, they would remember that experience and that conversation that they have, and tie it towards the recruitment process. Okay, I think we might be able to do one more question before we wrap up for the session. So the final question that we have is, what recommendations do you have for building a brand for themselves? I like this question actually.
Yeah, this is a fun one. I think there's a lot of really easy ways to build a brand nowadays. I think there's certainly like building a brand that's relational to the role specifically. So if you were trying to get into like design or media or software engineering, I think there's particulars around your projects and the work that you do that can really showcase who you are and what you're interested in, and like directly to a hiring manager or a recruiter. I think you have a good opportunity to build your personal brand in person. So I would +1 Vanessa that meeting recruiters on campus is the easiest way to do that. Also, oftentimes on campus, tons of other employees from the organization are coming to events, and they are coming because they want to meet the students and they're excited about it. And it's definitely a tedious process to attend tons of career fairs, but it is largely worth it. It's a big investment for employers. And so while you may not see that part, I think it's important to know that they really want to show up and be there to meet the candidate. And that's a really great way to showcase who you are right there. I think if you are a person who is really like interested in socials or like having a very specific perspective, use that to amplify who you are in a positive way. I think like sharing your opinions, but also being mindful of other people's experiences and the way that they exist in the world is really important. That's how we build really great cultures at organizations, by having tons of representation and inclusivity. And so I think just leading with a lot of authenticity is the easiest way to kind of like start. And then I think having a set subject around where you might want to become a subject matter expert in some capacity also is a really fulfilling way to kind of differentiate yourself. If you dedicate your passion and kind of drive it towards that specific topic, it will naturally start to evolve into something that is really representative of you. And I think that can be a really good way to stand out.
Definitely. And I think good tools are like LinkedIn, for example. I know like students are slowly starting to use LinkedIn quite a lot in NAM. And also like if you're a software engineer, you can start off in GitHub as well and start joining any communities there to not only build your own brand, but also learn from others for sure. All right, cool. Then I guess we can wrap up for today. Thank you very much, everyone, for all your time and effort. Thank you so much, Caitlin, for your for all the insights that you gave today as well. For those who haven't used Ripple Match before or haven't signed up, feel free to scan this QR code right now to sign up to Ripple Match, as you can connect with a lot of employers there as well and apply for job roles that, for example, HubSpot uses Ripple Match as a job platform there. But if you haven't finished up for the day, there is still our closing chat later on at 4 p.m. I believe. Sorry, I'm in German time, so I have to convert the time for me. At 4 p.m. is the closing chat for today. And so we have a 5-minute break right now for you to grab a cup of coffee that you can sip along with the closing chat. But thank you everyone for tuning in and for all your questions. Wishing you a great rest of the event. Bye everyone.
Thanks all.